Welcome to the post-apocalyptic world. Begin playing Reincarnators. That was the first thing I heard in the new world. Bright, chirpy, upbeat. The exact voice of a flight attendant telling you where the emergency exits are. Please enjoy your stay at the end of everything. The second thing I heard was nothing at all because the 400 zombies standing around me on the highway were not moving, not sleeping, not dead, standing. Frozen mid-step, mid-turn, mouths open, one of them stuck with its arm halfway up like it was hailing a cab. The nearest one was close enough that I could count its teeth, and I did count them, because apparently that was what my brain wanted to do with what looked like the last 5 minutes of my life. 8 lanes of road, cars abandoned where they stopped, doors hanging open, one of them still with a phone charger swinging from the dash. Red vines as thick as my thigh climbing the skyscrapers on both sides, splitting the glass, going in through the windows like the buildings owed them money. Sun overhead doing its very best to cook me alive. Then the rules came. 8 of them, printed straight across my vision. Survivors may not attack the safe zones. Survivors may hunt zombies freely. Killing a zombie yields energy crystal cores. 100 cores upgrade your body. Trade is open to all. Your spatial ring is yours alone. And so on, in a font so friendly it might as well have had a cartoon mascot. Then the voice again, still delighted about all of this. The game will begin in 5 minutes. Great. Cool. Very cool. 4:58. The number sat there in the corner of my eye and started walking down, and every single zombie on that highway was going to wake up when it hit 0. So I ran. Not screaming, not panicking, just picking the fastest line between 2 frozen bodies and going, because there was a strip mall 200 meters ahead, and one of those doors was going to be the rest of my life. That was when the world showed me the thing it never showed anybody else. I looked at the restaurant on the corner, and a little box of text bloomed over the door. There are 27 hungry zombies in the restaurant. If you rush in recklessly, they will surely have a feast. I stopped so hard I nearly went over my own feet. Then I looked at the supermarket next to it. 6 zombies inside. Also, clean drinking water on the shelves. Then the real estate agency at the end of the row, the sad little one with the faded photos of apartments nobody would ever buy again. Congratulations. Not only are there no zombies here, but you also have a level 1 supply crate. I stood there in the middle of a highway full of monsters, reading a pop-up that was congratulating me. 27 in one room, 6 in the other, 0 and a present in the third. Somebody had handed me the answers before the exam, and the exam was whether I got to keep my throat. Now the first thing you do when you get a superpower is check whether it is actually yours. So I opened the regional channel, which the world had also politely given everybody, and I read. It was chaos in there. People typing in all caps. Where am I? What is happening? My hands are shaking. Somebody named Li Weihao announcing he had found a car. Somebody else asking if this was a prank. A woman typing that her husband was standing right in front of her, and he did not look like her husband anymore. Not one person mentioned a hint. Not one person said the door told them something. 400 people screaming into a chat about how blind they were, and not a single one of them could see what I was reading off a restaurant window. That was the moment I understood what I had. It also took me about 2 more seconds to understand the second half of it, which is the half that actually keeps you alive. I could never tell anyone. The instant somebody knows you are the guy who can see through walls, you stop being a person and start being equipment. Equipment gets used, then it gets locked in a room, then it gets fed to whatever the group does not want to fight themselves. So my superpower's first rule was that it did not exist. 4:26. I looked at the zombie nearest me one more time and got one last freebie. Currently immobile. Cannot be killed. 4 minutes and 26 seconds remaining. Cannot be killed. Fine. But nobody said anything about cannot be robbed. The one 3 meters to my left had been a riot cop when the world ended. Full kit. Tempered glass helmet. Riot shield. Baton. Canister of tear gas on the belt. I have never taken a shield off a corpse before, and I would like to report that it is exactly as horrible as it sounds, and I did it anyway in 11 seconds because 11 seconds was what I could afford. Helmet, shield, gas, next. That was when I saw the revolver. 12 meters away, hanging off the hip of a zombie in a security uniform who had gotten about half of his gun out of the holster before the world stopped. A real gun, actual bullets, in a place where everyone else was going to be fighting with kitchen knives by tomorrow morning. 0:59. I stood there and did the math, and the math said 12 meters there, 12 meters back, plus fumbling a strap on a body that might not stay frozen while I was elbow deep in its belt. So I memorized the lane, the car it was standing beside, the color of the car, and I turned around and left a loaded revolver lying in the street. Getting greedy at 59 seconds is how you end up as a hint box for the next guy. The agency door was unlocked. I went in, threw the deadbolt, and then did the smartest thing I've ever done in my life, which started with me looking at a glass wall, because it was a glass wall, the whole storefront. I was standing in a fishbowl with 400 monsters about to wake up outside it, and the only thing between us was a pane of glass and the entire concept of being seen. There was a stack of advertising flyers on the desk, beautiful glossy apartments, family of 4, golden retriever, sunset, and there was half a bottle of water. I sprayed water on the glass and slapped the flyers up. Sunset, kitchen, balcony view, happy couple, 2-bedroom, south facing. I papered that window over with the dream of the old world, fast and at a crouch. I ran out of flyers with one gap left in the bottom corner, so I finished it with a laminated price sheet for a place I could never have afforded anyway. The last corner went up. The timer hit 0. Every zombie on that highway screamed at once. It came through the glass and through the paper and through my back teeth, 400 throats going off like a car alarm the size of a district, and then the ground started shaking with the footsteps. They came past the window. I could see the shapes of them moving behind the glossy paper, a meter away, some of them so close their shoulders squeaked along the glass. One stopped directly in front of the balcony view flyer and stood there. I did not breathe. I am fairly sure my heart also decided to sit that one out. Then it moved on, because as far as it was concerned, there was nothing there but a nice apartment with good natural light. The level 1 supply crate was under the desk, and my hands were shaking so badly it took me 3 tries to open it. Fire axe. 1 vial of primary physical enhancement potion. 500 milliliters of water. Then a ring appeared on my finger, which is a thing I would have had questions about in the old world. Spatial ring. 12 slots, which sounded infinite for about 4 minutes, until I started putting things in it and discovered that 12 is a number you can count to on your fingers. Outside, the world was howling. Inside, I was sitting on the floor of a real estate office with an axe, a shield, a helmet, half a bottle of water, and a superpower nobody was ever going to hear about. Honestly, better start than most people got that day. The potion was the next problem, and it was a problem because of the screaming. Here is the ladder the world was using, and it printed it out for me nice and clear. Weak, normal, strong, exceptionally strong, human limit, and then, past that, the thing everyone was going to spend the next year killing each other over, awakener. I was sitting at normal, which is a polite way of saying office worker who takes the elevator to the 2nd floor. The vial was small, and the liquid in it was the color of nothing in particular. I looked at the paper on the windows, listened to the traffic of monsters going by a meter away, and drank it. Understand that the label said primary, beginner, entry level, the starter option. It went down my throat like a swallowed match, and then every vein in my body decided to hold a meeting about it. It was heat, but heat with intent, moving out from my chest into my arms and down into my legs like something was flushing a system that had never been flushed before. My whole back locked up, my jaw came open on its own, and I got both hands over my mouth and held them there. Because a scream, right then, through that glass, would have been the same as opening the door and inviting them in for tea. So I lay on the floor of a real estate agency with my palms clamped across my face, crying from the pain like a man watching a very sad movie, and I made no sound at all. It felt like an hour. It was probably 4 minutes. Then it stopped. I got up. I picked up the fire axe, the one that had needed both hands and a grunt 20 minutes earlier. It came up like a broom. I stood there swinging a fire axe around a real estate office, grinning like an idiot, and then I stopped because I could hear something. Not through the door, through the whole street. I could hear the individual dragging steps of individual zombies half a block away and tell them apart, and then I heard the woman. She was screaming. Full lungs, no words, the kind of sound a human makes exactly once in their life. It was coming from across the street, and every zombie on that road was turning toward it like iron filings finding a magnet. I got up on the desk and looked through the crack at the top of the glass. There was a woman standing on the concrete awning over an apartment building entrance, evening dress, high heels, actual high heels, at the end of the world, on a ledge, which told me she had been at a party approximately 5 minutes before the party ended. She was clinging to the wall with one hand and screaming her lungs out and waving with the other one. 7 or 8 zombies were piling up under the awning, jumping at her, hitting the wall, falling back, going again. My first thought was, what an absolute fool of a woman. She had a safe ledge, a 2-meter drop she could not climb, and instead of shutting up and waiting, she was announcing dinner service to the entire district. My second thought arrived 1 second later in the form of a hint box that popped up over the pile of them. Zombies are extremely sensitive to sharp sounds. Right now, they can hear nothing else. Now is the perfect time to harvest them. Harvest. The word the game chose was harvest. I looked at 8 monsters standing shoulder to shoulder with their backs to me, deaf and blind to everything except a woman in an evening gown, and then I looked at the fire axe that now weighed nothing. You know what, lady? Keep singing. The door of the agency was iron, and iron doors at the end of the world have opinions. I had my hand on it when the hint arrived. This door squeals when opened quickly. Open it slowly, and it will keep your secret. So I opened a door 1 millimeter at a time while a woman screamed for her life 40 meters away, which is a specific kind of patience I did not know I had. Out, across, shield up, axe low, coming at 8 monsters who had their backs to me and could not have heard a marching band. Then the woman spotted me, and this genius, this absolute strategist, immediately screamed louder. Hey, I'm here, please help me. Which, and I want to be fair here, glued them to that wall even harder. Every single head stayed up. She thought she was calling for a rescue. What she was actually doing was holding 8 monsters completely still for me, at maximum volume, for free. Ma'am, if I could have given you a thumbs up without breaking stride, I would have. The first one I took from behind, and it never knew anything had happened. The second turned halfway. The third got the shield in its face, and the wall did most of the work. After that, it stopped being a fight and started being a job, and the job took about 90 seconds. 8 of them down, me breathing hard, not a scratch on me, standing in a mess I am not going to describe because I would rather keep my lunch. Then I found out what the world actually pays you with. I put my hand on the nearest body and the option came up. Collection. They went into light and came apart into things. 3 energy crystal cores, small and warm, like holding a battery that had been in your pocket. 30 units of mutated fertilizer, which meant nothing to me yet, and would mean a great deal to me later. 2 lighters, 325 yuan in cash, which was the funniest thing I had seen all day, and keys. Car keys, apartment keys, building fob keys, a whole jingling handful of them. Now, keys. Every other survivor in that city was going to find keys on bodies for the next month and throw them in the gutter because a key is worthless unless you know which of 9 million doors it opens. I looked at the ring of keys in my palm, and the world helpfully told me the make of the car, the number of the building, and the floor of the apartment. Everybody else in this apocalypse was going to spend a year picking through garbage. I had just been handed the index. Hey, the woman was still up on her ledge. Hey, you can't just leave me here? You're not going to leave me here all alone? I want to be honest about this part, because it is the part where you find out what kind of man you turned into somewhere between the highway and the awning. She was not a bad person. She had not done anything to me. She was a woman in a party dress standing on a concrete slab, and she was going to be up there when it got dark. And she was also a walking siren with a proven record of pulling every monster in a 2-block radius, attached to a mouth that could not stay shut, attached to a stomach that would eat a share of food I did not have yet. I put the keys in the ring and walked away without turning around. Later on, people would tell me I was cold. Those people mostly did not make it to later on. Building 3, according to my new index, had an apartment on the first floor with my name on it. The fob worked on the lobby door because the power in the city was still on and nobody had told the electricity that everyone was dead. Apartment 102. I put my hand on the handle and got my warning. 2 zombies inside, 1 in the bedroom, 1 in the bathroom, 2 different rooms, which meant that if I had come through that door the way any normal person comes through a door, hugging one wall with my shield toward the noise, the second one would have taken me from the exact angle my shield was not. That is the whole thing, right there. That is the entire cheat in one sentence. Everybody else was going to die from the second zombie. I kicked the door into the bathroom one, pinned it with the shield, and used the axe. The bedroom one came out at the noise and got the same. 2 minutes. Not even breathing hard. The apartment gave me clean fabric, which the world counted as an actual resource, and a kitchen that tried to kill me a second time in a different way. There was food in there. Rice, noodles, half a jar of something, and a hint sitting on top of it like a warning label. 1 bite will reveal tiny figures, 2 bites will send your soul back to its homeland. Cool. Very cool. Thank you. The calendar on the fridge is the thing I still think about. It was stopped on December 2012. There was a red circle around the 24th and the word mom written next to it in a woman's handwriting. So the world had ended less than a year ago, and everything on that wall had been somebody's plan. The freezer, though, the freezer was still humming because the power was still on, because nobody had told the electricity. 5 or 6 pounds of frozen meat, 20 portions of ice cream, 2 cans of beer with an expiry date 20 years out, which is either a miracle of chemistry or a crime, and then the wardrobe. I opened it, hit collection on the whole thing, and it turned an entire family's clothing into 120 units of clean fabric in a single flash. I stood there in a dead stranger's bedroom holding a wardrobe in my hand and thought about the fact that a week ago, my biggest problem had been a spreadsheet. The hint that picked my house was on the 5th floor. This room is clean and free of zombies, suitable as a temporary base. Apartment 502. Family of 3 from the look of it. Wedding photo in the hallway, the wife laughing at something off camera. A child's bed in the small room, made, empty, with a stuffed rabbit sitting on the pillow. Nobody home, no blood, no mess, no sign of anything. They had just stopped being there, the way the whole world had just stopped being there, and the apartment still smelled faintly of laundry detergent. I put my things down in a dead family's living room and made it mine, and I will admit I turned the wedding photo face down before I started, because there is only so much a man can do in one afternoon. Then I filled my ring and discovered my next problem. Axe, shield, helmet, gas, meat, water, fabric, cores, fertilizer, keys, beer, ice cream. 12 slots, 12 out of 12, full. I had been alive in the apocalypse for 6 hours, and I already had a storage problem, which is the most human thing that has ever happened to me. The regional channel that night was a very educational place. Somebody named Chen Guojun was on there being a leader. Everyone gather, strength in numbers, share your coordinates, and we will come to you. Together we survive. Now, I have nothing against groups. There are exactly two kinds. There is a group of strong people, which is the safest place in the world, and there is a group of weak people, which is a snack that takes longer to chew. There is no third kind, and the fastest way to find out which one you have joined is to post your address to 400 strangers on day one. I did not type a single word. What I did type, about an hour later, was an ad, because the chat had also started to develop a very loud complaint, and the complaint was that nobody could kill anything. People were describing it in real time. My hands are shaking. I hit it with a chair and it kept coming. There is one in my hallway, and I have nothing. Meanwhile, a man named Li Weihao had opened the trade channel and put up 20 bottles of water and 20 sausages at 1 energy crystal core each. That is the sort of price you set when you have correctly understood that everyone around you is going to be very thirsty and very stupid. I went into that kitchen, took out 5 kitchen knives and 4 fruit knives and listed all 9 of them. Price, 1 can of stewed meat and 1 bottle of water, each. They were gone in under an hour. 9 cans of stew and 9 bottles of water came into my ring in exchange for the contents of 1 dead woman's knife block. And before anyone accuses me of arming my own competition, a kitchen knife against a zombie is a consumable. It sticks in the skull, it bends, it goes dull after 4 swings. I was not selling weapons, I was selling 4 swings, and then those people would need me again. The best deal of my first day cost half a bottle of water. There was a girl on the trade channel called Mei Ling, and she was selling garbage. That is not me being cruel, that is the market's opinion. 5 blood-stained keys, 1 city map of Tianyang, 1 campus map of Tianyang University. Nobody bid. Nobody was ever going to bid, because who wants a dead man's keys and a tourist map at the end of the world? She kept dropping the price. You could hear her getting quieter through the text. I looked at her listing and the world lit up like a slot machine. Cafeteria storage room, security monitoring room, women's dormitory, faculty office, campus infirmary, 5 keys, 5 buildings full of things nobody had touched, and a university that happened to sit 500 meters from the apartment I had just moved into. So I made her an offer, and I would like to say I made a generous one. 1 bottle of water is too much for these, I typed. I've got half a bottle, already opened, take it or leave it. There was a long pause on the other end. Then, someone already drank from it? Yes. Longer pause. I could feel the exact shape of that pause. Somewhere in this city, a 19-year-old flight attendant trainee was locked in a security office doing the arithmetic on whether half a stranger's water was worth more than the last 5 things she owned. Okay, deal. The keys came through. Then one more message. Thank you. You're a good person. I sat on a dead family's sofa, holding 5 keys to 5 buildings I was going to strip to the walls, bought from a scared girl for the bottom half of a bottle of water. Good person. Sweetheart, what part of that transaction gave you that impression? Then the sun went down, and the city taught me its second lesson. The streetlights came on by themselves. Whole avenues of them, on a timer nobody had cancelled, lighting up a road where the only traffic was the dead, and under those lights the zombies changed shifts. In daylight they shuffle, at night they hunt. I watched one stop in the middle of the street and lift its face and actually smell the air, turning slowly, working it like a dog at a door. Then it went over a meter-high railing without breaking stride. 30 or 40 of them poured into an alley 2 blocks over, all at once, all in the same direction, and something in that alley had time to make one sound. So. They see badly, they hear well, and at night they smell you through a wall. Wonderful. Noted. Chen Guojun was back in the chat being a hero. He had established a safe zone. At the stadium, 5 survivors had already joined him. Come one, come all. Day 1. 5 survivors at a location, already organized, already recruiting, on day 1, in a city where I had personally watched 2 grown men die in a courtyard because they could not kill a single zombie with 2 cleavers. Somebody had a lot of luck, or somebody had a lot of help, or somebody was not counting the same way I was. The other thing I noticed that night is the thing I keep coming back to. As it got dark, lights came on in the buildings around me. 1 here, 3 there, a whole row on the 9th floor of the tower across the water. I stood at my window with the lights off and counted 30 or 40 of them. 30 or 40 people who had survived the first day, and every single one had just told the entire district exactly which window they were behind. I did not turn on a single lamp. I ate frozen meat in the dark on the floor of a stranger's apartment and watched the city advertise itself. In the morning, I went back for my revolver. I had memorized the lane and the car, and the hint boxes did the rest, and this is where the cheats stopped being a party trick and started being a career. I would come to a corner, and the corner would tell me, a zombie will come around this corner in a moment. Its reaction speed has slowed considerably, so I stood flat against the wall and counted 3 and split its skull on the way out. Then I did it again. Then I found the actual trick, which is the one I am still proud of. Sound. Loud sound makes them sprint at you in a mob. But a soft sound, a slow tap of the axe head on a wall, tick, 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 that just makes them curious. They come one at a time. They come slowly. They come around a corner where a man is waiting with a fire axe and a very good reason to be patient. 14 of them, 1 and 2 at a time, on my schedule, in a place I picked. The Colt was still on the security guard, exactly where I left it. 15 rounds, 8 more cores, 2 batons, handcuffs, radios, uniforms, and a fresh handful of keys. And then I got greedy about a car. There was a red hatchback with a key that matched. I put my hand on it, hit collection, and the option came up in yellow instead of white. Requires a level 3 spatial ring. Yours is level 1. Fine. Upgrade it then. Level 2 costs 5 energy crystal cores and 10 ring fragments. Cores I had. Ring fragments I had never seen in my life, and when I went looking for where ring fragments come from, the world gave me the single most honest sentence it has ever given me, and it did not even have the decency to be embarrassed about it. Ring fragments only drop from other survivors. Read that again. Not from zombies, not from crates, not from mutants, from people. The world had built an upgrade path, priced it in a currency that only exists inside other human beings, published the price list to every survivor on the planet, and then sat back to watch. 400 people in this city were about to work that out. Some of them already had. The second car key was better. It was a police car, and the hint over it was pure poetry. Careful, sometimes it isn't that there are no zombies, it's that they're too short to see. I got down on my stomach in the road and looked under the chassis, and on the other side of the car there was a pair of little blood-stained ballet flats, standing perfectly still, waiting for someone to walk around the hood. I went around the back instead. I am not going to describe that one, and I did not joke about it either. Some things you just do quickly and quietly, and then you go and check the trunk. In the trunk there was a shotgun and 2 boxes of shells. The single greatest business of my life started in the back of a hatchback, and it was 2 unopened packs of toilet paper. Look. Everybody in that city was thinking about water, food, and weapons. Nobody was thinking about the thing they were going to want desperately by day 3 and would never, ever be able to make themselves ask for on a public channel. I tore those packs down into more than 60 small bundles and listed every one of them. Price, keys, access cards, energy cores, ring fragments, no cash, no thank yous. They sold out so fast the channel scrolled. Grown men bidding against each other in the dark at the end of the world for 8 sheets of tissue, 22 keys. 15 access cards, 7 knives, 5 safe keys, 8 car keys. To every single one of those people, that pile of keys was junk they had picked off a body and were happy to be rid of. To me, every one of them was a labeled treasure chest with an address on it because the moment they hit my palm, the world told me the make, the building, and the floor. The competition figured out the toilet paper thing about a day later and started selling it by the roll for energy cores, which flooded the market and killed it inside an hour. That is what happens when you copy the product and not the reason. Speaking of copying me, I was in the 5th floor kitchen frying a steak because I had 5 pounds of frozen meat and a working stove, and I refused to apologize for either. Beautiful piece of meat. And the smell went up the vent and out across the courtyard into Building 5, where 2 men were sitting on a stolen sofa. I know exactly what those 2 were because I got the whole story from the woman later. The tall, skinny one and the short, fat one. They had found the woman in the evening dress after I left her, come down off her awning like a pair of rescuers, and then explained that rescue has a price, and the price was everything she was carrying, and the fat one had seen me work. He had watched from a window while I took 8 zombies apart under an awning, and he had reached the obvious conclusion, and the obvious conclusion was, zombies are weak, that guy is nothing special, we can do that. Their plan had 2 parts. Part 1 was 2 big cleavers. Part 2 was tying the woman under a tree in the courtyard and letting her scream until the zombies came so they could farm them in one convenient pile, the way they had seen me do it. They got 20, maybe more. It is hard to count when they are coming through a gate. The fat one swung first into the top of a skull, textbook, exactly the way I do it, and the cleaver went in and stopped, wedged, Bone closed around steel and would not let go, and the zombie did not even fall down, it just turned its head with a cleaver in it and kept walking. The skinny one's blade hit a collarbone and bent. That is the whole difference between them and me, and it is not courage, and it is not technique. It is one vial of potion and a hint that says which room the second one is in. They had watched the results and copied the results. Nobody ever copies the part you cannot see. They ran. And about 4 steps into running, the fat one turned around and kicked his friend's ankle out from under him and shoved him backward into the crowd and said, and I want you to hear this exactly as it was said, "Sorry, brother, if we both run, neither of us gets away." He made it to the lobby door of Building 5. He got the door open. He was actually inside the doorway. They took him in the doorway. So that was the end of my competition, and I found out about all of it the next morning when I came out of my building and heard a woman screaming from somewhere above my head. She was up a tree, 3 or 4 stories of tree, in an evening gown, in one shoe. I stood at the bottom of it, and I genuinely could not construct the sequence of events. How? How does a woman in heels get 4 floors up a tree? What is the mechanism? Is it adrenaline? Is it a hidden talent? Should I be recruiting her? Under the tree, there were a dozen zombies looking up, and off to the side there were 2 more clusters of them busy with what was left of my 2 imitators, 20 plus, in a courtyard with a fence around it, and me at the human limit with a fire axe. I went through them in 3 passes. The first 2 were clean. Halfway through the third, my arms started to burn, and my breath went short. I had just done the equivalent of a 400-meter sprint at full effort. That was new information. Until that morning, I had genuinely started to believe I did not have a bottom. I finished it. Then I stood there with my hands on my knees in a courtyard full of bodies with a woman sobbing in a tree above me, and I did not hear the man come through the gate. "Look out!" She screamed it, and I got the shield up on pure reflex, and a cleaver hit it hard enough to knock me back a step. He was maybe 30, clean clothes, well-fed, a backpack that clinked. "Li Wei Hao," he said, like the name was supposed to do something to me. "Waterman, 20 bottles, 20 sausages, 1 core each, the guy who had been printing money in the trade channel since the first hour. And here is the part that made my stomach turn over. He was strong, not human limit strong, but exceptionally strong. 2 full rungs above where a man should have been on day 2, and he had not killed a single zombie to get there. He had bought it. He had sat in a safe room with a pile of food and bought energy cores off starving people at 1 core per bottle of water and eaten his way up the ladder on other people's terror. "Nice sword work," he said, walking toward me. "I've been watching you all morning. You've got no idea how many cores you're carrying, do you? And you're tired." He smiled. "I can't allow anyone out there to be stronger than me. Nothing personal." His math was flawless. Same rank as me, roughly. Me exhausted, him fresh. Him with a cleaver, me with an axe and a shield and shaking arms. So I dropped the axe. Then I dropped the shield. He actually laughed. He stopped walking and put a hand on his hip and laughed at me and said, "What is this? Are you giving up? Don't tell me you're going to beg. Everybody begs, and it never once has worked, and I've heard it about 9 times now, so honestly, you might as well save your breath and accept your dia." I shot him in the forehead. He was in the middle of the word. He went down on his knees first, with his mouth still open, which I have to say was a very undignified way to spend the last quarter second of a very promising career. "Are you stupid?" I said. "I have a gun." I know it was a waste of a bullet. I only had 15. Best bullet I ever spent. What came out of Li Wei Hao when I collected him is the reason people were about to start hunting each other in earnest. 35 energy cores, 166 bottles of water, 84 sausages, 60 packs of noodles, a blueprint for a sharpened alloy sword, a map fusion device, and 5 ring fragments. The 2 imitators had 2 and 3 between them, plus, in the fat one's pocket, a woman's handbag, a phone, and 1 high-heeled shoe that matched the one still on the foot of the lady in the tree. I held the shoe up. She stopped crying long enough to go extremely red in the face and look at the horizon. 10 fragments, 5 cores, ring level 2, 24 slots. And I learned the rule that runs the rest of this story, which is that a survivor drops everything in their ring at 100%, but only part of what they have eaten. Li Wei Hao had swallowed about 60 cores worth of other people's fear. I got 35 of them back. Which means killing survivors is not just profitable. It is, in the coldest possible arithmetic, more profitable than anything else in this world. I looked at the chat that night, at 400 people arguing about safe zones and cooperation and the goodness of the human spirit. Boys, I thought, you have no idea what's coming. "Please," the woman said from the tree, "please don't kill me. I'll give you everything I have. Just don't. Catch." I threw her Li Wei Hao's water bottle, 2/3 full. "Drink that. I'm not killing you." She started thanking me. I cut her off. "You're coming down tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" But it's going to be tomorrow. Because here is the thing I had just learned about her, and it is the only genuinely valuable thing she has ever done. That woman is the single most effective zombie magnet in this city. Put her anywhere, wait, and every dead thing within 3 blocks comes to her. And the gate of this compound was a 2-meter iron grill. I chained it shut, checked that the fence line held, and went home to bed while a woman in an evening gown sat 4 floors up a tree and sobbed at the entire neighborhood. By morning, there were 100 of them packed against that grill, arms through the bars, pressing, moaning, completely unable to get in and completely unable to think about anything else. Safe, efficient, and in truly excellent quantities. I walked down the line with the axe like a man picking apples. There is one more key I have not told you about, because it came in a bundle of 5 identical ones, and when I picked them up, the world got excited. You're very lucky. This is the key to Building 8. You should really buy a lottery ticket, if lotteries still existed. Building 8 sat on an island in the middle of the compound's ornamental lake, not a pond. An island the size of a football pitch, water all the way around it, and exactly 1 stone bridge in. 1 bridge, water on every side. Zombies that cannot swim. There was also a hint waiting on the lobby door, and it said something I did not understand for another 2 hours. There are no zombies here, but there's a cute little one inside, and it's starving. The building was brand new. Nobody had ever moved in, which meant every kitchen in it was a showroom kitchen with the packaging still on, and I walked out of the ground floor with 10 kitchen knives and 5 fruit knives that had never cut anything. I took the 5th floor because the 5th floor had roof access, and the roof had a garden. And the whole building was wired as a smart home, which gave me the thing I wanted more than the sword, more than the shotgun, more than any of it. Blackout curtains on a switch, 1 button, and my windows went dead black from the outside while I sat inside with the lights on like a civilized person. Then I got a nice piece of frozen beef out of the ring, put it in a pan, and something growled at me from the corner of the kitchen. It was 20 centimeters long, white, fluffy, extremely angry. It had backed itself into the gap beside the fridge, and it was showing me all of its little teeth, and its legs were shaking, and I could count its ribs through the fur. Mutated energy beast. Howling Moonwolf King, cub. S-rank combat talent. Tameable. I looked at the pan. I looked at the ribs. And I made the most important business decision of my life, which was to cut off a piece of steak and put it on the floor. It stared. Then it inhaled the steak, and a bar appeared over its head. 20%. Another piece. 40. Another. 60. 80. It was not even chewing anymore. At 100%, it sat down on my kitchen floor with its stomach visibly round and looked up at me with an expression of total, unconditional, permanent loyalty. I named him Air Pong, after a Labrador my neighbor had when I was a kid. A dog so fat it had to take 2 runs at a curb. Combat power of a cub at that rank. Roughly a fully grown human at the exceptionally strong tier, holding a weapon. That is the baby version. His skill was called Multiplied Battle, and I did not yet know what it did. And then I found out the best part, which is that he does not eat food. He eats mutated fertilizer, the gray granular junk that drops off every single zombie corpse in stacks of 30 that I had been hoarding by the thousand because it seemed rude to throw away free resources. My S-rank apex predator ran on garbage I got paid to collect. He ate a basin of it larger than his own body, fell over sideways, and started snoring. The mutated fertilizer had a second use, and the second use is why I stopped worrying about starving. 5 seeds. Meat potato. Growth cycle. 120 days. 120 days is a joke when your neighbors are counting their remaining cans. But ordinary fertilizer took 10 days off, and 10 units of ordinary fertilizer synthesized into 1 unit of accelerated fertilizer, which took off 60. I had 2,000 units of fertilizer. I planted 5 seeds in a rooftop flower bed at 8 in the morning and stood there and watched them come up out of the soil like somebody was dragging a video scrubber forward, leaves unrolling, stems thickening. I could hear it. Then I heard shouting from the front gate. There were 5 of them at the grill, working through my zombies. My zombies, the ones I had spent a night farming, that were still politely lined up with their arms through the bars, being stabbed one at a time from the safe side by people who had not built any part of this. A big guy with a beard was running it, and tied to the lamppost beside him, hands behind her back, was the woman in the evening dress who had apparently come down out of that tree at the worst possible moment in the history of climbing down out of trees. Beard saw me coming and got there first, chest out, cleaver up. I found this woman first. She belongs to me now. He looked down at the white puffball trotting at my heel. And that puppy's a bit small, but he'll still cook up nice. I stopped walking. I genuinely had to run that sentence through twice. Woman? I said. What woman? I'm talking about the zombies. Put down my zombies. Those are mine. That is not a joke I made up afterward. That is what I said, and the look on his face was worth the whole fight. There was a woman with tattoos standing behind him, and she was the dangerous one. While he was posturing, she was thinking. And what she was thinking, out loud, in a bored voice, was that they should take the puppy apart in front of me first, so I would be too upset to fight properly. Then Beard's eyes went up and back over my shoulder for a quarter of a second. I threw myself sideways before I could explain to myself why, and an arrow went through the space my neck had been in and buried itself in my shield. Archer, on the wall behind me. Fine. The sword I had built the night before was called a sharpened alloy tang sword. I had tested it on the corner of a coffee table. The corner came off like the table had agreed to it in advance. Beard brought up a wooden chopping board he had strapped to his forearm as a shield. The sword went through the board, through the arm behind the board, and did not slow down. On the return, it took his head off. 4 fighters, 4 cuts. It was not a battle, it was a demonstration. The tattooed one made her single mistake at the end, which was to grab for the scruff of Erpang's neck. My 20-centimeter puppy inflated to 2 meters. That is the only word for it. Multiplied battle. He went from a thing I could hold in one hand to a wolf the size of a horse in the space of a breath. He stood over her with his head down and his lip up. The sound he made shook the water in the lake. She did not survive the next few seconds. What she did do, at the very end, on the ground, with her eyes going glassy, was look up at me and ask me to finish it properly. Don't let me. I don't want to become one of those things. I stood there and watched the clock instead. 25 seconds. From a survivor's death to a survivor standing back up, 25 seconds. That is a number I needed, and I have used it since, and I got it by watching a woman ask me for mercy and counting instead. I am not going to dress that up for you. Erpang brought the archer back in his teeth a minute later. She had already turned. He put a paw on her, and that was that. What 5 bodies pay out, in case you were wondering whether murder is profitable in this world. 83 energy cores, 97 ring fragments, 55 doses of medicine, a precise longbow, and 283 arrows. Blueprints for bows, arrows, and fencing. And 3 skills I could learn on the spot. Wood gathering, expert climbing, and clothing master. 97 fragments took my ring from level 2 to level 3, 48 slots, plus a garage for vehicles. And a note at the bottom of the upgrade screen, which I read 4 times. At ring level 5, you can store buildings. Buildings. Plural. The world was telling me that if I lived long enough, I could put a house in my pocket. Then I went and finished the 40 or 50 zombies still queuing at my gate because I am not a man who leaves food on the table, and somewhere in that queue the counter in the corner of my eye rolled over. 115 out of 100. Human limit. I want to tell you what that actually feels like because the number does not do it. I walked over to the wall of building 6, took 3 steps at it, and ran up it. Up. Vertically. Past the 2nd floor. Past the 3rd. Hand slapping a windowsill on the 4th for a change of direction, then off the top of the 5th. I landed on the pavement from 15 meters with my knees bent and absolutely nothing wrong with me. 2 days earlier, I had needed 2 hands and a grunt to lift a fire axe. The woman was still tied to the lamppost. She had been watching all of it with an expression I can only describe as a person revising every opinion they have ever held. I cut her loose, gave her a bottle of water and a sausage, and pointed at the gate. Anywhere except here, I said. You're loud. That night, the chat stopped being about water. Somebody on Yingbin Road was typing with the caps lock stuck down. There was a horde coming through, not 30, not 100, an actual river of them with no end to it. And in the river, there were things that were not zombies, things that ran on 4 limbs, and one that was taller than the bus it was walking beside, taller than a bus. Nobody in that chat slept. I read it twice, closed it, and went to build a farm. Mei Ling messaged me at 2 in the morning about a blueprint. Basic water purifier. Turns filthy water into slightly less filthy water. Officially undrinkable. Commercially worthless. Everyone who saw it in the trade channel scrolled straight past. I had 5 meat potato plants on a roof and a lake full of water I could not drink. It's yours, she typed. But I want to know something first. Where do you keep getting blueprints? Fair. Supply crates, and your campus is full of them. I sent her the shape of it. There's a level 3 in there, a gold one. There was a pause. Then she sent me a photograph of a military combat knife with a chip in the edge, and a message saying she had killed 5 or 6 of them with it herself. Thank you very much. She was a 3rd Dan in Taekwondo. Everyone had always assumed she was useless because she was training to be cabin crew. Then she sent me a present, a locked diary, blood-stained. Collect more diaries like this one, and you'll understand the mutated creatures and this world far better. Also, who even keeps a diary? I did not take it for free. I sent her back a pink fleece blanket with a bear printed on it out of a dead family's linen cupboard because a security office at night in a dead city is a cold place to be 19 years old. She sent back a photo of herself wrapped in it with just her eyes showing. Somewhere in that pile of keys was the one that ended my food problem forever. The world named a vehicle for every car key I picked up, and most of them were sedans. The last one said, heavy goods vehicle, 600 horsepower. I found it parked across 2 lanes near the market district with a shipping container still on the trailer, and the hint sitting on that container is the single best sentence this world has ever shown me. There are no zombies here. There are also 5,000 perfectly sealed cans of braised beef. This is luckier than a lottery ticket. 5,000 cans. In one crate. There were 6 crates, 30,000 cans of beef. At 3 cans a day, that is more than 40 years of eating, and the entire thing went into one slot of my ring, and I stood in the road for a second and had a very quiet, very private moment about it. Then, I got in the cab and did something the entire district talked about for a week. I leaned on the horn, 600 horsepower of air horn in a silent city at 9 in the morning. Windows started opening 3 streets away. They came out of the market, out of the alleys, out of the 2nd and 3rd floors, and I mean out of the 2nd and 3rd floors, straight through the glass, onto the pavement, up wrong, and still coming. They climbed the compound gates by standing on each other. The chat lost its mind. Someone was screaming that a survivor had cracked and was staging a suicide. Someone else said a prayer. I put it in gear and drove down a narrow alley at 50 with a 40-foot trailer behind me, and then I reversed back up it, and then I did it again. 3 passes. The collection at the end of that alley came to 236 energy cores, 2,132 units of fertilizer, and 758 units of clean fabric, and the counter went to 251 out of 200. Awakener. Stage 1. Then the world did something it had not done before. It gave me a hidden reward, and it phrased it like a dare. Because I had climbed 2 full tiers in about 2 hours, I was being offered a choice normally not on the menu. I could take both talent trees, gene and energy, body and power at the same time. The catch was that every upgrade from that point on would cost double. Hidden talents are always the correct choice. Max out both sides. You only get to walk this road once. Double price, forever, for 2 engines instead of 1. I took it before the message finished rendering. Strength came first, 50% more power, speed, and reaction, and a body that repaired itself 10 times faster than it should. Then, enlightenment. 10% more damage out, 10% less damage in, and a 20% better chance that a corpse gives up a core. Next tier, 800, times 2, 1600. I looked at that number and started planning the largest hunting operation anyone on this planet had attempted, and I funded it by selling weapons to strangers. Here is the model, and I am not ashamed of it. I learned wood gathering off a dead archer, went through the compound's ornamental trees, and came out with 240 units of timber and 65 saplings. I planted the saplings. A hint had mentioned that in 30 days an unmutated tree would be a rare and valuable thing. Then I built 20 precise longbows. Arrows from these bows adjust their own flight. A man who has never shot anything in his life can hit a moving skull at 40 meters. I did not sell them for cores. I sold them for whatever the buyer had too much of, because the point was never the bow. The point was that a bow needs arrows, and arrows are gone the moment you fire them, and there was exactly 1 factory in this city. Guoqiang, ex-military, paid 5 cores and asked for 2 more. Someone traded me a skill crystal, primary eye of insight. And then there was Zhou Ming. Locked inside a water treatment station with 15 10-liter drums of clean water and no way to kill the thing outside his door. He had been trying to give that water away for 2 days with no takers. I asked for 10 drums for 1 bow, 10 out of 15, for a stick with a string on it. He agreed in about 4 seconds, which told me exactly how bad his afternoon had been. So when I sent the bow, I put 50 arrows in the package instead of the 10 I had promised. He thanked me. Then he went into the public channel and told 400 people that I was the most generous trader in the city. That is the whole trick, by the way. Take everything they have, then hand back a fistful of the thing that costs you nothing, and they will do your advertising for free and mean every word of it. Chen Guojun himself bought 10 bows, paid 90 cores, plus 2 diesel generators, plus barrels of diesel and gasoline, plus 178 units of steel. That is when Mei Ling sent me everything she owned. All of it. Her cores, her medicine, her maps, the knife with the chip in it, and then a photograph of herself smiling in a dark security office with a message underneath. I'm really glad I got to meet you before I die. The campus had gone bad. She had been watching it on the monitors. Things that ran on all 4s were pulling grown men in half in the courtyard, men well over 6 foot, like it was nothing. Prowler, mutated zombie type 2. Fast, and its senses are sharp. It drops a great many energy cores. As long as you don't meet one in an enclosed space, your odds in open ground are extremely good. Let me be honest with you about my own head here, because I have no interest in coming out of this story looking better than I am. I was not about to risk my life for a girl I had known for 3 days over a chat window. I sat there and I thought about it in exactly those words. But the odds were good, and the cores were many, and the campus had a gold crate in it, so I sent her a bottle of water and a sausage, and when she started typing an apology for taking charity, I cut her off. Who said it was free? 2 jobs. 1. Watch that thing on your cameras and tell me where it goes. 2. You're selling my bows from now on. You get a cut. The typing indicator went for a long time before her answer came. Yes, boss. Funny how fast a person comes back to life when you give them a job instead of a rescue. Before I went hunting, I built a wall, and building it is how I found out what awakening had actually done to me. I put my shoulder into the back of a parked sedan and it moved. Not rocked, moved across a lane, tires squealing sideways. So I stopped pushing and got my hands under the sill of the next one and rolled a full ton of car onto its side like a man flipping a mattress. By evening, I had a wall of vehicles across the mouth of the street with one gap left in it, 1 meter wide at the far end. Then I stepped up onto the roof of a car that still had a working battery and jumped. The alarm went off like the end of the world, which, to be fair, they came from everywhere. Out of shops, out of stairwells, out of the underground parking, down the street in a mass that filled it curb to curb, and every single one of them funneled toward 1 meter of gap with a man standing in it. The first wave hit and stopped. The second wave climbed the first. They came over the top of the wall using their own kind as a ramp, which was new and which I did not enjoy. Airpang took my back. 20 centimeters of puppy in front, 2 meters of wolf the instant something got behind me. The alloy sword went through a body vertically, top to bottom, and out, and I did not feel it catch on anything at all. That is when the restaurant door came off its hinges. The thing that came through it moved on 4 limbs with its head turned the wrong way round, facing backward over its own spine, and the sound that came out of it was a woman's scream played back at 4 times the volume it was recorded at. It was loud enough that my riot shield tore out of my hand and skidded 20 meters down the street. Prowler. It came off the wall of a building sideways, and I got my forearm up and caught its wrist about 3 centimeters from my throat, and there we stood, straining, its face upside down and level with mine. So I told it about itself. Your senses are too good, I said. Sound hurts you. Light hurts you. That scream of yours has to come out of a throat, and a throat is on the outside. It did not care for the feedback. I put the sword through its neck and took the head clean off, and it kept fighting me, which is the exact moment the world decided to be helpful. A prowler's central nervous system is not in the brain, it's in the spine, so I split it lengthways instead. 50 cores from the body, 10 more out of the collection, plus a vial of something the world called Evolver blood, a sheet of tough leather, and a pair of claws sharper than my sword. The vending machine on the corner was the most humiliating hint I ever received. I was thirsty, it was full of drinks, and I had a fist raised at the glass when the box appeared. This machine's security is comparable to an ATM. You can't expect to get anything out of it without cash. Fine, I thought, and drew my arm back further. It's also wired to the nearest police station and to the district public address system. If I were you, I wouldn't. I stood there in an empty street with my fist in the air at the end of the human world, being told off by a soda machine that was still on the network. So I took out 325 yuan of dead men's cash and fed it in note by note. I bought every single item in that machine for about 100 yuan, and I want it on the record that I am the last person in this city who paid for anything. The gas station 2 blocks on gave me 4 full barrels, and nobody billed me for those, so it evens out. The shopping mall is where I met the first thing that made me put a hand on the wall. There are several mutated Type 2 zombies here, be careful. There is also a level 2 supply crate in the 3rd floor gym. The ground floor was empty. Understand what that means. A mall, mid-afternoon on the day the world ended, and the ground floor is clear. No bodies, no crowd, nothing. An empty room in this city is scarier than a full one, because an empty room means everything that used to be in it went somewhere on purpose. They had all gone up to the 2nd floor, and they were all standing around the doors of the children's play center, packed shoulder to shoulder, patient, in absolute silence. There were people inside those doors, had been for days. I cleared that floor, and I did it without any of the survivors inside ever opening up to look, which tells you what those days had been like. 3rd floor. The escalator brought me up into a room with 3 prowlers in it. One on the floor, one on the wall, one hanging off the ceiling, and behind them something 2 meters tall and blue-green with a bloated abdomen that moved on its own. Mutated Type 2 zombie, poison insect breeder. She spat, and the spit came out in a wide arc and ate a hole in a display case, and inside the acid there were things with legs. I want to be clear that I dealt with this in the most cowardly way available, and I would do it again. I let her spit at me, and I put a prowler in the way. It came apart. Something with 4 legs and no business being alive crawled out of the middle of it, and then I used the thing the level 2 crate had given me 20 minutes earlier. That crate had been sitting in the women's shower room of the gym. I mention that only because the hint that got me to it was better. There were wind chimes over the gym door, and the world asked me, quite reasonably, whether I thought zombies would enjoy a pleasant tinkling sound. I took them down one at a time with 2 fingers and did not breathe. Inside, a talent crystal, a blueprint for energy armor, and a bag of advanced pet food. The pet food took Air Pong from cub to adolescent and taught him Call of the Wild, which is the skill where my dog makes 2 more dogs out of nothing. The talent crystal gave me 2 things, Rage and Energy Gathering Strike. That second one draws a red and blue line up the inside of your wrist, and then you point your palm at a problem. I pointed my palm at the poison insect breeder. She burst like a water balloon dropped off a roof, and every single insect on that floor, in the air, on the tiles, inside the walls, dropped dead in the same instant. Kill the mother, the children stop. Erpang and his 2 wolves took the last prowler apart in 3 directions at once. 260 cores plus 52 more from the collection. 522 out of 1600. On the way down the escalator, I met the survivors from the play center, coming up. 9 of them, filthy, armed with chair legs, led by nobody. Their leader had been a man they called Brother Han. He had reached the human limit, gone up to the 3rd floor 2 days earlier with 12 people, and lasted under a minute. They looked at the 3rd floor behind me, then at me. Then at the sword, which was not even dirty. Are you? One of them could not finish it. Started again. Are you a human or a zombie? I rode the escalator down past them without answering, because there was nothing to say that would not cost me something, and walked out into the street. By the time they got themselves down to the doors, I was gone, and so was every zombie on that avenue, and I think that bothered them more than the question did. That evening, I took my binoculars up to the roof and looked at the university, and I stopped being pleased with myself. The campus was black with them, not hundreds. Thousands, a tide of bodies filling every path and lawn between the buildings, moving in slow currents like water going down a drain. Prowlers running along the tops of the walls, bloated blue-green shapes among the crowd, more than one. And behind the teaching block, something reached up and put a hand on the roof, and the roof was 3 floors up, and all I ever saw of it was the hand. At the campus gate, the security post had been folded in half, not the wall, the steel, reinforcing bar, thumb thick, bent double, and pulled out of the concrete. A prowler cannot do that. A prowler is a knife. This was a hammer. My first thought was that Mei Ling had been sitting in a room 90 meters from whatever bent that bar, and that she had stopped answering an hour ago. My second thought was that I had not felt my chest go cold like that since the first day, over a girl I had never once seen in person. Then my phone lit up with a message from her, and I discovered I had been holding my breath long enough for it to hurt. On the 4th night, the streetlights did not come on. I had gotten used to them. Everyone had. They were the last habit the old world still had, a timer somewhere still doing its job. When 8 o'clock came and the city stayed black, 400 people in the chat understood the same thing at the same moment. The last engineer had finally stopped being alive somewhere. It was dark in a way I have never experienced. Not dim, not gloomy. I held my hand in front of my face and there was no hand. The taps stopped too, about 10 minutes later, when the pressure in the pipes gave out. So I did 2 things. First, I set a flashlight on the floor pointing straight up at the ceiling, which is a trick every kid works out at a sleepover and which turns one beam into a whole lit room. Second, I took out one of the diesel generators I had squeezed out of Chen Guojun for 10 longbows, wired it into Building 8's main panel, and pulled the lever. My entire building came on at once. 11 floors of it, every hallway, every stairwell, blazing away in the middle of a dead black city, sitting on an island in the middle of a lake. I stood on the roof and looked at it and thought, that's beautiful, and did not think one single further thought about it. Everyone else in the district thought several further thoughts about it, and they thought them while looking through binoculars. I found out later, from the chat logs, which I read the way you read a letter about yourself that was never meant for you, somebody in a tower 900 meters away had a pair of field glasses and had been watching the glowing building on the island for an hour. He reported in real time, there is a plate of meat. He is eating meat. There is a bottle of soda, a big one, 2 liters. That is a bed. That is an actual bed made up with pillows. He has changed clothes. Those are silk pajamas. He is walking toward the bathroom. He has a towel. Guys, he is taking a shower. Somebody in that channel typed that he had been drinking rainwater out of a bucket for 3 days. Somebody else typed a single word and then left the channel. I closed the blackout curtains at 11:30 because the light was in my eyes and went to sleep on a mattress the size of a small country, entirely unaware that I had become the most watched broadcast in the district. The diary was locked, and the lock was a joke, and I read the whole thing that night with the generator humming under my feet. The 17th of May, 2012. A medical council. Ordinary influenza, they said. Herd immunity will handle it. The 20th of May. The Dragon Kingdom begins building very high walls around its cities. International media find this hilarious. There are cartoons. The 25th of July. The walls are finished. 2 months, start to finish. 12th of August. The virus mutates. Curfew. Shoot to kill at the wall line. Nobody is laughing at the walls anymore. The cartoons stop. The 25th of August. The university is one of the last refugees. There is a bomb shelter under the stadium. There are thousands of people outside the gates trying to get in. The man writing this diary sits in a lit room and writes down that he hopes the soldiers do not open them. Then he writes underneath it that he is ashamed of having written that. Then he does not cross it out. The 29th of September. It is not just people anymore. Plants are changing. Insects are changing. Things that get killed are getting back up. The army, he writes, no longer exists as a thing you could call an army. The 12th of October, a soldier shot himself in the shelter corridor. There are gangs in the shelter now. We have decided to take 3 of the armed mechs. The 7th of November, a drill worm came up through the floor and took the shelter. I got 1 mech out, but this world is not the world anymore. That is the last entry. The bottom corner of the page is stiff and brown. So, under that stadium, under all those thousands of zombies, there is a shelter with food in it and weapons in it, and there are mechs. Mei Ling bought me a drone. She traded a single longbow for a camera drone with a proper controller and got 3 energy cores thrown in on top. Then she stayed up until 3 in the morning working the trade channel on my behalf, closing deals while I slept. In the morning, I had 25 more cores and 4 new skills sitting in my inventory. Sharpshooter, general driving, steel gathering, and basic mechanical enhancement. She had not asked me for anything. She just worked and sent me a summary at 3:04 a.m. with a tired little emoji at the end of it. The meat potatoes came in that morning, 5 plants, 30 pounds of food, which is a week of eating, and 50 seeds, which is a 10 times return, which means in 11 days I am feeding 100 people if I want to. I put a wooden fence around the whole island, gate and all, not because a fence stops anything, because a fence says taken. Then I told Erpong to stay. He did not understand the concept. He kept trotting after me and looking up with his ears forward. So I crouched down and said it plainly, "This is your house, I am going out, you are staying," and something behind his eyes went click. He walked back to the gate, he sat down in front of it, and when I looked back from the far side of the bridge, he was still sitting there, facing me, with his ears down. I have taken a lot of things from a lot of people in this world. That look cost me more than any of them. The drone went over the campus at 400 feet and showed me everything. Under the flagpole, a ramp down into the ground, and a shelter door standing open, and in the yard beside it, still parked where somebody had abandoned it, 4 meters of armed mech, 4 arms, a thermal cannon, an Alliance combat sword, a heavy shield, rocket pods on the shoulders, boosters on the back. Past that, in the center of the sports field, a supply crate the size of a minibus. Gold. Level 3. Around the crate, dozens of prowlers and the bloated blue-green ones and something else. Mutated Type 3 zombie. Titan. 4 meters tall, gray, muscle piled on muscle in the wrong places, and completely, aggressively naked. I would like to formally state that whatever this world is doing, it did not need to do that. 10,000 psychic damage in one look. The Titan lifted its head, tracked the drone, crouched, and jumped, and caught it out of the air at 15 meters like a man catching a fly. The last frame the drone ever sent was a wide shot of the campus, and in the corner of it, the little security post by the west gate, with a light on inside. Now, there was no chance whatsoever of me walking into that campus, which is why I did not walk. I cleared a lane through the streets with my hands, shoving cars aside like shopping trolleys, and then I got up into the cab of 600 horsepower of heavy goods vehicle and put my foot down. I hit the university's main gate at 80 and took both leaves of it off the hinges. Then it was 1,000 meters of driving through zombies, which I do not recommend. They do not go under the wheels the way you expect. They come up onto the hood and over the windscreen, and you drive by memory. I came into the sports field at speed, cut the wheel hard, and put a 40-foot trailer into a drift around the mech. The trailer swung, and everything standing in a 15-meter arc stopped standing, and for about 2.5 seconds, there was a clean, empty circle of grass with an armed mech in the middle of it. I went out the door, hit the ground running, put my hand flat on 4 meters of military hardware, and it vanished into the garage slot of my ring. I was back in the cab before the circle closed. The handprint started hitting the door about a second after I pulled it shut. The regional chat was silent for 4 full seconds, which for 400 panicking people is roughly a geological era. I got 200 meters down the road before I realized I had passengers. 2 prowlers had latched onto the container and were riding it, and no amount of swerving was shaking them off. So I stopped the truck and got out. The chat, which could see the truck from 3 separate buildings, immediately concluded I was dead. Someone typed that this was a shame, he seemed useful. Someone else typed, without any apparent embarrassment, that they should note the location so they could collect the body afterward. The one on top of the container jumped and I cut it out of the air before its feet left the steel. The second one was cleverer. It went under the trailer and came up at me between the wheels from below where I had no angle. I put my palm down at it and let the red and blue line do the talking, and the strike went in under the jaw and out along the spine, which by then I knew was the only address that matters. I stepped up onto the roof of the container and there was not one drop of anything on my clothes. That night I built the energy armor from the blueprint. It looks like a bracelet. When something is about to hit you, it deploys, and I tested the fall protection by stepping off the roof of an 11-story building on purpose, which is either confidence or a mental health incident depending on who you ask. 642 out of 1600. And under the stadium, behind 1,000 zombies and a 4-meter naked titan, there was a shelter door standing open with the lights still on inside. 20 units of steel and 1 mechanical enhancement skill later, the mech was mine and working. There is no steering wheel, 3 pedals, and the third one is jump. 2 control grips for the arms, and you turn the whole thing by turning your own shoulders inside the cockpit, 5 or 6 meters straight up off the third pedal, and if you hit the boosters at the top of the arc, you hang there. I spent half a day learning which panel did what, and I tested the legs by kicking a zombie down the length of a street, and I am not going to pretend that was research. I came back to the truck to find 3 men in black trying to get into my container. Katanas, all 3 at the exceptionally strong tier. Behind them, a woman holding a frying pan, and my eye of insight said she was nothing at all, an ordinary human being with a kitchen implement. One of them shouted a long sentence at me in Japanese. I don't understand a word, I said. Talk like a person. They came at me together, and I went through the 3 of them in one pass. The woman dropped the frying pan and started screaming in perfect Mandarin. She was an exchange student. She did not know these men. She had always loved this country. She emptied her ring on the pavement to prove it, a school uniform, a costume with cat ears on the hood, a frying pan. I took a pack of noodles, a soda, and 1 energy core, and I let her go. I let her go on purpose. She ran 300 meters, and then she looked back, and then she stood completely still for 10 seconds with her eyes unfocused, which in this world means one thing only. She was typing into a chat window. And while she typed, her face changed. The terror slid off it like a coat coming off a hook, and what was underneath was cold and bored and about 40 degrees more intelligent. A black SUV came for her 4 minutes later. I ran behind that car for 2 kilometers. They stopped at an alley off the market district, and I went up the fire escape of the building opposite and lay flat on the roof and watched 8 men with katanas set up a stage. 2 zombies pinned to the alley wall with pitchforks, alive, thrashing. 4 men behind a dumpster on the left, 3 more behind the corner on the right. And Minako, standing in the mouth of the alley, doing her makeup in reverse. She pulled her hair loose. She scuffed dirt on her cheek. She tore her sleeve, tested the sound of a scream, adjusted it, and picked up the frying pan. Ready! One of the men ran her through it like a stage manager. Run 20 meters, don't look back, turn right at the end. Mandarin only, no Japanese, not one word. She waved him off, irritated. It's not my first time. Then she screamed, and it was a very good scream. And 40 seconds later, Chen Guojun walked into the market square with 6 men and a longbow he had bought from me. He put 2 arrows into 2 zombies from 30 meters, which is what my bows are for, and the woman fell at his feet sobbing. Please, there are 2 more of us trapped back there, she said. We've got a whole crate of ring fragments. Take it, all of it. Just get them out. Ring fragments. The only currency in this world that you cannot farm and cannot buy, and can only take off a human being. I watched 6 grown men's faces do the same thing at the same time. To be fair to Chen Guojun, he thought about it. He stood there and waited out loud, and what he said was that if there were too many zombies in that alley, they would abandon whoever was in there, and I respected the honesty of it. Then he took 2 men and walked in. 7 katanas came out of the shadows, 3 at the front, 4 behind, and a knife went under Chen Guojun's jaw before he got his bow up. Minako strolled in after them with her hair still artfully wrecked. You built a survivor camp, she said. We built a hunting camp. The wolf hunts meat. The dog eats what the wolf leaves. You are meat. Does a third option count? 8 heads went up. I had been sitting on the roof directly above them for 4 minutes, and not one of the professionals had looked up. Chen Guojun saw me and did the single most decent thing anybody has done in front of me since the world ended. He screamed at me to run and get help. Hold on, I said. Quick question first. If I save you, what's in it for me? There is a specific noise a man makes when he is being held at knife point and also being negotiated with. Chen Guojun made it. Do you have any bottom at all? Think about it from my side. I could wait until they finish with you, then kill them, then take everything. Both piles. Nobody would ever know. I let that sit. The fact that I'm bargaining instead is honestly extremely ethical of me. Fine, half. Half of everything we took out of the supermarket. Deal. Then I stepped off the roof. 3 of them came apart in one movement on the way past. The other 4 lasted slightly longer in the sense that they had time to turn around. Minako backed into the wall with a hostage in front of her and the knife against his throat, screaming that she would kill their leader. Sorry, I said. I don't take threats. He already promised me half, and I've got it on record. If his people don't hand it over, I'll kill all of them and take everything, so honestly you're not holding anything I need. I kept walking. But you're dying either way. I gave you one chance to walk away. You lied to me and came back with 7 friends. The division of the supermarket spoils was handled by Chen Guojun's accountant, a thin, miserable man named Liu Jianbo. He counted out half of everything down to the last packet of vermicelli. Then he reported, in the flat voice of a man reading a balance sheet at a funeral, that the number of noodle packs had been odd, so they had taken the extra one, but that they had compensated Mr. Li with a spare bag of vermicelli. I did not react. Chen Guojun waited until I was 30 meters away before he started screaming at him. 8 hunters collected came to 350 cores plus 70 on top, 275 ring fragments, a samurai sword blueprint, 15 special ability enhancement potions, 3 reconnaissance drones, and a hotel keycard, ring level 3 to 4, 72 slots, and space for 2 vehicles. I got home that night to a wolf who had been sitting at the gate for 11 hours, and to a small tidy problem in the corner of the yard. Mutant beast droppings can be used as fertilizer. Effectiveness is slightly lower than standard mutated fertilizer. That, I told the world, is more information than I asked for. I covered it with dirt like a normal person. The next morning, the chat had a traitor in it. A man called Sun Kong was praising the Japanese hunting party in public. Real warriors, real spirit. They saved a woman while our own people did nothing. He posted a photo as proof. The man in the photo was Chen Guojun, Chinese, ours. The one who had walked into an alley for a stranger and come within a knife's width of dying for it. The channel took Sun Kang apart. Chen Guojun told the story straight, including the part where he was on his knees, and finished by saying that an incredible person had come out of nowhere and killed all 8 of them alone. He did not give my name, not once, not to anyone, and nobody had asked him not to. I made a note about Chen Guojun that day. The note said, "This one notices things." On day 5, the world unlocked organizations and gave everyone 3 doors. Door 1, a shelter, 10 people, cheap. Door 2, a survivor camp, 100 people, what Chen Guojun had. Door 3 was grayed out for almost everyone alive. You can only open it if your combat power ranks in the top 1,000 on this planet. It cost 1,000 energy cores, and the price went up every day it stayed unbought. A secret organization. I read the terms 3 times. Members cannot betray you. Not will not. Cannot. The leader can teleport to any member, anywhere. The leader may take personal retainers. I paid. I named it Nightmare, because everyone standing with me sleeps well, and everyone standing across from me does not. There were 100 emblems to choose from, one for each of the strongest 100 beings on Blue Star, and I took the dragon and I did not agonize about it for even 1 second. At the base of the altar there were 7 empty sockets, special energy cores only. My ordinary cores would not go in, and there was no explanation of where special ones come from, which is this world's favorite way of telling you that something enormous exists and you are not invited yet. On the roof upstairs, 380 meat potatoes came out of the soil, and 500 seeds with them. I now had a private army of 1 man, 1 wolf, a farm, a mech, and a food supply measured in decades. So I went for a walk to loosen up. The main street had refilled with zombies overnight, the way a lake refills. I put a pistol round into a prowler on a rooftop, which did absolutely nothing to the prowler and absolutely everything to the neighborhood, and every dead thing in 6 blocks came running. That was the point. An hour on the roof of a bus and then down inside the crowd. 3 prowlers came at me in the air at the same time, and my energy armor caught claws a centimeter off my chest, and I killed all 3 before I landed. At one point, I punched a zombie in the chest, and it took 5 more down behind it like a bowling alley. 450 cores, 90 more from the collection, 11 assault rifles, 3,217 rounds, 33 grenades, and 1 oddly shaped key. Congratulations. This key opens the armory of the Tianyang University shelter. Welcome to the age of firearms. And just like that, the rule I had lived by for 5 days flipped upside down. Gunfire used to be suicide, because gunfire brings the horde. But I want the horde. I have always wanted the horde. Every one of them is a core with legs. Noise is not a risk anymore. Noise is free advertising. Which brings me to the campus and to the 4-meter naked problem standing on it. I drove the mech in through the ruined gate and put the first rocket into the middle of the crowd. The crater it left was 5 meters across. Then I braced for the world to tell me I had just destroyed 600 energy cores. Energy crystal cores cannot be destroyed. Cannot be destroyed. Gentlemen, we are going to be using explosives. Half the district watched that fight from their rooftops. I have read the chat log. Somebody typed, in all caps, that there was a Gundam at the university. Somebody asked if this was a military rescue. Somebody said a prayer to a machine. I opened with rockets and swept the field with twin heavy machine guns that picked their own targets and only shot heads. A poison insect breeder took a direct hit and stopped being a problem and became a very unpleasant weather event. Then I put a full pod of rockets into the dust cloud where the Titan was standing. The Titan walked out of the smoke with one scorch mark on its shoulder. This creature is extremely difficult to kill. You need to destroy more than 30% of its tissue. 30% of that. So I used the electromagnetic cannon, which had exactly one charge in it. The bolt went through the Titan and did not stop. It jumped from the Titan to the zombies packed around it and ran the whole crowd like a fuse, hundreds of them going down in a spreading circle of light. The Titan itself was picked up off its feet and driven backward through the wall of the teaching block. It got up, 25%. Then it reached down, tore a section of wall out of the building with the reinforcing bar still in it, and threw it at me, and 4 meters of mech went over backward. So I stopped being clever. I took the mech straight up on the boosters, 30, 40, 50 meters, until the campus was a map. Then I rolled it nose down, put every booster to full, and came back at the ground at something north of 300 kilometers an hour with the Alliance blade held out in front of me. The impact took the windows out of the teaching block. The dust hung there for a long time, and then, out of the cloud, the Titan came walking forward, except it was not walking. It was being carried by 4 mechanical arms, and when the mech reached the edge of the crater, it tossed the body aside like a man dropping a bag of cement. The chat did not type words for a while. Just noise. My cockpit was full of the smell of burning insulation and a countdown that said 20 minutes of power remaining. That is when 5 men walked out from behind the gym with knives, exchange students. They had watched the whole fight from cover. They had correctly worked out that a mech that just did that has nothing left, and they had come to finish me and claim the Titan's body. I got the hatch open and stepped out, and whatever was on my face made all 5 of them stop walking at once. Then the head of the man in front came apart, and half a second later I heard the shot. 4 more shots. 4 more men, including 2 who were running a proper broken zigzag, which does not help you when the person shooting can do that. The last one I saved because I wanted him alive and talking, and I saved him by putting my sword up and knocking a sniper round out of the air. I want to be clear that I did not know I could do that until I did it. Then I put my boot on his back and waited to meet the people I had just annoyed. A dozen soldiers came out of the buildings in a proper spread formation. Dragon Kingdom Special Forces, every one of them at the human limit, 2 or 3 of them right on the edge of awakening. Their captain introduced himself as Zhao Longchuan, and I liked him immediately, which is not something I say often. He looked at the field, thousands of bodies, cores lying in the grass like spilled change, more wealth than his entire unit had accumulated since the world ended. "We won't take any of it," he said. "We kill our own zombies." I asked him if he was serious. "We're soldiers. Our duty is to stand between civilians and foreign enemies. The world ending doesn't cancel that." He said it the way other people say what time it is. I'm not giving up my convictions just because everything else did. Their sniper came down off a 3rd-floor window ledge without making a sound. Lin Shu. Short hair, longer legs than the fire escape had been designed for, and a distinctly frosty attitude toward me, which I eventually worked out was because I had swatted her bullet out of the sky in front of her entire unit. And then they brought forward a survivor they had picked up in the West Gatehouse, and she came around the side of the truck holding a chipped military knife, and I knew that face from a photograph. Mei Ling is better looking in person than in her avatar, which is a sentence I have never been able to say about anybody else. She got about 4 words in before she went red, put both hands over her hair, and said it had been 6 days since she had washed it. Given the circumstances, I thought that was a very brave thing to be worried about. Then she turned around and saw her captain. They had not seen each other in 7 years. He had gone into the army when she was 12. I stood a few meters away and looked at the sky and let those 2 have it. The news the soldiers had was bad in a way that made my stomach fold up. A horde was coming south, not a crowd. A horde. Their reconnaissance put it above 100,000 with a dozen Titans in it and prowlers by the 100, and it would reach the city in 3 days. They had a camp in the south, Wolfang, next to a military base. They wanted me in it. I said no. "If a pack of zombies can push me out of my house," I said, "what exactly do you think I'm going to do in 24 days? That number came out of my mouth before I decided to say it. Zhao Longquan's face changed when he heard it. I could see him deciding, in real time, that this lunatic actually intends to stand in front of 100,000 zombies by himself. They formed up and marched out through a field carpeted with energy cores, and not one of those soldiers looked down. At the gate, Mei Ling turned around. Li Ming, both hands cupped around her mouth. You have to survive, you hear me? You have to. I raised a hand without turning around because I did not have a good face on at that moment. Then I spent an hour harvesting that field. 5,320 cores, plus 1,064 on top. 13,725 units of fertilizer, 22 vials of Evolver blood. The Titan alone gave up 600 cores and one bottle labeled Subjugation Potion. Use on a player of lower rank. After use, the target's mind is rewritten and they become a loyal servant. I looked at that bottle for a long time and then put it in the deepest slot I had, 7,736 out of 1,600. Awakener Stage 2, and then straight through it into Stage 3 in a single afternoon. And in the middle of the sports field, the gold crate the size of a minibus finally opened. A talent crystal. A blueprint for corrosive bombs with a note attached explaining that corrosive damage works beautifully on enemies with high physical resistance, such as, for example, Titans, which would have been magnificent information 40 minutes earlier. 2 more bags of advanced pet food, the only subjugation potion blueprint in the world, and a special energy core, gathering enhancement. It went into one of the 7 empty sockets on my altar, and from that moment, every member of Nightmare collected every corpse they killed automatically at the instant of the kill without lifting a finger. The talent crystal gave me 2 more lines. Cat reflexes, maxed, double dodge, double speed, double reaction. And wealthy, maxed, 60% more loot, which stacks with the 20% I already had. I was now officially the luckiest looter on Blue Star, which left the man under my boot. His name was Silas, and he was extremely cooperative in the way people are when they have watched 5 friends die in 4 seconds. He told me there was a safe place, the cafeteria. His group had been sheltering there for days, not a single zombie in it. He would show me. He would take me right to the door. He took me right to the door. Behind this door there are 30 hungry zombies. They pose no threat to you. You're absolutely sure it's safe in there? Yes, I swear. We sleep in there. Great, I said, and picked him up by the neck like a chicken and threw him through the door. He got out 1 sentence on the way in. I was joking. I closed the door and counted to 25, and then I opened it and there were 31 of them. The freezer key had come off a zombie in a chef's apron. Behind that door, 4 pig carcasses, 1 whole cow, 2 sheep, and case after case of prepared food, 72 portions of fries, 48 of squid, 96 bags of prawn crackers, 300-gram steaks in bulk. And the dry store, which opened with one of Mei Ling's 5 keys, was oil, sauces, salt, sugar, and 11 boxes of hot pot base. Everyone else in this city was eating expired biscuits. I now owned a restaurant. The shelter under the stadium was the first place in this world that made me want to leave. It's terrifyingly dark down here. The good news is that there's no threat to you. Night vision on, the world went green. Corridor, bunk rooms, a mess hall with the chairs still pushed in, and writing on the walls in a substance I did not examine closely. Help. This is hell. I curse you all to die. Then the doors. They were security doors, 5 centimeters of steel, and they were bulged outward, not broken. Bulged, like something enormous had leaned on them from the inside and the metal had simply agreed to stretch. I hit one with everything I had at Awakener Stage 3, with both talent trees maxed. It dented. Slightly. Whatever did that is not something I can fight. That was not a fun thought to have 50 meters underground in the dark. Beyond it was a laboratory with a sign that said Raven T325. 12 growth tanks with shapes suspended in cloudy fluid. Behind an observation window, a dried-out body still sitting in a chair. And the walls of that room were covered in scratch marks that started at the door and went all the way around. I took the laptop off the desk. Experiment logs. That was all I took. And in the floor of the main hall there was a hole as wide as a car. This hole is 53 meters deep. At your current strength, if you jump in, there is a 90% chance of a sprained ankle, a 35% chance of a fracture, and a 100% chance of being unable to climb back out. You could just say don't jump. Something had come up through that floor, from below, which meant that the real enemy in this world was not walking around the streets where I could see it. The armory made up for a lot. 100 M16 rifles, 5 anti-materiel sniper rifles, 1 anti-tank gun, 20 exoskeletons, 200 grenades, 120 laser trip mines, 80 blocks of C4, 100,000 rounds of ammunition, 4 spare energy cores for a mech, and 2 more mechs standing in their bays with the dust sheets still on. On the way out, I pushed my faithful 600 horsepower truck nose first into the 53-meter hole because it no longer fit in my life and its historical mission was complete. Jiangbei is the district on the north bank, and something was wrong with it. Somebody had written a message on the wall of the convention center in a red substance, 4 meters high, and they had written it in simplified characters. We're in Jiangbei. There's food here. Chinese characters, on the north bank, in a district that had gone quiet. I ran up 45 floors of an unfinished tower to look at it properly. 4 bridges cross that river, and 2 of them are down. That leaves the wide one, Hui Huang, and a narrow single-lane thing called Yongyu. And through the binoculars at the Onsen Hotel, I found men in black moving in pairs. I also still had a keycard in my ring, taken off a woman with a frying pan, and it opened a love hotel 2 streets from the onsen. Their whole operation was 300 meters wide. Here is what they were doing in there, and I am going to tell it to you the short way, because the long way is not something I am willing to describe. Sun Kang, the man who had been praising them in the chat, was live streaming to the whole region with a bowl of ramen in front of him, telling 400 starving Chinese survivors to come north. Free food, safe walls, a little light work, sweeping up, washing dishes. The second the stream ended, they put handcuffs on him. One of them spat on the floor beside his shoe and said something about the pig having eaten a whole bowl. They told Sun Kang the cuffs were for his own protection. He believed them. The man running it was a counselor named Yoshida, who had arrived in this world with his secretary and his bodyguard, and had apparently decided that the end of civilization was a research opportunity. There was an empty swimming pool behind the hotel, 4 meters deep, with netting stretched across the top. They put Chinese survivors in the pool, then they put a prowler in with them, and they stood on the edge and took notes. That is how those people had learned that it takes 25 seconds for the dead to get up, and that a scratch kills you in somewhere between 4 and 24 hours. Yoshida liked to give the people in the pool advice before he sent the prowler down. Try striking the spine, he would say. It was a theory he had. 7 people died proving the theory wrong. I watched all of that through a scope from a rooftop, and I did not feel angry exactly. Anger is loud. What I felt was the specific, quiet, arithmetic calm of a man deciding on an order of operations. Meanwhile, one of their patrols was standing on my bridge. Tanaka's squad had crossed the river hunting for supply caches and found my island, and they reported it back like men who had won a lottery. Buildings, a fence, crops in the ground, a whole farm, undefended. There's nothing guarding it, Tanaka said. Just a little dog. Kill the dog, said Yoshida. Set an ambush in the house. When the owner comes home, leave nobody alive. Now, I need you to understand Pang's day up to this point. His bowl was empty. It had been empty for 2 hours. He had licked it to a mirror finish. He was, by his own estimation, starving to death, and he had been sitting at the gate since dawn, watching the bridge for the man who fills the bowl. So when 6 strangers came over that bridge, Pang did not growl. He was afraid that if he made a noise, they might leave. He wagged his tail. Tanaka crouched down about 3 meters away and held out an empty hand and made the noises you make at a puppy. Come here, little one. Look what I've got. He had nothing in his hand. He just wanted the dog to come close because he thought it would be funnier that way. He asked the others whether they had ever eaten dog before. He said the young ones are the most tender. Pang trotted toward him, drooling, tail going. And then Pang stopped being 20 centimeters long. 3 meters, nose to tail. 1.5 meters at the shoulder. He came up out of the ground like a brown bear standing out of a river, and the first thing that happened to Tanaka was that he stopped having the hand he had been holding out. Katanas do not cut that fur. I checked afterward. There were clean strikes on him that had not reached skin. The rifle rounds left scorch marks and nothing else. Then he called, and 2 more wolves the size of lions came around the side of the house. 6 of them, under a minute. And here is the part that got me, when I came home and saw it. Pang had eaten exactly the meat he wanted and left every single body lying in the yard, intact, arranged more or less in a row. He had watched me collect corpses for a week. He had worked out that the bodies were valuable to me. My starving dog had left me the paperwork. Back at the onsen, the prowlers got out of the pool. They did not get out. I let them out, from 150 meters away, with 1 shot into the frame holding the netting. Because there were more than 100 men in that hotel, and I am fast, but I am not 100 men fast. The moment the shooting started, the one that mattered would go out a back door with a ring full of everything they had taken, and I would spend a week hunting him through a district I do not know. Prowlers hunt by sense. They go where the living are. They would clear that building floor by floor and push whatever was hiding at the top of it out into the open. So I sat on a rooftop with a rifle across my knees and listened to a hotel come apart and waited. 14 minutes later, a black SUV came out of the underground parking at speed. There you are. 2 rounds, 2 tires, and the SUV kissed a bridge support hard enough to fold the hood. The man who got out of the passenger side was Maeda Kenji, Awakener Stage 1, the counselor's bodyguard, wearing knuckle dusters with spikes on them. My eye of insight said his rank had not come from zombies. You do not get to that tier in 6 days off the dead. He had gone up the ladder on people. He dodged my first shot, which was genuinely impressive. He walked through the next 4 on full auto without appearing to notice, which was more impressive. Then he came in with a right hand aimed at my temple. I do not remember deciding anything. There was a man in front of me, and then there was a crater in the asphalt with a man in it, and the cracks ran out 3 meters in every direction. One punch. 255 cores, another 204 on collection, 107 ring fragments. Counselor Yoshida ran. He got about 40 meters, and on the way he shoved his own secretary backward into my path, and I heard him tell her, without slowing down, that in times like these, everyone has to rely on themselves. I came around the far side of a parked bus and stood in the road in front of him, and I have to hand it to him, the man was a professional. The panic came off his face like a light switching over. Hands up, palms out, warm voice, chin down, the whole parliamentary package. Let's talk. There's no need for this. I'll give you everything, all of our supplies, all of it, the woman behind me as well. We have no quarrel, you and I. We can come to an arrangement. I am a reasonable M. I hit him mid-word. He went down with an expression of genuine bewilderment, as if someone had broken a rule that had protected him his entire life. What are you shouting for? I said. I can't understand a word. His ring was level 5 and it was full. 773 ring fragments, 300 kilos of Wagyu, 505-liter bottles of water, a yacht, a set of full-tech blueprints, number 4 of an apparently large series, a sealed unknown potion, a carefully preserved map, a blueprint for an automatic sentry tower, and a level 1 protected hot spring villa, ring level 4 to 5, which meant I could store buildings up to 500 square meters. Then straight on to level 6, 120 slots and buildings up to 1,000 square meters with everything still inside them. 2 of theirs got away. I know exactly what they saw because they told half of Asia about it afterward. 2 men called Sato and Chen Tao were on the bridge with an eye of insight between them, and what they saw on my wrist was 2 talent lines, red and blue, both at Awakener Stage 3. Nobody has 2. You choose one. The world makes you choose. They stood there doing the only arithmetic they knew, which was the arithmetic of men who had spent 6 days leveling up on murder, and they came to the obvious conclusion, how many people did this one kill? Then they grabbed Sun Kang, still in handcuffs because he was Chinese and they were now behind enemy lines and would need someone to talk for them, and they ran. The last thing they saw over their shoulders was a prowler hanging off the bridge railing, dissolving into smoke, and a second one twitching under my boot. Is that even a person? One of them said. The hotel was a wreck by the time I got back to it, and I finished what the prowlers had started and collected 218 more ring fragments off the floors, and then, on a patch of open ground with a river view, I took out the villa, 2 floors and a basement, 150 square meters each, armored shutters on every window, bulletproof glass, a fireplace, a home cinema, a hot spring, running, steaming, in the back. I spent an hour stocking the basement shelves, and I did it properly, cans facing out, labels forward, meat on one side and dry goods on the other, like a small supermarket for 1 man and 1 wolf. Then I ran a science experiment on my own defenses. The automatic collection perk works at the instant of a kill, but nobody had told me how far away I could be when it happens. So I found the car barricade at the north end of the district and opened a gap in it. Laser trip mine at a height of 1.6 meters. 1 zombie thrown into the dead end behind it. Then I walked away with a timer running. 3 kilometers. The mine went off. No notification. Nothing collected. 2.5. Nothing. 2. Got it. 2.1. Nothing. So there it is. My reach is 2 kilometers and not a meter more, and knowing that exactly was worth more to me than another 1,000 cores. Dinner that night was Wagyu and butter and boiled prawns the length of my hand. Mei Ling called on video in a camouflage jacket 3 sizes too big and turned around to model it, and then her brother leaned into the frame to say hello and stopped mid-word. He had seen the plate. Are those tiger prawns? His voice went up an octave. Every freezer in every supermarket in this city thawed out 4 days ago. All the seafood on this planet is spoiled, where in the name of we are out here surviving and you are on holiday. I peeled one and ate it. It's very good. Do you want to try? Mei Ling physically blocked her own brother from reaching toward the screen and then took him away to be told off. Then I went through the counselor's trophies, and 2 of them changed everything. The sealed potion came with a hint that explained nothing whatsoever. Awakening potion. Used to awaken creatures rendered dormant by a sleeping potion. Creatures. Dormant. Somewhere. Thank you. That is extremely useful. I will simply consult the world's index of sleeping creatures. The carefully preserved map was worse. This map shows the exact landing site of the meteorite that fell on the 11th of May, 2012. National Forest Park, south of Heisei City, the 11th of May. The diary said the medical council met about a strange new flu on the 17th of May. 6 days. A rock falls out of the sky, and 6 days later, doctors are sitting around a table telling each other it is ordinary influenza. The Sentry Tower blueprint cost 500 kilos of steel and 500 energy cores per unit, and it shoots anything mutated within 200 meters, forever, without me. And because it is mine, everything it kills counts as killed by me. It collects. It pays. I had just been handed a machine that farms money while I sleep. And then there was the last one, the technical blueprint, and the hint under it was the largest sentence this world has ever shown me. There are 27 full-tech blueprints scattered across Blue Star, held by key technical personnel. Assemble all 27 to unlock every advanced technology this world possesses and activate the Lighthouse, an orbital station with capacity for 1 million people. I had one of 27. Somewhere above this planet, there is a place for 1 million people, and it is switched off, and 26 other pieces of the key are sitting in 26 pockets in 26 countries. I closed that window and went to bed, and I did not sleep well. While I was doing that, Chen Guojun was becoming a different man about 6 kilometers south of me. His camp had 150 people in it who did not fight. 5 days of food. His squads were losing people every time they went out. And inside the stadium there were fights every night now, and thefts, and people who went into the stands and were not in the food line the next morning. Then he learned that a man named Zhou Jiqiang, a man he had personally shared his own rations with, half a can at a time, was organizing 50 people to walk north and join the Japanese. His first decision was to let them go. Let them walk. Fewer mouths. But the group came back, because by the time they got there, the Japanese camp did not exist anymore. So Chen Guojun invited Zhou Jiqiang into his office and put food in front of him. Instant noodles, a sausage, a cola. He offered him a deputy company commander's post. He said all the right things, and he said them warmly, and then he stood up to fetch more cola and walked behind the man's chair. He had a pistol taped under the desk. He knocked a vase off the shelf with his other hand at the same instant, so what the camp heard was breaking China. Then he collected the body, and his own body crossed into the human limit. The 50 were waiting in a bus at the gate. They were not fleeing anymore. They had worked out that they had leverage now, and they intended to use it to negotiate better rations. Chen Guojun got on that bus and told them the truth, and his voice cracked while he did it. I have never hidden food from you, not one can. I sent you out to fight because we have to eat, not because I wanted you dead. If I wanted you dead, I would simply never have opened the gate. There was a pause, and a man near the back said, Your food's worse than the Japanese camps. Improve it, and maybe we'll consider staying. And Chen Guojun started to laugh. He laughed until he had to hold the seat rail, and when he could speak again he said, Thank you, genuinely. I have been sitting on the fence about this for 2 days, and you have just made it very simple. Then he took out a melon knife. A bus aisle is 60 centimeters wide. That is the entire story of what happened next. 50 people cannot come at one man down a 60-centimeter aisle, and the ones at the front were trying to get backward, while the ones at the back were trying to get forward. He walked out of that bus alone. He put it in neutral, rolled it into the river, washed in the shallows, changed his clothes on the bank, and when he pushed his sleeve up, there were 2 talent lines on his wrist, red and blue. There was one more thing waiting for him at the bridge. A man called Han Jiang had been paying attention to how thin the revival camp was getting, and he was standing at the crossing with 5 fighters and 5 of my longbows, which is a detail I take a certain professional pride in. Where's Zhou Jiqiang? He said. If you've touched him, I'll wipe your camp off the map. Chen Guojun spread his hands and made himself small and did a very good impression of a frightened administrator. Han Jiang enjoyed that. He enjoyed it enough to be generous about it. You know what? I won't kill you today. Go on. Run home. That reminds me of the story about the farmer and the snake, Chen Guojun said. A second later, Han Jiang was off the ground with a hand around his throat. 2 archers got a shot off. Chen Guojun took their leader's body up as a shield, walked into them behind it, and finished the rest at conversational distance. I drove past about a minute after that in a white SUV and slowed down. Hey, you're Chen Guojun, right? He looked at me. I looked at the bridge behind him, which was not tidy. Neither of us said anything for a beat too long. Well, I said, I'll be off then. I watched him in the mirror, letting out a breath he had been holding since I braked. 3 days ago, that man had been exceptionally strong. Now he was an awakener with 2 talent lines on his wrist. 2, like mine. I put a question mark next to his name and drove on, because the drone had come back from the north, and the drone had bad news. Zhang Bei was dead. Not quiet. Dead. The regional channel for that district had gone from 400 people to nothing in a day and a half. 10 kilometers north of the river, the drone found the horde. Every street to the horizon, black and moving. Dust hanging over it like a burning city. Whatever the soldiers had estimated, they had estimated low, because 100,000 does not fill a district that way, and the explosions I had been setting off for 2 days had pulled it forward. They would arrive by noon tomorrow, So I built a killing field, and I want to be honest about why, because I have heard people tell this story since, and they have made me nicer in it than I was. Jiangbei is old, narrow lanes, no defensible line, nothing to hold. So I gave up Jiangbei. The narrow bridge, Yongyu, 1 lane wide, becomes the front. Zombies do not go into deep water, so the river does 90% of the work. The wide bridge, Hui Huang, gets 80 blocks of C4 and a 10-meter gap in the middle of it. Not even a prowler jumps 10 meters. The landscaped park at the north end of the narrow bridge becomes the arena because a mech needs room to swing, and every alley leading to that bridge got the same treatment. Cars with their fuel tanks opened by a sword, jerry cans every 20 meters, laser trip mines set at chest height on the tanks. A fuel tanker went up onto the roof of the building facing the bridge, carried there by 4 mechanical arms. I tested the grenade timing on a live crowd, counting to 3 before throwing so they went off at head height instead of on the ground, and it worked so well I felt slightly unwell about it. Now, why do all that? Not for the survivors on the South Bank. I want to be clear. I do not think of myself as a good man, and I have never once claimed to be responsible for anybody in Jiangnan. I did it because if 1,000 zombies get past that bridge and scatter into a city of 10 million streets, that is 1,000 energy cores walking away from me in every direction, forever. My wallet hurts just thinking about it. Funding the operation was easy because I had an army's worth of guns and a very short window to sell them in. Here is the reasoning. Every survivor alive is getting stronger by the day. A rifle does the same damage today that it will do in a month. A weapon is a depreciating asset in a world where the customers are appreciating. Sell now or sell nothing. I listed assault rifles at 60 cores each with 500 rounds included, and the channel came apart. Half of it was people bidding. The other half was people explaining at length that they had no cores right now, but if I would send them a rifle today, they would pay 100 tomorrow. Absolutely, on their honor, in this economy. So I went to the one customer who could actually pay through his sister. Zhao Longchuan bought the entire inventory, 108 rifles, more than 90,000 rounds, 53 laser mines. Did you rob an armory? He said. Answer carefully. Yes. Mei Ling did the arithmetic on a calculator while her brother checked every line of it over her shoulder. He complained that she was clearly taking the outsider's side and that they were not even married yet. She hit him with the calculator. Final settlement. 10,420 cores plus another 2,650, of which I took 600 in cores and the rest in 1,789 units of water, meat, and carbohydrate, plus 100 tons of steel. Then I asked him about a flour. Ice coagulation flour? Ever heard of it? Never in my life. And then that magnificent man got on his unit's radio. Every squad in the field was to report any kind of ice flour, any flour that looked cold, any flour at all really, and bring it in immediately as a potential food item. 2 automatic sentry towers went up, one at each end of the Yongyu Bridge, 500 cores and 500 kilos of steel apiece. 10 corrosive bombs went into my ring. And at 4 in the afternoon, I blew the Huihuang Bridge into the river. That night, I moved Air Pang into the villa on the north bank and put double rations in his bowl. Big fight tomorrow, I told him. Eat up, and listen, do not bite the green ones. The green ones are acid. They will eat straight through that fur of yours, and you will be very upset, and so will I. He put his face in the bowl and did not appear to take any of it on board. At 2 in the morning, a zombie walked out of the river, straight up the bank, dripping, with weeds on its shoulders. It had gone off the Huihuang Bridge when I dropped it, and it had not drowned because they do not breathe, and it had simply walked along the bottom of the river until it found a slope. Pong perked up immediately. No, I said, and put an energy bolt through it. He lowered his tail and gave me a look of profound betrayal. Don't sulk. Tomorrow you eat until you can't stand up. At 6, a trip mine went off a kilometer north. They were early. You feel a horde before you see it. The street shakes. A flower pot came off a balcony 3 buildings down and burst on the pavement, and after that the vibration never stopped. Then they came around the corner of the avenue, shoulder to shoulder, curb to curb, and the abandoned cars in their path did not get pushed aside. They got pressed down into the asphalt. I put the first electromagnetic shot into the nearest Titan. The bolt went through it and jumped again and burned a spreading circle of hundreds through the front of that crowd, and I sat in the cockpit and watched the gap close over it in 4 seconds, like dropping a stone into the ocean. There is a ripple. The ocean is unchanged. Second shot killed the Titan. The barrel glowed and the overheat warning came up, and I put that toy away. Then I lit the streets. The trick with fire is not the explosion. Shrapnel means nothing to a body that does not care about holes. What matters is spraying fuel across a crowd and then giving it a spark, because a burning zombie does not stop. It keeps walking, and it walks into the ones behind it. Every alley leading to that bridge became a river of fire feeding itself. For about 11 minutes, I genuinely thought I had won. Then the poison insect breeders came forward and started spraying, and their slime put my fire out. Wide, wet corridors opened straight through the burn, and down those corridors came the part of the horde that had been waiting, prowlers by the dozen, breeders, and 5 titans walking abreast. I hit Awakener mid-tier stage 1 somewhere in the middle of that, and the world offered me a new set of doors while several thousand corpses walked toward my bridge, which is a difficult environment for career planning. Berserk execution, triple damage and triple healing, immune to poison and virus, 10 minutes, followed by 30 minutes of being extremely killable. Metamorphosis, a third more of everything 3 times over, applied retroactively to every tier I had already earned. Crystal Core Resonance. Spend 10 cores, and every energy core inside every enemy near me resonates. Chains to 100 targets. Energy barrier. Pay cores. Take 90% less damage. I took Resonance and Metamorphosis, and here's the reason, and it is the whole reason I am still breathing. Metamorphosis multiplies everything I already have, and I have 2 talent trees. It fired twice. Every single upgrade I take, from now until the day I die, counts twice for me and once for everyone else on this planet. 1.33, 8 times over, is 9.8. For a man with 1 talent line, the same 8 upgrades come to 3.1. I did not get 3 times stronger than my peers. I got 3 times stronger than the people who were already the strongest. Then I did some math on lightning. The electromagnetic bolt had hit 2 titans in a line. The first one took 18%. The second took 17%. 1% of decay across a jump, which means the cannon does not care how many titans it passes through. It only cares whether they are standing close enough together. So I stopped shooting and started hurting. I rammed the first titan at full boost and drove it backward into the second. I got my legs into the ground and threw the pair of them into the third, hooked the fourth on the swing, kicked off, went up, and hung there on the boosters, looking down at 5 titans piled into each other in a space the size of a tennis court. Then I fired. 2 of them came apart into mist. The other 3 got up. And that is when I heard a woman crying behind me. Understand, I was sealed inside 4 meters of armored cockpit with the fans running and a war outside. The cabin does not pass sound, and I could hear sobbing, close, right at my shoulder, the exact volume of a person kneeling next to you. Warning, a new mutated type 3 infected has been detected. Mourner. That was the first time this world ever used the word warning with me. I swept the whole street on optics, rooftops, alley mouths, under the burned cars, nothing. Are you certain you searched every location, including yourself? I looked at the reflection in the black glass of a shopfront on my left. There was a woman sitting on my shoulder, perched there like a bird, arms wrapped around herself, claws sunk right through the mech's armor plating, and she was crying, not screaming, crying, with her face down, the way somebody cries at a graveside. I hit her with the tang sword and left a white scratch. Mourner, extremely fast, claws cut metal, behavior erratic, sometimes ignores humans entirely, sometimes attacks without warning. Its cries call nearby zombies and empower them. She came off my shoulder and was gone before I finished reading it. I dealt with the last 3 titans by picking up poison insect breeders in the mech's hands and throwing them because acid keeps working after it lands, and physical resistance does not help you when you are dissolving. 6 kilometers south, Chen Guojun was making the only good decision anyone else made that day. The whole of Jiangnan was watching my drone feed, a black tide 5 kilometers wide, and every camp in the district reached the same conclusion at the same second. Run south, toward the military base, toward the soldiers. Chen Guojun ordered his people west. South is picked clean, he told them. The army's been through it, and every survivor in this city is about to run south in a screaming crowd, which means the horde follows them, not us. Then he stood on a chair and gave them the rest of it. Everybody fights. Anyone who runs, hides, or screams gets shot for smuggling. 3 minutes to pack. I have thought about that phrasing a lot. Shot for smuggling, not for cowardice. He gave them a rule they could obey instead of a virtue they could fail at. By the end of the first wave, I had killed something over 10,000 of them, along with 10 titans, roughly 100 prowlers, and a dozen breeders. The mech was finished. Wiring burned through, left arm eaten down to half its length, one hand gone. So I emptied the fuel tanker off the rooftop onto the square below. Tens of tons of it poured out over a crowd packed so tight they were standing on each other, 4 and 5 deep, a tower of bodies climbing the building toward me. Then I lit a cigarette. I do not smoke. I have never smoked. I coughed so hard I nearly went off the roof, and I would like that on the record as the least cool moment of my life. I flicked it down anyway, with a burning lighter behind it in case the cigarette got shy. The square went up, and out of the fire, 7 mourners came drifting down off the buildings like leaves, kicking off walls, landing on the backs of burning zombies, running across them, and every one of them was heading for me. They hit the mech together. The alerts came faster than I could read them. Left arm gone, right arm gone. Rocket tank ruptured, hull breach on the dorsal plate. And then I was sitting inside a dead machine at the bottom of a mountain of zombies, with the air in the cockpit going stale, and two mourners lying directly across the canopy, patient as cats, waiting for me to open it. What saved me was 200 meters away, and it had never asked me for anything. The sentry towers at the bridge were still firing. They had been firing without stopping for 2 hours, and every single kill a tower makes belongs to me. The counter in the corner of my eye kept climbing while I sat in the dark and breathed used air. It rolled over. Awakener mid-tier, stage 2. Metamorphosis fired, then it fired again, and I came out through the top of that cockpit with my bare hands. The first thing I did standing on top of a wrecked mech was spend 10 energy cores. Crystal core resonance. Every zombie carries a core. Mine reaches out and touches theirs and theirs object. 94 of them died in one heartbeat in a ring around me, and 92 cores dropped out of the pile. I paid 10. I got 92 back. Let me say that again, because I sat down on the hull for a second when I worked it out. The skill has no cooldown. It costs 10 and returns 82 in profit, forever, as long as there are bodies in front of me, and the only limit is that it tires me out. I had just been handed a money printer that runs on other people's funerals. Then a mourner came at me and I kicked it, and did 2% of its health. 2%. With a kick. Fine. Both hands then. I had spent this entire apocalypse firing energy out of my right palm, like a man who has only ever seen one hand in a mirror. It had genuinely never occurred to me to use the other one. I burned 2 of them at once, 1 per palm, and the look on the face of the third is a thing I will keep. The first mourner I actually killed paid out 600 cores, 480 more on collection, and 1 item, supply box sensor, every supply crate in the district, on my map, permanently. Then the 4 survivors put their heads back and screamed together, and the whole neighborhood answered, not the ordinary dead, the elite. 15 or 16 titans came up the avenue at once. 5 or 6 more mourners came over the rooftops. 30 or 40 breeders. Prowlers in the hundreds, pouring off the walls, and every one of them had red eyes because that is what a mourner's cry does. It calls them, and it makes them stronger. I stood on a burned mech in the middle of an intersection and did the honest thing, which was to grin like an idiot. Good. Now I don't have to go and find you individually. Rage, berserk execution, triple damage, triple healing, 10 minutes. I put 1 beam out of my palm and it went through a titan front to back and detonated behind it. Then I did something I am quite pleased with. Instead of fighting the wall of them, I went around and got behind the 7 breeders at the back, and then I waited. I let the titans close. I let the mourners come in. I let them pack themselves in tight around me because they thought they had me cornered against their own artillery. Then I spent 10 cores. The breeders came apart, all 7 of them, and everything inside them went up and came down on the crowd as rain. Acid rain, falling on 20,000 bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder in a street with nowhere to go. And the breeders further back, who cannot see, felt something wet hit them and did what breeders do, which is spit at whatever is nearest. They poisoned their own army for me. For about 90 seconds I did not swing my sword once. I just stood in the middle of it and watched a horde argue with itself. Awakener mid-tier stage 3. 10 minutes later the berserk wore off. I sat down on a car roof, soaked through, with my hands shaking so hard I could not have held a spoon. There was not one thing left standing in that street. Except one. At the far end of the avenue, alone, on clean asphalt, there was a mourner standing perfectly still and watching me. She was the one who had sat on my shoulder. I knew because of her wrist. There was a red thread tied around her left wrist. Faded, frayed, the color mostly gone out of it, but tied properly, with a knot somebody had made on purpose. None of the others had one, and she had been at the edge of that entire battle from the start and had never once joined in. Her body was at 30% integrity, and none of it was my doing. I looked at her, and she looked at me, and neither of us moved. Then I turned around and walked away, because a thing that watches instead of attacking is a thing I do not understand, and I had run out of energy for new categories that day. The north end of the bridge was held by my dog. Behind him there was a mound of bodies as tall as a 5-story building. His 2 summoned wolves had already run out of time and vanished. His fur was matted flat and stiff, and when he tried to howl at me, what came out was a dry croak. He had been standing on that spot since dawn. Some of them still got past us, thousands of them, into Jiangnan, into the streets, out of my reach forever. I picked him up with the mech's remaining arm, which took some doing, and put him on the roof of a 40-story tower. Then I set the hot spring villa down beside him, right there on the roof, so that the basement became the ground floor. The whole building had a house on its head. Then I emptied a 5-liter bottle of water over him and washed my wolf until he stopped smelling like a battlefield, and he lay on his side and let me, and he did not croak once. 33,520 out of 40,000, and climbing while I stood there doing nothing because the towers at the bridge had not stopped shooting. I was leveling up in my sleep. That is a thing that was now true about my life. What came out of that battlefield changed my kit permanently. a vial called Zombie Virus Antibody, which grants lifelong immunity to the virus. I drank it standing in the street without a second thought, and only afterward considered that I had just downed an unlabeled fluid found on a corpse. 2 rare skills: Blueprint Optimization, which improves anything I build, and All-Round Chef, which is the least tactical skill in this world and the one I have used the most. Rod Cell Modification, Night Vision, plus the ability to see through camouflage and active invisibility. And one called Gene Enhancement, Balance, which grants perfect equilibrium with a small chance of growing a tail. I have not used it. I am never going to use it. Do not ask me about the tail again. With 1,000 cores, 100 Prowler claws, and 50 vials of Evolver blood, I built the 1,000 Bone Blade, a sword as tall as I am, made of compressed claws. Then I spent another 1,000 optimizing it, and it turned rare, and the rare version does something I still find slightly obscene. In combat, it takes 10% of my opponent's attributes and gives them to me. The stronger the thing I fight, the stronger I get while fighting it. The armor got the same treatment. Rare Energy Gathering Armor. Energy damage that hits me is converted into energy cores. People shoot me, and I get paid. On day 10, the world switched on a universal language module, and suddenly everyone on Blue Star understood everyone else, which mostly meant the global channel became a much better place to be insulted. Erpong hit Adolescence Stage 3. In his resting form, he was the size of a Tibetan Mastiff. In his combat form, he was bigger than a car. He learned 3 things. Call of the Wild now gives him 4 wolves instead of 2. Healing Devour lets him eat a target and heal from it. And the third one is called Wolf King's Majesty. And what it does is this. Ordinary zombies get out of the way. They part. They cross the street. They go around corners to avoid him. So I got on his back and rode a wolf the size of a truck down an empty avenue while the dead moved aside for us. I want to tell you that the apocalypse has never been quieter or more comfortable than it was that afternoon. I did try to have a conversation with him about it. I explained at length that from now on we would move faster, that this saved us fuel, that he should not chase anything without checking with me first, and that we would eat when we arrived. I watched him receive that entire speech, and I could see it going in. Blah blah blah, blah blah, run, blah blah blah, blah, eat. He put it together, arrived at his conclusion, and bolted. Running gets you food. He has never revised this position. The next thing that happened was that Chen Guojun tried to save my life. His people had rigged a very decent little trap at a primary school, alarm clocks on fishing line to pull 6 prowlers out of a building so they could get at a supply crate. He had timed it, he had staged it, he had thought about it, and then he saw me walking up the road in the middle of it. "Run!" he was screaming and waving both arms. "Get out! It's about to go off!" He was certain I was a dead man. He warned me anyway. That is the whole measure of Chen Guojun, right there, in one sentence shouted across a schoolyard at somebody he owed nothing to. 6 prowlers came off the 3rd floor balcony together. I spent 10 cores. Every window in that school came down at once in a curtain of glass, and all 6 of them stopped existing in midair, and nothing ever reached the ground except the glass. Chen Guojun stood in the yard with his mouth open. "I'm an awakener," he said to nobody. And I couldn't even see how he did that. He offered me the number 2 position in his camp. Second in command of Revival, effective immediately. Behind him, his Lieutenant Tan Sibo went red to the ears at the sheer nerve of it and later confessed he would have simply gone down on one knee. I turned it down and made a counteroffer. "Join mine instead, bring your people, you'll farm." He hesitated, and I understood the hesitation. He had built something out of nothing, and I was asking him to hand it over. Then his accountant, of all people, sent him a message with a phrase in it that ended the argument. "To join by choice is an honor. To be taken by force is slavery. The difference is everything." Chen Guojun went down on one knee in a schoolyard, and the Dragon of Nightmare came up on his forehead. I gave him my old Tang sword. Then I told him the thing he needed most, which was where a prowler's nervous system lives. The spine. Their strongest point is their weakest point. Imagine if a turtle's shell was the place you were supposed to hit. He nodded like a man taking notes. So I walked into the building, came back out dragging a live prowler by the scruff of the neck, dropped it in the yard and put my foot on its back. "Go on, try it." He cut. It was not a bad cut. I finished it with my heel. That is when a woman named Li Bingyu ruined my life by kneeling down. She was captain of their 3rd squad, and she had watched 6 prowlers evaporate, and something in her simply gave way. "It's the true God," she said. "The true God has come to lead us." And she went down on both knees in the schoolyard dirt. Then half the camp went down behind her. Then Chen Guojun. Then the rest. The only man left standing was the accountant, Liu Jianbo, and he did not stay standing either. He compromised. He crouched. I found out later what Chen Guojun actually thought he was doing, because he explained it to that accountant afterward, and the accountant wrote it down, because that is what accountants do. I had a dream last night that I was a caveman chasing a bison with a stick, he said. And I woke up and I understood. That's what we are now. That's exactly what we are. A prowler is our tiger. You cannot beat a tiger with a stick and everybody knows it. So what held those people together? Not walls, not food, a belief and a totem. People died for it and they died willingly. That is the one thing this camp does not have. Liu Jianbo, who is the most cheerful pessimist I have ever encountered, said, "Every great religion in history grew out of a man, and in the end, people have only ever worshipped themselves." Then the two of them divided the labor. The accountant took administration, Li Bingyu took doctrine, and Chen Guojun took the title of apostle. I would like it noted that at no point was I consulted about becoming a god. I found the next camp by following the smell of bad decisions to a barricade on a shopping street. There were zombies at that barricade eating, and what they were eating had been chained there on purpose and gagged so it could not shout a warning. Live bait, kept fed and kept quiet so the dead would cluster in one place and the men behind the wall could farm them without effort. The gang was a prison break. Eagle Claw Kingdom's own export, 100+ of them under a man called Rain, sitting in a shopping mall running the district like a business. Pang went through the wall. He did not go through the gate. He went through 2 meters of stacked concrete and the sentry standing on top of it, and then 100 armed men opened up on him at once. Bullets came off that fur and stopped in the air a meter in front of me, hanging there, held by an energy barrier, and then dropped and rattled on the tiles. He ate his way across the food court, and afterward, without being told, he pushed the bodies into a pile. He had noticed that piles are easier for me to collect. 3,600 cores, 2,880 more, 540 ring fragments. Inside the mall, a titan came off the 3rd floor balcony at me, and the 1,000-bone blade took it apart in the air on the first stroke before it landed. The level 3 crate in that mall gave me 5 vitality potions, which erase all fatigue. Instantly, usable in combat, once a week. A core energy converter, which turns energy cores into electricity at city scale, and Full-Tech Blueprint number 7, 2 of 27. There was a man hiding in the toilets of that mall, and his hour had been considerably worse than mine. His name was Yang Jiming, a doctor. He had been driving his family to the military base when Rain's people took the car and took their rings. Then they put the 4 of them in a tiled room to wait their turn. Rain's men had worked out that a survivor's death pays better than a zombie's. They were taking them out one at a time. He could hear it. His wife was next. And his father, a man in his 60s named Yang Chengjun, sat down on the floor of a public bathroom and worked out the only move on the board. "Kill us," he said. "All 3 of us. You collect our cores, and you become an awakener, and then you get out." His mother put her hand on his face one last time and told him he had always been her pride. His wife told him about the pork. She said she had been secretly practicing braised pork for weeks. That she had burned a pot so badly she had gone out and bought an identical replacement so he would never find out. That all she had ever wanted was to hear him say it was good. Then his father took a scalpel out of the lining of his trouser leg, where he had hidden it when they were searched, and held it out. "I'm sorry," he said. "Your dad wasn't brave enough to do it himself." When the bearded man opened that door, the room was empty. He had about 1 second to be confused about that. Yang Jiming killed him with a scalpel and killed the next 2 guards with their own knives, and then the shooting started outside, and it was not for him. He looked out of a doorway and saw a wolf the size of a truck taking 100 armed men apart, and a man walking behind it who never once broke stride. He watched us leave, and what he thought, crouched in a corner with his family's blood on his hands, was, "If he can do that, then so can I." I did not know he existed until much later. That is how this world works. You walk through somebody's worst day without ever seeing the door. The counter finished its climb that evening. High-level Awakener, Stage 1. And Metamorphosis, maxed at 3 of 3, fired twice, and doubled me twice. Then, the world changed the price on me. The next tier does not cost 20,000 crystal cores. It costs 200 energy cores, doubled to 400 for the man with 2 trees, and an energy core is not the same thing as a crystal core at all. It drops only from high-level infected. Titans, mourners, things that are hard to find and harder to kill, and the drop chance is small enough to be insulting. The new tree was full of monsters. Pioneer, double drops of cores and rare items. Deathstorm, a spinning blade vortex with a jump attack at 5 times damage. Weakness, detection, critical hits, energy extraction, melt 1,000 crystal cores down into a single energy core with a 50% chance of getting nothing at all. Instant flash, teleport anywhere I can see, and one called Soul Burning, which burns your own energy cores as fuel for exponentially increasing power, which is either the best skill in this world or a very elaborate suicide note. I took Pioneer, 3 of 3, because I am what I am. And then I stood on a rooftop at sunset and had the least useful feeling of my entire apocalypse. Erpeng was chewing on an iron door beside me, entirely content. I had a house on a tower, I had 30,000 cans of beef, an army's worth of guns, a religion I did not ask for, and a body that could not be hurt by anything in this city. At the start, I fought to survive. Then I fought to get stronger. Now I had all of it, and there was nothing on the other side of it, and I sat there and felt the emptiness come in like weather. So I decided to go and find out where this whole thing came from. The laptop from the laboratory wanted a researcher's code. The world gave it to me the way it gives me everything, in one smug little box, and the folder that opened had video in it. Her name was Song Xiaoru, and she had been the lead researcher of Raven T325. 15th of May 2012. She is cheerful. She has a rock fragment from a meteorite that fell 4 days earlier, and she explains, with actual delight, that the energy inside it is the only substance besides carbohydrate that a living organism can absorb directly. Then she injects a mouse with 1/1000th of a gram and jokes to the camera that the main thing is that it does not become a giant and eat us all. 90 seconds later, the alarm goes off, and something the size of a man has eaten the other 20 mice. They cut it open. Inside, there is a green crystal. That is where energy cores come from. Every core in my ring, every core I have ever collected, was grown inside something by that rock. Then she says a sentence very quietly, sitting alone at a desk at 3 in the morning. This violates conservation of energy, which means our physics may simply be wrong. The virus came later, and she is very precise about it. The energy did not create the virus, it attached to one, and the virus began evolving at the speed of cell division. A laboratory in another country found the same thing first and then burned down in an accident. She does not believe in the accident. Then the part that made me put the laptop down and walk around the room. The world's governments chose herd immunity. She sat in front of a camera in a locked laboratory and said out loud that she knew exactly why. That there were people in those rooms who had done the arithmetic on the poor who pay no tax and the old who draw pensions and had decided this would tidy the books. They think it will burn through and stop, she says. It will not stop. It will collect human genes and it will not stop. They are insane. Then somebody fired a nuclear weapon at the meteorite. Putting out energy with energy, she says. It is exactly like lighting a bonfire to cool down a pot of water. The fragments went into the stratosphere. Then the countries went to war with each other. By the end, her tone has changed completely. The mice they revived came back empty. A mutated rat was not afraid of bullets. And she writes off the entire history of human warfare in one line. The age of gunpowder is over, and the only thing that will ever beat a mutant is us if we learn to mutate on purpose. That is where the enhancement potions come from. Primary, intermediate, advanced. The vial I drank in a real estate office on my first day was designed by that woman in that room. Her last entry is the 7th of November. There is a siren going. The lights are strobing. Something has come up through the concrete from below, and she says its name once, drillworm, and does not explain. And then she fixes her hair. She puts on lipstick in a laboratory while the building comes apart, and she bows to her colleagues off camera and says it has been the honor of her life. Then she injects herself with an advanced physical enhancement potion, and she ties a red thread around her left wrist. 10 seconds later, the veins in her arm turn purple, and the recording ends. I sat in the dark on a rooftop in a dead city and thought about a woman standing on an avenue in the middle of a battle at 30%, refusing to fight, with a faded red thread on her wrist. I went to the window. She was on the edge of the roof, just standing there in the wind. I've seen your videos, I said. I know your name is Song Xiaoru. She made a sound then that I do not have a good word for. It went on for a while. Is there a way to give you your voice back? And she tried. God, she tried. She stood there with her whole body shaking and lifted one finger, her index finger, straight up, and held it, and that was the absolute limit of what a year of being that could produce. One finger, and I did not understand it. I stood at a window with the answer being handed to me by a dead genius, and I could not read it. She dropped off the roof, kicked off the wall on the way down, cut 2 zombies out of her path without breaking stride, and was gone into the streets. A minute later, I heard her cry go up a long way off, and every dead thing in the district turned and went toward it. She was clearing my road. In one of the earlier videos, she had left an address, and I already had it written down. Shannon City, Cypress Avenue, 7th basement level of the Central Hospital. And in that same video, one more sentence. If anything happens to me, go back to my laboratory and wake up the subject in Chamber 7. She may be humanity's last hope. I put my hand in my ring and took out a bottle I had taken off a dead Japanese politician a week earlier without ever knowing what it was for. Awakening potion for use on creatures rendered dormant by a sleeping potion. I drove to Shannon City in a red pickup that one of my keys had been waiting to open for a week. Traffic jams are not a problem when you have a wolf. I would stop 50 meters short of a blockage, get out, walk past it, and call him. Pang would come through at a dead run in combat form, and cars would go over the central reservation on both sides like a snowplow going through a hedge. Then open highway, the stereo on, and a wolf the size of a van with his head out of the passenger window and his ears flat back in the wind. That was a good afternoon. I have had about 4. The storm front caught up with us near the city limits, and this world does not let a nice thing pass without commentary. A powerful bioenergy rainfall is approaching. The bacteria in it will cause corrosive damage to survivors, to metal, and to buildings. Rain begins in 1 hour, 5 minutes, 18 seconds. Underneath, a countdown, ticking. The nearest hard cover was the underground parking of a furniture center in the Zhanghe district. I made it with 11 minutes to spare, and I was not the only one who had read the sky. Somebody had turned that furniture center into a hotel. The proprietor was a large, cheerful Westerner named Marcus. He had been in the hospitality business before the world ended, in the specific branch of hospitality that involves owning people. He had adapted to the apocalypse with the smoothness of a man who had simply changed product lines. His muscle was his brother Titus, an Awakener Stage 2 who stood behind him and said nothing. Rates were posted on a mattress display, 1 energy core for a bed, 10 for a suite with company included. The first drops hit the ramp. Marcus raised the standard rate to 2 cores before the sound had finished. But the suite stays at 10, he said, spreading his hands wounded. For you, sir, I hold the price. This is a special offer. I paid 10 and told him I wanted the room and nothing else in it. He took this as a challenge to his professional range and made 2 further suggestions, the second of which involved his own brother. I gave him 5 more cores to go away. Outside on the ramp, the rain came down and started eating the paint off the cars, then the glass, then the metal. There were 50 or 60 people sheltering in that parking structure, and about a third of them were not sheltering from the rain. They were waiting for a man named Kim Junho to open his little tin. Rare dream mushroom spores. Inhale, and you get euphoria and hallucination. Highly addictive. Marcus sold them at 1 core a dose, and the business model was written in the air where anybody could read it. The dose stops working. You need a bigger one. A bigger one costs more cores. To get cores, you go outside and kill zombies for Marcus, or you stay inside and pay him some other way. Kim Junho, who was Korean and extremely pleased with himself, explained the whole structure to me unprompted, with genuine admiration, the way a man describes a beautiful piece of engineering. Then 2 people came down the ramp out of the rain, a woman named Lee So-yeon, a nurse, and a girl of about 12 called Yoon-ji. The rain had eaten most of what they were wearing on the way in, and there was an amount of laughter about that from the men on the mattresses that I did not enjoy listening to. Marcus quoted them 4 cores for a bed. They had nothing. The mother stood in the middle of that concrete floor with her arms around her daughter and her back to the room. Somebody near the fuel drums offered 10, not for the room, for the girl. He said it in the flat tone of a man discussing livestock, something about an extra mouth and how they would feed the mother if she was sensible about it. I watched Lee So-yeon put herself between her child and that voice, and I watched a nurse with no weapon and no cores make herself as wide as she could. Then Kim Junho stepped up like a hero out of a poster and paid the 4. We're practically neighbors, he said warmly. Countrymen almost. Don't worry about it. He gave them bread, tearing the mold off the corner as he handed it over where they could not see. He gave the mother a jacket. He gave them 2 bottles of water and stood there and made sure they drank it right now, in front of him, both of them, all of it. The girl started vomiting 20 minutes later. By the time she was doubled over on a display sofa with her mother holding her head, Kim Junho was already on his feet. He would go and find antibiotics. He knew a place. He would be back. I looked at the bottle the girl had put down. Contaminated water. I looked at the mother's bottle. Clean. So there it is. He poisoned the child and not the mother, because a sick child cannot be carried to the military base 60 kilometers south, which means the mother does not leave, which means the mother stays here where he is, indefinitely, for free. The child was not the target. The child was the anchor, and the antibiotics he was going to come back with had a label on them too. An antibiotic vial containing dream mushroom spores. Not medicine. Just enough hallucination to stop her crying so the pain would stop being a scheduling problem for him. I gave the girl my actual antibiotics out of a hospital pharmacy, correctly dosed, and told her mother to make her drink water afterward and did not explain why. When Kim Junho came back, I let him find me. I have a skill called Basic Peeping Eye, which lets me see inside another person's ring. It is a rude little thing, and I have never gotten more value out of anything. His ring contained 100 loaves of expired moldy bread and 50 bottles of contaminated water, not scavenged, sorted, pre-packaged. 150 units of inventory, of which he had used 2 on a nurse and a child. He came over and offered to sell me the lot for 5 cores, said it looked rough but it was perfectly good, that he hated to see food go to waste, that he could tell I was a man who understood value. I put on the friendliest face I own. You're underselling yourself, I said. I'll take all of it. Market rate, plus 20% as a bonus, because you're a good man. 720 energy cores. He could not believe it. He stood there staring at the number, and then he did something I honestly did not expect. He swallowed the entire payment on the spot and went up a rank in front of me. Awakener Stage 2. Then he joined an organization, which I saw appear on him, a red cloak with a serpent, something called S13, and he showed me the special ability that came with it. He turned invisible. He went around behind me with a dagger, very quietly, and came in at my kidney. The problem with that plan is that I had modified my own rod cells a week earlier. To me, he was not invisible. He was slightly transparent, like a man made of cheap plastic wrap, and I could see the dagger perfectly well. I caught him by the throat and lifted. Where's your leader? Kill me. I'll never tell you. Our people will find you and… Okay. Afterward, I did the accounting, because I always do the accounting, and I discovered to my genuine irritation that upgrading a man to Awakener Stage 2 before killing him is a net loss of 34 cores. Live and learn. Titus watched me hold an Awakener Stage 2 off the ground by the neck like a supermarket chicken, and Titus did not say a word. He simply gathered the guards and walked them out through the fire exit. Marcus's response was faster and much worse. He killed his own addicts. 20 of them, the ones who owed him, because a dead customer is cores in your ring and cores buy you a head start. Then he took his staff and his paying guests and ran out into a rain that eats metal. He left a note on the wall. Sir, we were blind and we underestimated you. Please accept these humble gifts and our sincerest apologies. Respectfully, Marcus. Underneath the note was a supply crate, my 15 cores, returned, food, and 3 ice coagulation flowers. The exact ingredient I had been asking soldiers about for a week. 8 of the 10 I needed. The 20 he had left behind paid out 650 cores and 520 more on collection, plus 20 units of something called bewitching bone, a unique substance found only in people addicted to dream mushroom spores, required as a crafting material for certain items. Crafting materials, made of addicts. I put those in the deepest slot I had and did not think about it again for a while. Finding Marcus took 4 minutes, because Marcus advertises. The man was spamming the regional channel with the address of his new establishment before the rain had even stopped. I sent him one message. I know exactly where you are. Do something for me, or I'll come and say hello in person. I could feel the sweat coming off him through the screen. He agreed to everything before I had finished listing it. Ice coagulation flowers, or seeds, or bulbs, as many as he could find, 3 days. Then I added him as a friend. He wrote back a paragraph of gratitude so ornate it took me 2 readings to notice it was a scream. For the record, I do not have a teleport to name item. I have never had one. Marcus spent the next several weeks of his life sprinting from city to city because of a bluff I made in a parking garage. The girl was awake when I left, sitting up, gray-faced, but keeping water down. You look mean, she said, but you're a good person. Everybody keeps saying that. I have no idea where they are getting it. Her mother had given me a beginner's lucky card, which makes every probability in the world lean your way for 10 minutes. It was worth vastly more than 3 loaves of bread and a liter of water. I left the bread in the water anyway and called it change. Then I told her the only piece of advice I have ever given anybody. There are no completely good people and no completely bad ones, but one thing is always true. Get stronger, because trusting people is expensive, and being kind is expensive, and you only have the right to do either once you're strong enough to survive being wrong about it. She thought about that with her whole face. Okay, she said. So when I'm big and I'm strong, I'll come and work for you. Sure. You have to say yes. Yes. I flew out of there in a helicopter, which had been sitting in Kim Junho's ring, and which he had never once mentioned to any of the people paying him a core for a bottle of poisoned water. Shannon Central Hospital had 5 buildings, and all 5 of them were full. So were the streets around it, and the car park, and the plaza, and the 2 blocks beyond that in every direction. This was the horde that had come for that laboratory a year ago, and had simply never left, because whatever they wanted was still down there. I put the helicopter on the roof of the outpatient block and sent my wolf down the stairs first. Wolf King's Majesty does not kill anything. It just makes the dead decide one after another that they would rather be elsewhere. It took 20 minutes for that hospital to empty. They came out of the doors and the fire exits and the ground floor windows in a slow, steady stream, like water finding a drain, and they kept going until the plaza was clear. I stepped off the roof of the outpatient block instead of taking the stairs, and brought the 1,000-bone blade down on a Titan on the way past. The falling weight of me finished it before my feet touched the ground. Then I took a breeder by the hair, threw it into the thickest part of the crowd, and shot it in the air. Acid rain, my own recipe now. 2 automatic sentry towers went into the plaza, 500 cores and 500 kilos of steel each, and started working immediately, which meant that from that moment forward the hospital was an automated farm, and I was being paid to be inside it. And when I turned around, Song Xiaoru was standing on the edge of the roof. She came down off that building along a path that walked precisely through the blind spot between my two towers. That is the thing I want you to notice, because it is the thing I noticed. A monster does not do that. A monster walks into the guns. She had looked at the placement, worked out the arcs, and threaded the gap. She was in there. All of her, or enough of her. Inside the hospital, her whole manner changed. In the street, she moved like a hunted thing. In those corridors, she walked like a woman coming home from work, left at the nurse's station without looking, past a ward, down a service passage that I would not have found in a week. She stopped at the pharmacy and waited while I emptied it of antibiotics and vitamins, which is not a thing she needed and not a thing she gained anything from. Then she took us to the lifts and stood in front of the doors, 7 floors down, and the cables had gone. I cut the doors open and we went down the shaft, and the wolf came after us like a very large brown avalanche. The bottom was Raven T325. Racks of cages with small dried shapes in them, overturned benches, a year of dust on everything and no bodies at all, which is its own kind of information. She walked me across that room to a row of tanks and stopped at the one marked with a 7. Then she went to a shelf, took down a plastic folder with an instruction manual in it, turned around and tried to hand it to me. Her claws would not do it. They would not close on paper. She could not make them. I watched a woman with a doctorate try for 30 seconds to hold a document, and the document came apart in her hands into strips and then into confetti, and it drifted down all over the floor of her own laboratory. She stood in the middle of it with her arms hanging. I spent 10 minutes on my knees putting that manual back together like a jigsaw. I got most of it. The last page had gone past repair. Then I looked into Chamber 7. Through the cold and the condensation, there was a girl of about 14, floating, with silver white hair drifting around her face. Name: none. Type: Type 9, bioengineered human. An extreme and perfect fusion of Blue Star's most advanced genetic technology and meteorite energy. Age: 14. And one passive skill, and when I read it, everything else I owned stopped feeling impressive. New generation. Her strength grows with age. Any action she performs, combat, study, observation, practice, automatically improves her genes. No blueprints, no crystals, no teachers. She does not learn things. She becomes them. Now, in every story I have ever read, the thing in the tank imprints on the first face it sees. So I put my face right up against the glass, which is not a plan so much as a wish, and I broke the seal. The girl opened her eyes. She looked directly past me, at the wall to her left, and kicked Song Xiaoru through it, straight out of the tank, no wobble, no confusion, a heel into the ribs of a mutated Type 3 infected, hard enough to take 5% off her, barefoot, in a lab shift, 4 seconds after waking up from a year underwater. Then they were both in the air, and I stopped being able to follow it. And here is what stopped my heart, more than the speed. Her movements were trained. That was technique. Somebody had taught that child a martial art, or built it into her, and she was using her hips and her elbows correctly, and no bioweapon fights like that. Bioweapons swing. I got between them with instant flash and caught what came next on my palms. Song Xiaoru put both arms over her face and backed off and ran, and I have thought a lot about that too. She did not fight back. Not once. She let a 14-year-old kick her through a wall, and she covered her face. Erpang got involved, went full size, called 4 wolves. The girl grabbed 2 of them by the tail and threw them at the other 2. And my mighty apex predator, S-rank combat talent, fought her at half strength and kept glancing over at me with an expression that I can only translate as, "Are you seeing this, and do I have to?" I was flipping through the reconstructed manual at a speed I would not recommend. If the bioengineered subject exhibits vomiting on waking, swelling of the extremities, bleeding from the 7 orifices, then, at last, if the subject displays aggression, and the rest of that page was the page Song Xiaoru had torn to pieces. I did not know at the time what the original had said. It said, "Destroy immediately." She had shredded it. She had stood there with hands that could not hold paper, and she had used the last of what she had to make sure I never read that line. What I did instead was break the subjugation potion. Pink mist came out of the bottle and went for her like it was hunting. I held that girl on a block for 1 full minute, taking hits on my forearms and throwing none. The only thing I had decided for certain was that she was not leaving that laboratory. Then she folded up and went down. Side effect: temporarily unconscious for 5 hours, 37 minutes. Note: due to the subject's unique constitution, subjugation potion can only temporarily suppress violent tendencies. It cannot subdue her. Please prepare a larger dose and try again. Cannot subdue. The only mind control drug in this world, the one-of-a-kind blueprint out of a gold crate, and the entire effect it had on her was a very long nap. I carried her upstairs and put her on a hospital bed and left a wolf the size of a car curled around it as a babysitter. Then I went up to the roof and set off fireworks. Actual fireworks, out of a shop, an entire crate of them, launched off a hospital roof in the middle of a dead city at 10 o'clock at night. The elite of that district came from every direction, 30-plus titans, prowlers in the hundreds, a dozen mourners screaming to each other across the rooftops. I opened Soul Burning and put it into third gear. Blue flame came off my shoulders. It burns 4 of my own energy cores every second, and in exchange it multiplies me by 4, and the moment you switch it on, you are on a clock made of your own money. Then I used Crystal Core Resonance 3 times in a row. Lightning came out of my body, out of my arms and my back and the soles of my feet, and it went through everything with a core inside it in a radius I could not see the edge of. Every high-level infected in that plaza turned to mist within the first 2 seconds. Ordinary zombies were thrown 300 meters. The asphalt cracked outward from where I was standing in long white rays, like a windscreen taking a stone. Final count. In one night, 28 titans, 275 prowlers, 12 mourners, 16 breeders, thousands of ordinary dead, 52,000 cores, plus 41,600 on collection, and 4 energy cores. My first 4 out of all of that. The drop rate is 5% even with my doubling, which means the 400 I need for the next tier will cost me 8,000 high-level infected. I also got a nano suit, a stack of exoskeletons, and a damaged anti-radiation suit with a tag on it reading Shannon City Anti-Epidemic Center. Anti-radiation. Because somebody put a nuclear warhead into that meteorite and I was planning to go and stand on it. In the morning I tried out Deathstorm on the road out of the city. You spin. That is the whole description. You become a blade going through a crowd at speed. I put down 700 or 800 of them in a single pass and finished with the jump attack. That one turns a zombie into dust and leaves a crater in the road where it was standing. Then I looked at what all that had earned me, and the answer was almost nothing. Ordinary zombies do not carry energy cores. My time is now worth more than they are. That is a strange thing to realize about the monsters that nearly killed you 2 weeks ago. So I stopped fighting them altogether and simply ran. 30 kilometers an hour, at a jog, robbing shops as I passed them, with a tail of the dead strung out behind me for 2 kilometers and falling further back every minute. Destination: the Shannon City Anti-Epidemic Center, and a set of suits that would let a man walk up to a crater. The Anti-Epidemic Center had a hint on the door that read like a bad joke. There is a mourner and 7 prowlers in this building along with 6 survivors. They are all on the same floor. Squad 9 was 6 women barricaded in a 4th-floor office, led by a captain named Ding Hua and containing a woman named Fong Rui, who was better looking than anyone has any business being on day 20 of an apocalypse. They were watching me out of the window while I jogged up the street with 30 zombies strung out behind me, and I have since been told exactly what they said about that. They laughed, and then they complained that the idiot outside had now blocked their only exit. Half a second later, the man they were laughing at was no longer on the street, and their steel door folded inward into the room. Fang Rui recovered first and handed me a shell. An actual shell, the kind you put to your ear, except this one was called a mourner's howl, and what it does is call every high-level infected within 3 kilometers. Somebody had put it behind their door. Squad 8, from the same camp, who had wanted Squad 9's supply allocation and had found a tidy administrative solution to the problem. "It isn't ours," she said. "Take it." "Lady, you have just handed a man who farms monsters a device that summons monsters. On demand. Forever. Free. I have used that shell more than any weapon I own." Then she took me home to the castle and announced to 200 people that I was the 5th knight. The castle was a hotel, and the camp inside it was almost 200 fans of a boy band. 4 idols, Wenlong, Bao, Lei, and Fei, who had renamed themselves the 4 Knights, presumably during a meeting that nobody stopped. There was a point system. Kill zombies, earn points, and at 1,000 points, you get dinner with your favorite. Their manager, a woman named Gao Wen, explained the operation to me within 4 minutes of meeting me, unprompted, because she was proud of it. "You have no idea how much thought it took," she said, "to work out how to squeeze cores out of a herd of brainless fans. The 4 of them never left the rooftop pool. Their energy cores came in on trays. The heroic expeditions to the border to fight radiation monsters, which the whole camp prayed over, had never once happened. The one called Wen Long was the leader. Before the world ended, he had ruined a young actress's career for turning him down, thoroughly. Professionally, over about 18 months. He listened to his manager talk for another few seconds, and then he killed her in front of everybody, mid-sentence. "You talk too much," he said. Then he pointed at me and announced that I had murdered her, which was ambitious because I had been standing in a room with all 6 members of Squad 9 at the time, and 200 people had watched me arrive through the front door. "Listen," I said, "if you're going to lie, at least check the facts first. Can a person with genuine brain damage become an idol? Are the standards really that low?" The one called Bao walked over to Ding Hua, who was crying, and told her gently that he believed she was innocent. She was so grateful she could not speak. Then he put a dagger into her chest and turned around with a grin. Wenlong, look, I killed the ugly one. 200 women watched their gods do that, and something died in that lobby that was not a person. You all deserve to die, I said, which is not a line I am proud of, but it was accurate. Wenlong's response was to cut Fei's throat, and then to kill Lei, because his teammates were now walking cores and he needed the levels. I caught his wrist on the second one, on principle, because I do not like a middleman taking a cut. Then he hit me point blank with an energy-gathering strike, 3 times. My armor converts energy damage into cores, +1 energy crystal core, +1, +1. Is that all? 2 crystal core resonances cleaned out the rest of that building. 9,300 cores plus 7,540 on collection, 722 ring fragments, and 230 signed photographs, which I kept purely because the world felt they were worth listing. Fang Rui was waiting outside, and she did not pretend. It was all arranged, she said. From the moment we met, I made you the 5th night, so that you'd walk in there and see it and do exactly what you did. I worked that out about a minute in. Then why did you play along? Because I wanted to kill them anyway. That's the whole reason. Then she took me to a record shop and pulled 10 anti-radiation suits out from behind the vinyl racks. Those girls despise the music of this world, she said. A music store was the one place in this district none of them would ever set foot in. Safest room in the city. And then she walked me to a warehouse behind razor wire, under a sign warning of nuclear contamination. An ordinary warehouse. It contains 12 ordinary zombies bound in chains. Bound, which means somebody chained them up while they were still people. One of them was wearing a t-shirt with a big letter T on it. He had been alive when they started, and there was no way to tell what he had looked like. The boyfriends never left this camp voluntarily, Fang Rui said. This is where they went, and the expeditions to the border were trips out here. She was completely calm. Bao decided he wanted me, so they took him, and the person who took him was Ding Hua, my most trusted captain, who cried when he stabbed her. She closed her eyes. So, do you understand now why I did it? She stood there and waited to be killed. I never said I was going to kill you, I said. We're square. I gave her a jeep key, water, and a case of stew, and told her to go south to the military base. Back at the hospital, I put down 10 sentry towers. 4,000 cores and 4 tons of steel, and inside 48 hours, those 10 machines earned me more than 20,000, which is the single best return on investment available to anyone in this world, and nobody else knows it exists. Then, I packed away the villa and the helicopter, because the timer on the girl was nearly up, and I did not want anything breakable within reach. She opened her eyes and stretched. No screaming, no attack. She sat up on a hospital bed and looked around with the calm curiosity of somebody checking into a hotel room, and when I spoke to her she tipped her head, because language was not a thing she had, so I gave her a chocolate bar. I have seen a lot of expressions on a lot of faces in the last 3 weeks. That one was different. That was a person discovering, at 14, that the universe contains things that taste good. She needed a name. I looked out of the window at a pale moon still hanging in the afternoon sky, white and thin, and I looked at her hair. Xiaozhu, I said. White, little white. She repeated it, badly, and then leaned over and licked my cheek. I sat there with a wet face and pointed at the wolf. You have an actual human being in front of you. Why are you learning from him? I gave her noodles that evening, and afterward I noticed something that put a cold feeling down my back. She had used the chopsticks. She had them backward, holding the thick end, but she had used them correctly, and she had not burned herself once on a bowl she had never seen before. 1 meal. She had watched me eat 1 meal and copied the whole technique. So I drove to a media store and cleaned it out. Children's cartoons, because she needed to be raised. Documentaries, because she needed to know things. Films, because she needed to learn how people talk to each other. I put on a cartoon about a big-headed dad and his small-headed daughter, and I fell asleep during the 3rd episode like an old man. In the morning, they were both gone. There was a mound of bodies around the outpatient block that had not been there at midnight. The 2 of them had spent the entire night playing with the horde. I found her in a shopping mall, in a princess dress, spinning in front of a mirror. Daddy, you came. Is Xiaozhui pretty? She was speaking, in full sentences, after 1 night and 1 cartoon. Don't call me daddy. I'm not your father. Call me brother. She frowned at that with her whole face. Brother? What's a brother? The cartoon had a mama, a papa, and a dog. That was the complete set of available human relationships in her worldview. She turned around and called Air Pong her brother instead, which he accepted without complaint. And then I noticed there was someone standing in the changing room doorway. Song Xiaoru had been given a haircut. A bad one, a truly terrible one, done by a 14-year-old with claws for scissors and no reference material. But it was short now, and it was off her face, and for the first time I could see what that face actually looked like. Fine-featured, sharp, with the purple in her veins faded almost to nothing. Xiao Xue had also put her in a clean coat from a shop rail, buttoned wrong, and was standing next to her with both hands out like a stage magician. Pretty? Is she pretty? Song Xiaoru, mutated type 3 infected, the woman who had unlocked the physics of this apocalypse and lost every part of herself except the manners, stood absolutely still in a borrowed coat with her chin down. And let a child ask a man whether she looked nice. Yeah, I said. She does. We went to the meteorite on Wolfback, with Song Xiaoru following along the rooftops like a shadow that had opinions. The world measures radiation in units it calls TT, and it was very generous with the numbers once I started asking. An ordinary human being, 200 TT, and then you are finished. An awakener, 2,600. An anti-radiation suit, 5,000. Pong, 6,500, and he does not merely tolerate it, he absorbs it, and it does him good. Xiao Xue, 2,000 and climbing every hour. And the one that mattered, the virus in a mourner goes dormant at 1,500 TT and dies at 3,000. 20 kilometers outside the city, the world stopped pretending. Buildings had come down on their own. Vines the thickness of tree trunks had gone through apartment blocks and out the other side. Cars had rusted to lace. The reading out there was 230 TT, which means an ordinary survivor walking that road dies of the air. And then the National Forest Park, which was no longer a park. Trees 7 and 8 meters across at the trunk, going up until the tops of them were in the cloud layer. Leaves the size of doors. Something called a scarlet featherbird, rank C, went over us at a height of about 200 meters with a wingspan wider than a passenger jet. Energy beasts do not merely survive radiation, they like it. Erpang walked into that forest with his head up and his tail high, like a king coming home, and the entire wood went quiet around him. At 2,000 TT, Xiao Xue started to flag, so I left her with the wolf. After that, it went up 100 TT with every step I took. At the rim of the crater, the suit read 4,950 out of 5,000. And down in the middle of it, sitting in glassed sand, there was a silver scale about the size of my palm. Meteorite core. Eternal and unique. It weighed something like 10 kilos, which for a thing that small is its own kind of statement. A terrifying surge of energy will occur upon contact. Even 1/10 of a second of contact will require at least 10 days to fully absorb. You will be immune to all damage for the duration of digestion. 10 days, unconscious. In a world where a rival organization was actively hunting me, I was still doing the arithmetic when something went past me at speed. Song Xiaoru ran straight over the lip of the crater and threw herself into it. She had heard the numbers. She had done the same math I had, faster, because she is the woman who wrote the paper. Radiation kills the virus. 3,000 TT kills the virus. It also kills whatever fragment of her was still holding the controls. She knew that. She jumped anyway. That woman is completely insane, and I have never respected anyone more. I teleported in, got her over my shoulder, and threw her out of the crater, and that single movement cost me 8,000 cores of energy barrier, which is more than most survivors will earn in their lives. Then I went back to the rim and looked at my family. I gave Erpang a month of food. I told Xiao Xue that if I did not get up for a long time, she was to look after them, and she nodded seriously without understanding a word of it. And I stood there a few seconds longer than I needed to, looking at a wolf and a 14-year-old and a woman in a stolen coat, which is a strange thing to have at the end of the world, and a stranger thing to have to memorize. Then I took off the suit. Soul burning, 5th gear, rage, 2 teleports, and every scrap of energy I had blew out of me like a fuse. The barrier tore. The radiation went through me. I got my hand on the core. I want to describe what that felt like, and I do not have the equipment. For a fraction of a second, I was not standing in a crater. I was everywhere, and everything was very large and very simple, and my body stopped being a thing I owned. Then it hit me like a live wire, and I went down. Erpang came to the rim and could not get closer. He paced and whined and tried 3 different angles and gave up at the same line every time. Xiao Xue walked in and picked me up. She had slept for a year in a tank and woken up 2,000 TT strong, and she had spent 2 days climbing, and now she was fully adapted because that is what she does. She only came for me the next afternoon, and only because of the weather. There was a thunderstorm coming, and the cartoon had taught her that when it rains, you go home. So she got me out of a nuclear crater, loaded me and Song Xiaoru onto the wolf, and ran away from the clouds, in no particular direction, with no memory of the route, for 7 days. They were starving by day 3, which is how a former army officer named Guo Qiang got the shock of his life. His squad had spent a morning setting up an ambush on 3 prowlers because they needed the leather for armor. Somebody stepped on glass. The plan collapsed. Guo Qiang went into the air with an axe like a man who has decided today is the day, and a wolf bigger than a brown bear came past him at a speed that knocked him sideways out of his own jump, put one paw on a prowler, and ate all three of them like a bowl of chips. He did keep trying to leave the skeletons. He genuinely tried. His owner had a rule about bodies, but his owner had been asleep for 4 days, and there were strangers about, and Air Pang made an executive decision. Meanwhile, Xiaozhu had found a vending machine and could not work out the interface and punched it. The alarm went off like an air raid siren. Every zombie in the district came running, and every single one of them stopped dead at exactly 100 meters in a perfect circle and would not cross the line. A titan came. Pong and 4 adult wolves took it apart, and then a mourner came and landed on the vending machine and crushed it. Xiaozhu went absolutely still. "You broke," she said, "my snack." She took a mutated Type 3 infected by the hair, swung it into the ground twice like a doll she was finished with, and finished it with her heel. Guo Qiang collected 1 titan and 1 mourner off that street and jumped a full tier in an afternoon, at which point he made the smartest decision of his career. He followed the little girl and the enormous dog and did not let them out of his sight. Elsewhere, people were looking for me. A man in a hood with an S13 badge walked into Marcus's new establishment with a Doberman on a lead, and the Doberman was there to tell him when somebody was lying. He had an ice pick made of something called extreme cold, and he stood there crushing Marcus's ice flowers in his fist while he asked his questions. Marcus gave me up in about 9 seconds. In fairness to him, he did it with tremendous enthusiasm. Their leader, a man called Yin Zhengxi, gave one order about me. Nobody engages him alone, and there was another one out there, and he is the one I should have found sooner. Lin Qingsong had been a delivery driver. On day 1, in a stairwell, he opened a door for a woman who had once made him carry a package up 30 flights and threatened him with a bad review if he complained. "Here's your delivery," he said. She begged. She promised him 5 stars. He let her in. Then he collected her body, and ring fragments came out of it, and Lin Qingsong understood the economics of this world about 4 days before anybody else did. You do not level on zombies. You level on people. So he became helpful. He attached himself to a mild man with glasses and a little sister and was wonderful to both of them for 2 days and killed them on the 3rd. He is also the man who posted the message on day 1 telling everybody that zombies do not react to light, so switch your lamps on so we can all see each other and know we are not alone. That is how he found his first 6. He sat at a window and watched a city full of frightened people turn themselves into a map. There was a women's dormitory with 6 people in it, and one of them had once been cold to him at a bus stop. He killed 5 and made the 6th type an appeal into the regional channel. 6 of us here, we have supplies. Please come and help. For 11 days, everyone who walked into that dormitory to help disappeared. Then he watched my mech fight a titan on somebody's livestream and worked out the fastest possible route to the top of the world, which was to find that man and put a knife in him. He joined Zhao Longchuan's unit as a volunteer. He gave a little speech about loving his country. He saluted. When an S13 assassin walked into his squad's building looking for me, Lin Qingsong stood in the front rank and swore he had never heard of any Li Ming. The assassin killed the entire squad, 15 people, including their captain, and then Lin Qingsong, who has a skill called feign weakness that makes him read as harmless, put a dagger into the back of a man who had just used his last berserk. 30 minutes of weakness follow it. He was standing in them. He had messaged that assassin privately to bring him there. He had let a foreign killer clear out his own comrades so he could farm the killer afterward. "Thank you for the supplies," he said to the body. "Your deaths were not in vain." Then he cleaned himself up and walked back to base with a perfect story, because his entire squad had been massacred by a foreign organization and he was the only survivor, and who would question a man like that? "The apocalypse," he said, to nobody, "is wonderful." It took Guo Qiang 7 days to get my body to the military base, and he did it by putting food on the ground in a straight line and walking backward. Those 2 did not travel. They wandered. If something looked interesting, they stopped for half a day and looked at it. Zhao Longchuan put 2 fingers on my neck and found nothing. 3 days without food, without water, without any of the things a body does. He was as gentle about it as a soldier knows how to be. "Little one," he said, "your father is dead." "Should we bury him?" Xiaozhu stamped her foot. The concrete cracked in 4 directions. "All right," he said carefully. "All right. What is your father's name?" "Li Ming." And Zhao Longchuan went gray, because he had been carrying a debt to that name for 2 weeks and had just been told it was a corpse. Then the corpse moved. My armor split down the front and gold light came out of the seams, which is exactly when 11 people in black hoods blew a hole in the eastern wall. Zhao Longchuan did the sums instantly, and they came out wrong. A secret organization's leader ranks in the top 1,000 on this planet. Its members rank in the top 1,000,000. Any one of those 11 could take a camp apart on their own. He ordered the civilians evacuated, formed 2 defensive lines that he knew would not hold, and walked toward the wall. A soldier's fate is to die on a battlefield, he told his officers. The honors just come sooner than I expected. Inside the medical block, Mei Ling stood over my body with a spear at Awakener Stage 2, which for a 19-year-old in 3 weeks is genuinely remarkable. The door opened and Lin Qingsong walked in, covered in blood that was not his. Intermediate Awakener Stage 2. He had gone up 2 full tiers in a week by farming his own comrades during the attack, and he said so out loud, cheerfully, like a man describing a promotion. You have to admire Zhao Longquan, he said. He gave me so many opportunities to grow. He broke a medic's neck on the way past and put Mei Ling through a wall with one strike. Then he made her an offer. Kneel and be his and serve him, or refuse, and he would leave her head on the front gate for her brother to find. She threw a knife at him instead, which knocked the first attempt out of his hand. So he dragged her across the floor by the hair to where I was lying. You don't want him dead, he said. Then watch. And he drove an ice pick called a rare cone of destruction, which instantly kills any survivor below mutator tier and then disappears straight into my heart. There was a sound like a thermos flask cracking. Here is what the manual said, and I had read it before I ever touched that rock. During digestion, you are immune to all damage. All damage, not most. All. The only thing that Ice Pick accomplished was to knock me out of the cocoon about 4 hours early. The blast took the roof off the medical block. Heat came off me in a wave that put both of them on the floor. I came up off the bed and did not come down, hanging a meter in the air with gold coming out of my eyes, which I am told looked extremely impressive and which I had no control over whatsoever. Current level, God. High level Awakener, Stage 1. All talents automatically maxed. 20 talent points awarded. 300 energy crystals. All attributes increased by 100%. Unique ultimate skill, Annihilation Finger. 1500% damage on contact, followed by 100% per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. And here is the part Lin Qingsong did not account for. I had been unconscious. I had not been absent. I had heard the last 4 minutes of that conversation from inside my own body. Every word of it, including the part about the gate. He recovered fast. I will give him that. He was on his feet with his hands spread and a delighted expression before the dust settled. Li Ming, thank God, Shi Wei and I only just managed to fight them off. You, I said, are going to die. I put him through a wall. Then I picked him up out of it and broke his teeth, and then I closed my hand on his throat until his eyes rolled, and then I let go. That was on purpose. I wanted him to get one breath in. I wanted him to have the specific experience of hoping. Then I took the bottom half of him off with a beam. He was still talking. He was offering to join Nightmare. Do you think Nightmare is a recycling center? I went out to find a doctor for Mei Ling and discovered that the meteorite had changed how I see people. Every survivor now had a label floating over them, and the label was not their level, it was their job, their old job from the world before. Architectural engineer, insurance salesperson, kindergarten teacher, bus driver, 200 people running for their lives with their entire previous existence written over their heads. And 2 of them said surgeon and nurse. Yang Jiming and Li Soyan. The doctor from the shopping mall toilets and the nurse from the furniture center, both of them at this base, neither of them knowing the other's story. I asked him to treat her. He gave me a price without blinking. Antibiotics. And 100 cans of beef. I took out 10,000 energy cores and put them on the table. He took 10. 10. Then he pushed the rest back across the table at a man who was visibly holding himself together with rage, which is a level of nerve I have rarely seen. Li Soyun asked him afterward why he had quoted such a brutal price in the first place if he was going to hand it all back. My teacher always took the envelope before an operation, he said, and returned it after. If the doctor refuses money, the family assumes the case is hopeless and he doesn't want the blame. If he takes it, they believe he will give everything he has. He shrugged. Li Ming doesn't know me. He has no reason to trust me. A high price was the only thing that would convince him I'd try. Then he grinned. Although, unlike my teacher, I am keeping the 10. We really are short of food. That afternoon, the world gave him a rare skill called healing. Outside the wall, the 11 were already dividing me up. Their leader, Yin Jungsi, had crushed a sentry's skull on the way in and was wiping his hands on a wet wipe. This is the Dragon Kingdom's military base, he said. It's brittle. His people did their allocation in advance out loud, so there would be no arguing later. One of them called the wolf, another called the armor, a third wanted the ring itself and got told the ring goes to the leader, obviously, and sulked about it. They had it all worked out. Against 11 of those, we had 15 Special Forces soldiers, 20 of Guo Qiang's people, 1 very annoyed doctor, 1 wolf, and a 14-year-old with no impulse control whatsoever. I liked our odds, and I want to be clear that this was not confidence. It was arithmetic. The man who wanted the wolf had done his homework. He lured Erpang away from the wall with premium pet food, which worked instantly and tells you everything about my dog's character. Then he took out an item called Master Summon and called 8 howling moonwolves, every one of them bigger than mine. They swarmed him. They put him on his back, and then they started licking his face. 8 adult wolves of the same bloodline had just met a wolf king, and a wolf does not argue with a king. He is not the strongest one there. He is simply the one they all recognize. Get him, their owner shouted. I'm ordering you. I command you. 8 wolves turned around. Erpang came out of that with an upgrade. Call of the Wild became King's Call, which summons a full adult pack and carries a small chance of summoning the Wolf King's mate, who does not vanish afterward and is, I am told, permanent. I have not mentioned that last part to him. He gets ideas. 200 meters away, Xiaojue kicked a man through the wall of the neighboring building and shouted with real joy that fighting people was more fun than fighting monsters. The doctor's fight is the one I wish I had watched. An S-13 man came for the medical block where Mei Ling was down and Li Soyan and her daughter were sheltering, and Yang Jiming was the only thing in the doorway. The man outranked him by a full tier. Yang Jiming did not posture. He watched. He watched the way a physician watches, and inside about 20 seconds he had worked out which evolution branch the man had taken and what that branch does to a circulatory system. Then he got hit, repeatedly, ribs, an ice pick through the shoulder, a kick that took him through a wall. Every time he went down, he healed his own internal organs and stood back up, and every time he stood up, he said something insulting. Is that it? Is that all S13 has? You punch like, cough, like somebody's aunt. The man went berserk in the specific way Yang Jiming needed him to, not the combat berserk, rage, the one that drives the heart rate up and opens every capillary in the body. And at that point, several major arteries opened all at once because the doctor had already cut them. He had an energy weapon called a single molecular scalpel. The cuts are so fine that the tissue closes behind them. You cannot feel it. You will not bleed from it until your heart starts working at 4 times normal. I did warn you, Yang Jiming said, sitting down against the wall. I'm a doctor. Then he crawled over and put the scalpel into the base of the man's skull. Now he's dead. I killed 2 intermediate awakeners in under a second on my way to the leader, which I mention only because it changed how the rest of them stood. Yin Zhengxi did not run. I will give him that. He put on a set of energy-heavy armor that eats 80% of incoming damage and drew a blade called the 7-Colored Treasure, which burns, punches through armor, and has a 1 in 10 chance of producing an illusion of its wielder. We traded about 30 exchanges, and I did not attack once. I dodged. I read him. I wanted to see the illusions work, and I wanted a good long look at what a normal high-level Awakener Stage 1 can actually do, because until that afternoon, I had no idea whether my ceiling was the world ceiling. Then I spent 10 cores. Resonance knocked all 3 of him down. 2 of them were copies. 1 punch took the vambraces off the real one. He went to soul burning, 7th gear, and put out a beam of energy that would have gone through a building. Mine was thicker. It simply pushed his back into his chest and kept going. So he hid. He deployed something called the Xuanwu Shield, which makes you invulnerable and completely immobile and unable to attack, which is the item equivalent of curling into a ball, and from inside it he started to negotiate. Wait, I know things. I'll tell you about the Aboriginals. I'll tell you what happens on the 30th day. What happens in 30 days, I said. I'll find out in a few days. Then I lifted my index finger. A thread of gold came off the end of it and went through the shield and through him and about 200 meters of the wall behind him. 28,000 cores. 22,000 more on collection. 20 energy cores in 1 man. 1,200 ring fragments. The blueprints for every piece of equipment he was wearing. A special energy core called Basic Invisibility, which went into the 2nd socket on my altar and made every member of Nightmare able to disappear, and 3 documents. File number 17, marked Top Secret, a research report from a Raven laboratory numbered T221, and a video file labeled Tengxiang Country with map coordinates attached. The last of them tried to leave. He got 20 meters straight up on a rare skill called anti-gravity flight and hovered there, framed against the sky, and delivered his exit line. Next time, I'll come back over your corpses. Let's do this time instead of next time. I hit him from above, which he had not budgeted for. And when I collected him, the world gave me his flight skill, and I learned to fly on the spot, badly, in front of an entire military base, dropping about 10 meters twice before I got the trick of leveling out. 4 S13 members between them yielded 3,135 ring fragments, a fatal charm, an equipment enhancement skill, a throwing ice spear, and a basic bad luck card. And that pile taught me something I had been getting backward for 3 weeks. I had assumed the organization gives you the rare items. It does not. The rare items come first. You find something extraordinary, and finding it is what pushes you high enough to be invited. The organization is not the cause. It is the receipt. We found Zhao Longchuan on an ice spear, pinned through the chest. 3 meters off the ground. The whole base stopped. His sister screamed. Go Chiang sat down on a step and put his hands over his face. I was about to collect the body when I saw something in his ring, and stopped. A strange doll. I had taken an identical one off Lin Qingsong an hour earlier and thought nothing of it. And then Zhao Longchuan came up the path, alive, walking. He nodded at me, went over to his own corpse, and collected it, which is the single most upsetting thing I have ever watched a person do calmly. Substitute doll. On lethal damage, it spends every resource you own and part of your ring's level and teleports you to safety within 10 kilometers, leaving a body behind, one use only, which meant something else, and I worked it out at the same moment he did. Lin Qingsong had one too. He had talked one out of a man in his squad days earlier. Lin Qingsong was alive. I sent one order to Marcus and one to Chen Guojun, and I have never phrased anything more simply. Find him. Alive or dead. Chen Guojun, meanwhile, was having a theological crisis. His camp had grown. The farm was producing every single day now, which in this world is roughly the same as owning an oil field, and new people were arriving all the time. 8 of them decided they would take the full ration without joining the church. Your doctrine says universal love, their spokesman said, loudly, in front of a queue. So which is it, universal love or a cult? Chen Guojun invited them somewhere quiet to discuss it. I'll give you 10 seconds, he said pleasantly. Pray. Ask your God to show himself. He counted to 10. Time's up, now let me show you what my God gave me. And he vanished because the second socket on my altar had gone in that morning. Afterward, he explained it to the bodies, which is a habit I would discourage if I thought it would help. My God made me stronger, yours ignored you completely, so which of us is following the fraud? I went south to the base, and Zhao Longchuan met me with a gift. He had his engineers build me a 2-story container house, insulated, wired, actual glazed windows. He described it, with total sincerity, as 5-star hotel standard, and he threw a banquet in my honor consisting of instant noodles. It was, by the standards of that base, an enormous act of love. I thanked him properly, stayed for the noodles, gave the house to the doctor, and said I would be fine in a tent. That night he came out with Lin Shu and Go Chiang to check whether I needed blankets. They came around the corner of the vehicle park and found a 2-story villa with floor-to-ceiling windows, a wine cabinet, a lit fireplace, and a hot pot bubbling under a skylight. And Air Pang came down the front steps with a can of beef in his teeth, dropped it on the gravel, and opened it with his molars. Guo Chiang said in a small voice, well, we get canned meat sometimes too. Then he watched the wolf eat the second can, and the third. Who am I? He said. Where am I? Why am I here? Zhao Longchuan turned them both around by the shoulders and walked them back the way they came. Nobody, he said, says a word about tonight. The ring went from 6 to 7 to 8 that week, and level 8 came with something I did not understand until I saw the calendar. Space Farm, an acre of land inside my ring, immune to contamination, where crops ripen on outside time. I looked at that, and then I looked out of the window at a world where every field was about to be something else, and I understood exactly what I had been handed. After the 30th day, ordinary soil is not going to grow food. It is going to grow whatever this planet has decided to grow instead, and an acre of clean earth in a man's pocket will be the most valuable object on Blue Star. Maximum 1 harvest per day. That is the only limit. I planted the whole acre that afternoon. Then, at midnight, ding, day 24. Suppression on food consumption has been lifted, and I was hungry. Not peckish. Hungry. The way you are hungry after a day of manual work, and I had eaten 2 hours earlier. Because the stronger you are, the more you eat, and the world had been carrying that cost for us for 3 weeks and had just put the bill on the table. Every survivor on this planet went to sleep that night doing arithmetic on their food stores, and most of them got an answer they did not like. I own 30,000 cans of beef, a farm in my pocket, and a wolf who can eat 6 cans at a sitting. I own the only thing that is about to matter. Song Xiaoru came back that night and stood a centimeter from my face while I slept, which is a hell of a way to wake up. Her skin was pale, but the purple had gone out of her veins almost completely, and the world had reclassified her. Type: fusion infected, not human, not mourner, a merger. The mind of Song Xiaoru running on the body of the infected, with 2 skills, wailing and dance of claws. I asked her a question, and she nodded. I asked her another, and she shook her head. That was the entire conversation, and it was the best one I had had in a month. Then she took my sleeve and led me to the bathroom and pointed at the bath and then held up her hands. Claws. She could not do it. She could not wash herself, could not hold a cloth, could not manage a tap, and she had been unable to for a year. So I filled the bath and washed a woman with a doctorate who could kill me if she decided to. And neither of us said anything, and the water changed color 3 times. When it was over, I put her in a bathrobe. That night she stood out on the balcony under the moon for a long time, quietly, with her hands at her sides, not screaming at it, just standing in it. In the morning, Xiaozhu had gotten to her first and put her in a proper dress and heels. She had put herself in a school uniform off a shop mannequin. The two of them came down the stairs like the end of a makeover show. That was also the morning the organization gave me my leader's ability, teleport to any member anywhere on the planet, 3-day cooldown, and I could bring 10 people with me. I tested it 11 hours later because Chen Guojun's camp was about to stop existing. 3 forces had converged on the farm, about 100 from the south, fighting a religious war on behalf of a god of the tide, 200 from the north, and 150 from the west, who had come up with the cleverest and worst idea of the apocalypse. They were driving a horde of 50 to 60,000 zombies ahead of them. They steered it with 2 bleeding men tied to the front of an armored vehicle as a lure. Inside the walls, a mob of the faithful was hammering on the doors of the prayer hall demanding that their god do something, which is when white mist came up out of nothing in the middle of the courtyard. I stepped out of it on the back of a wolf the size of a truck with a silver-haired girl on one side and a mourner in a dress on the other. The entire camp went face down in the dirt. By the way, I said to Chen Guojun over the sound of 200 people worshipping, when exactly did I become a god? Then I raised my voice for the crowd. Don't deify me. I'm an ordinary man. Believe in science. And then, because I needed to see the battlefield, I went straight up 100 meters and hung there in the sunrise with the light behind me. I want to be extremely clear that I was looking at troop dispositions. Down below, a woman fell to her knees and shouted, "The true God teaches that we have no divine power of our own, and that is why we must arm ourselves with science." And the accountant, Liu Jianbo, went white as a sheet and whispered, "That was a tactical withdrawal." He denied his own divinity and then closed the only hole in the doctrine in the same breath in 4 seconds. That's genius. I have given up trying to fix this. Song Xiaoru asked to be let off the leash. She had been a passenger for 2 weeks. She stepped off the wall and walked out alone toward 150 armed Westerners, and their strongest, an intermediate awakener stage 2 called Burn, came out to meet her. They passed each other once. He was in pieces before he finished turning around. Then she went up the face of a building to the roof where their commander was standing, and she did not touch him at all. She tipped her head back and screamed. 50,000 zombies, the ones they had spent 2 days herding toward the farm, stopped, turned, and went the other way. I heard him say it over the radio in the last few seconds. All this time I used the dead as a weapon, and in the end, I'm the one standing in the middle of them. She stayed up on that roof afterward with the wind in that terrible haircut, looking down at an army she had taken away from someone else, and I have never seen anything look more like a queen. The southern group brought pets. A man named Rohan, wearing more gold than a jewelry store, with a stone python around his neck. A man named Kumar, with a black cat, rank B, skill knight ambush. Behind them, a stone statue of the tide god, carried on poles, which they had built in 3 weeks and were extremely serious about. "You don't know?" Kumar called out. "At equal size, cats are always stronger than dogs." The cat launched. The cat was extremely fast, and Airpang did not move at all, and the cat's own momentum carried it directly into his open mouth. There was a crunch. "Airpang, Papa said leave the bodies. Why did you eat her?" He gave me a look of complete innocence. He had not eaten anything. It had climbed in by itself. The python swallowed Xiaozhu whole. I did not even stand up. Erpong called 12 adult wolves. The python began rolling on the ground in a manner suggesting regret. There was a distinct bulge partway along it, and the bulge was moving in the wrong direction, and then Xiaozhu came back out into the daylight with her hair all over her face and an enormous grin. That was fun. Is there another one? The northern group arrived at that point, running, and Rohan went out to meet his allies with his arms open. They came at a full sprint, 200 of them, in rags, with no weapons at all, and not one of them was out of breath. Their camp had been taken hours earlier. Everything running toward us was already dead. Rohan stood in the open and watched his last hope arrive as a wave of corpses. Then he watched those corpses part around a wolf and obey a woman in a dress. His faith went out of his face like a light bulb failing. He sat down on the ground and let them come. Somebody filmed all of that. Of course somebody filmed it. The clip went into the global channel and around the world in a night, and within a week there were dozens of true god sects on 4 continents, and they did not agree with each other about anything. Some of them worshipped the wolf, some worshipped the white-haired girl, some worshipped the woman who commands the dead, and a few of them worshipped the one standing behind the other 3, who never shows his face, which is at least accurate. Then I had the best idea of my life, and I had it by accident. I put 10 sentry towers in front of a horde of 100,000, which by then also contained the cores of 3 annihilated camps, and left them running. Then I gave 1 tower to Chen Guojun as a gift for his farm, and the kills from his tower still came to me. Not because he is in my organization, because I built it. The creator gets the credit, and the 2-kilometer limit that governs my own collection does not apply to a tower at all. I sat with that for a while. Sell 1,000 towers into 1,000 cities on 6 continents, and every one of them farms for me, forever, at every hour, on every front line on this planet, while I am asleep in a bath. I did not give them away, because free things make people suspicious. I priced them to Marcus at 100 cores each, against a build cost of 500 cores and 500 kilos of steel, and told him to sell them for whatever the market would bear. Marcus, to his eternal credit, produced an advertisement. He filmed his own brother Titus running down an alley in his underwear pursued by 40 zombies, and then cut to 2 towers cutting the entire street down in 11 seconds, and he sent that film to a dozen cities. The first 10 towers went to a camp that had been sealed inside a parking structure by a horde for 2 days. They paid 1,500 cores without haggling. Marcus raised the price to 180. They sold. 200. Sold. 280. Sold out. Then he ordered 400 more and asked in the same message whether there was a discount above 300 units, which is the single most Marcus sentence ever written. I had put roughly 250,000 cores into that production run. I got 45,000 back in cash on the first wave, and then the counter in the corner of my eye began to move on its own, and it did not stop, and it has not stopped since, hundreds per second, from cities I have never visited. I stood on the terrace of my villa, frying chicken cutlets with cheese in them, watching several hundred people work my fields in shifts, while a number climbed in my peripheral vision like a stock ticker in a very good year. That is the moment I stopped being a survivor and became infrastructure. The next thing I did with all that money was cheat at crafting. I had taken a skill called Equipment Enhancement off a dead S13 member. What it does is break down a rare weapon and let you graft its attributes onto something you already own. The odds are printed right on the box, 25% for one attribute, 3% for all 3, 3%. So I took out the beginner's lucky card, the one a nurse gave me in a parking garage for 3 loaves of bread, which tilts every probability in the world in your favor for exactly 10 minutes. First attempt. All 3 attributes off the 7-colored treasure blade. I put the heat, the illusions, and the armor penetration into the 1,000-bone blade, and then threw the ice from the Korean spear in on top. And while I was doing that, the red line running down the flat of the blade reached the tip and turned into a rune. Hidden attribute unlocked. Phantom Slash. In combat, the blade produces duplicates of the wielder at 30% of full strength. I did the armor next, pushed it to its ceiling, and got a hidden attribute called Saving, which reduces the core cost of every skill I own by 10%. There was still time on the card, so I fed it into Energy Extraction, which melts 1,000 crystal cores into 1 energy core at a 50% success rate, 128 attempts, 8 failures, 120 energy cores. God, Advanced Awakener. Stage 2. 2 days later, Liu Jianbo came to Chen Guojun in a state of visible distress. He had submitted a requisition asking for 300,000 cores to raise the entire camp's combat strength inside 6 days. He was now convinced he had asked for too much and would be remembered as the man who got greedy at the god. Chen Guojun pointed across the valley at my terrace. The true god, he said, is currently sunbathing on a lounger. 3 hours of that nap earned 780,000 cores off 1,500 towers on 4 continents. I sent the accountant his 300,000 with a note saying it would not be enough to max everyone out and he should ask for more next time. I am told he had to sit down. Marcus, meanwhile, was in my messages every day, begging for another 1,000 units, raising his offer each time, and eventually putting a talent crystal on the table, which is not a thing a man parts with unless the margins are obscene. I hired teachers for Xiaoshui. That entire camp had exactly 2 people whose old world label qualified them, a mathematics teacher and a dance instructor. I put both of them on full rations and told them their only job now was that child, because here is the thing about new generation. Any action improves her. Any. Combat improves her, obviously, but so does studying, so does watching, so does practice of any kind. Everyone else in this world has to find talent crystals in gold crates. She gets stronger by doing her homework. Meanwhile, I learned to fly properly, which meant carrying Li Bingyu 10 kilometers to inspect a supply route and discovering the price list, 20 cores a second at a sensible cruise and 100 a second if you go supersonic. I did go supersonic. The bang took every window out of a shopping street, and Li Bingyu, who had been praying, stopped praying. Feng Rui had been having a much worse month than me. After the castle, she had turned an ambitious father and son against each other inside a Japanese camp, escaped in the confusion, and then been given up by one of the prisoners she had left behind. She was picked up on the road by a minibus with 3 cheerful young women in it. They had survived 4 weeks because they had been locked in a logistics warehouse full of instant food. They therefore believed the apocalypse was mostly a matter of staying positive. She tried to teach them the rules. They decided she was paranoid. They pulled into a camp called Huayuan, where 200 people slept on bare concrete and nobody talked to anybody. Fang Rui's first act on arrival was to snatch the bread out of her new friend's hands and break it into 4 small pieces in full view of the yard. Better to go hungry for one day, she said quietly, than to die. 2 days later, Chen Meili opened a can of stew in the corner of a room, and the smell went through that entire camp like a flare. A little girl came, hollow-cheeked, and said her baby brother was dying. Chen Meili gave her 5 cans of beef and a case of drinks. Fang Rui watched that and said the only sentence that mattered, and she said it flatly, without heat. If those people can't feed themselves, how did they survive the first 20 days? That is the simplest question in the world. It's a pity nobody here has anything to think with. Then a boy came. Then the boy came back and demanded the same amount that Bao Bao had gotten, as a matter of fairness. Then the boy stood in the middle of the courtyard and screamed it at the top of his lungs so the entire camp could hear the number. They came in through the door in a wave. They emptied her ring. When there was nothing left in it, somebody hit her with a hammer, and when the other one tried to run, they finished her too, and then they collected both bodies for the cores, because that is what bodies are now. Fang Rui got the 4th girl onto the roof of Building 3 and barricaded the stairwell. Then she threw all of their remaining supplies off the roof, every can, every bottle, into the middle of the courtyard, and 200 starving people, instead of coming up the stairs, turned on each other over the pile. I bet on their greed, she said afterward, and she did not say it proudly. She said it the way you report the weather. When the food was gone and the crowd reformed at the bottom of the stairwell, she opened the window and leaned out over them. Come up here, she called down, and I'll cut my own throat before you reach me. Because a corpse is worth cores, and cores go to whoever gets there first, and a mob that has to arrive first is not a mob anymore. It is 200 competitors. They fought each other in the stairwell for 6 hours. That is how she was still alive when something went overhead at the speed of a fighter jet and took every window in the district out of its frame. And when the survivors on the roof looked down into the courtyard, there was nobody in it at all, only white mist, thinning out in the sun. I want to join your organization, Fang Rui said. She said it standing in a stairwell full of what 200 people had done to each other, with her hair stuck to her forehead, in the first 30 seconds of the conversation. Why? Because freedom is a made-up word. She said it like a woman reading out a receipt. In the old world, the law bounded it. Here there are rules too, and the price for breaking them is higher. The only way to widen the box you live in is to stand next to someone strong. That's all any of this has ever been. What are you offering? Lin Qingsong's head. And in exchange, you raise me to Intermediate Awakener Stage 1. That's all. That is a small ask. Insultingly small, from a man who prints energy cores in his sleep. I said so. If I asked for more, she said, killing Lin Qingsong would stop being worth anything to you, and then what would you need me for? Then she handed me a basic survivor tracker. She had 2. She kept one to hunt him. The other is yours. If I don't check in within 3 days, use it to find me and kill me. I have made a lot of deals in this world. That is the only one where the other party set the collateral. That night I watched a video that made my hands go cold, and it did not have a single monster in it. Tangxiang country had a wall, not a barricade. A wall 30 to 45 meters thick, going up out of the earth until the camera had to tilt, smooth-faced, with weapon emplacements along the crest that fired something bright and silent. On the recording, one of them shot down a bird the size of 3 trucks, and the bird came apart in the air like paper. Behind that wall, 6 protected cities, tunnels linking them underground, and an energy grid laid through the bedrock specifically to keep something called a drill worm from coming up. Coordinates 120, 33, Interface City. Somewhere on this planet, human beings had had a whole year longer than us and had used it. And then, in the last 11 seconds of that recording, the grass around the reporter's feet started to grow, visibly, faster than a man can walk backward. Somebody off camera started shouting to run. The screen went black. Song Xiaoru wanted to tell me something after that, and could not, and so she invented a method. She went around the villa and pointed at things. Letters on food packaging, a number on a wall clock, the label on a bottle. She spent 10 minutes tapping one claw against printed characters in 3 rooms until I had it written down. Laboratory A, 073, Bioenergy Technology, the High Wall, City 3. She was giving me a second address inside that country, and she was doing it 1 letter at a time from the packaging in my kitchen. Then she read file number 17, which I had taken off Yinjiangxi, and everything stopped. That file is the record of the fall of something called Dreadnought Fortress, which was destroyed by an insect swarm, and the last line written in its log is not a report. It is 4 words in handwriting that got worse toward the end. She's here, not it. She. Song Xiaoru went absolutely still. Then she went to the window and looked out at nothing for about a minute, and then she went out of it and did not come back. No explanation. No goodbye. She simply left, and she did not look back once. and I stood at that window for longer than I would like to admit. The next morning, in the flower bed in front of the villa, a small yellow flower opened. A bee landed on it, the petals shut. A few minutes later they opened again, and the flower was slightly bigger. The world went green after that, and it went green fast. Weeds nobody had ever seen came up through the fields. Vines went up the sides of skyscrapers at a rate you could watch. Grass split the asphalt in every street in every city, and none of it was the grass we grew up with. In 3 days, I banked 6,328,000 crystal cores because the tower market had saturated the planet, and then I burned nearly all of it. 2 lucky cards, thousands of runs of energy extraction, 2,000 successes, 2,050 failures, 3 million cores turned into slag, 2,000 energy cores, God, beginner mutator, stage 1, and the world made an announcement to every living human being on it. The first mutator has been born. Nobody knew who. There was no name attached. 400 million people on 6 continents spent that night arguing about it in the global channel, and about 900 of them claimed it was them. Then the world assessed me privately, and it was oddly thorough about it. Global rank. 1. 2 talent trees. Prefix, God. Character assessment, not a merciless killer, not a saint, not a hedonist, not a recluse. Thank you. I will have that engraved. Then it offered me a choice of divine trees. Holy or dark. One or the other, it said. This is not a decision that can be revisited. And the meteorite core sitting inside me where it had been for 2 weeks simply broke the rule. Eternal and unique. Both trees granted. Holy burning. A field of heat that does double damage to anything mutated. Dark extraction. Drains bioenergy out of whatever I am fighting and pays me 20% more cores for it. And where the 2 trees touch, one skill that should not exist. Soul Stealer. Every strike I land of any kind with any weapon has a chance to instantly kill any monster, regardless of its tier, its health, or its armor. 0.5% at the first rank, 1% at the second, 2% at the third. 2% sounds like nothing. Hold on to it. Fang Rui came through my door at 11:59 on the 3rd night, soaked through, white to the lips, holding the frame with one hand and saying over and over that she was not late, that it was exactly 3 days, that she had not missed it. In the last slot of her ring, there was one item, Lin Qingsong's head. I sat her down, put coffee in front of her, then noodles, and then, because she had done something extremely difficult and nobody had ever paid her properly for anything, a slab of Wagyu. She got one mouthful in and started coughing and could not explain why she was coughing. 10 minutes later, Xiaojue saw the bruises on her in the shower and came screaming down the corridor that our guest was turning into a zombie. Then she dragged me by the wrist toward a bathroom with a woman in it. I have never turned around so fast in my life. I gave Fang Rui 32,000 energy cores. Not for the head. That was already paid. Just given. She stared at the number for a long moment. Then she said the air quality in the villa was poor and that something had gotten in her eyes. She wiped her face with the back of her wrist and looked at the ceiling. She told me later that in 4 weeks of the apocalypse, I was the only person who had ever given her something and asked for nothing at all in return. Then I raised Chen Guojun 2 full tiers in an afternoon and watched him do the arithmetic on how much that cost. You. He said slowly. The first mutator. That was you. I did not answer, and my not answering has become a doctrine, and there is nothing I can do about that now. I sent 600,000 cores to the church and told them to spend it on the people who work the fields. Zhao Longchuan took 80,000 cores off me for a shipment of steel and then handed me a small, ugly doll, his substitute doll, the one that had already saved him once and could not save him twice because he had made a second one and this was it. Don't misunderstand, he said. This isn't a trade. I built it for you. If you have a spare life in your pocket, the survivors of this country have better odds. That's the whole calculation. Then he looked at the ground. And if I'm killed, look after Siyue. I've made arrangements for everything in this camp except her. I put it in the ring. I did not say anything clever. There was nothing clever available. Yang Jiming joined the same week, and he came to me. I found him standing at a window whispering to himself that he had to live, that he had to find an organization 100 times stronger than S13. Yunji was standing at his elbow with her hands behind her back, informing him that she could arrange that. When she was grown up, she was going to work for that man, and he was going to listen to her. He had laid out every can of beef I had paid him on the table to give back because he had decided the fee had been excessive after all, but what I actually looked at was his ring, a titan's heart, a prowler's spine, a breeder's stomach, and a notebook labeled Anatomical Analysis of the Infected, 3/4 full, in a very neat hand. He had been dissecting every single thing he killed. That is why a doctor who had never held a weapon in his life was climbing faster than soldiers. He knelt. The dragon came up on his forehead. Nightmare now had 4 members. Between them they had a farm, a religion, a hospital, and a network of 900 informants, and I still had not told a single one of them what I actually see when I look at a door. We harvested the farm a day early and then set fire to it, all of it. The stubble, the grass on the approaches, half the outbuildings. Because whatever the 31st day was going to bring, I wanted it to arrive at a place that was already burning. Lights out across the base, everyone on the walls, 4 sectors, east, Jiaolongchuan and Guoqiang, west, Fangrui and Yangjiming, north, Chenguojian with the church. South, me, the wolf, and the child. At midnight exactly, the message came. Day 31. Suppression has been partially lifted, and then the fog came down, and it came down so fast it was like somebody closing a lid, and visibility went to 2 meters. The first thing we heard was a hum, and everybody on that wall thought the same thing, which is that somebody was flying drones. Mosquitoes a meter long. They came out of the fog in numbers nobody could count, and the mouth part on the front is a drill, and it goes for the carotid, and a grown man goes from standing to dry in about 4 seconds. Then, under the humming, a rustle along the ground. 6-legged things the size of a large dog, with a shell harder than a prowler's spine, 4 limbs like sickles, and a round mouth full of rings of teeth. They do not kill you and then eat. They start at whatever they reach first, and the survivor is generally still shouting. Fang Rui got the first useful transmission out inside 90 seconds. The mosquitoes dive at 45 degrees, all of them. Every single one, every time. So the entire east wall angled their energy strikes at 45 degrees and fired in volleys into empty fog and swept them out of the air by the dozen. Jiaolongchuan jumped off the wall into the middle of the swarm to light a fuel trap by hand and used Deathstorm to get back out, and I have decided not to discuss with him whether that was necessary. And at the south gate, where I was standing, absolutely nothing happened. For 20 minutes I stood there with a sword in each hand and heard 3 other walls fighting for their lives while 100 meters of empty ground in front of me stayed empty. I was certain it was an ambush. I was certain something enormous and invisible was building up out there. Then the fog blew off, and I saw the truth of it. Erpang was sitting beside me, bored, scratching an ear with a hind foot. Wolf King's Majesty pushes away anything the wolf could kill in one strike, out to 100 meters. It does not care what species. The entire terrifying new ecology of Day 31 had walked up to that line, had a good look at my dog, and decided to go somewhere else. Xiaoshu got bored too and went off to help the doctor, and I looked over 5 minutes later to see her holding 2 of the 6-legged things by their back legs and using them on each other, like a pair of nunchucks. She had seen it in a film. Then she caught a mosquito out of the air and pulled its legs off one at a time, humming. For everyone else on this planet, Day 31 was the night the world became hell. For that child, a whole new species of toy had been delivered. This apocalypse feels like it was designed specifically for a beginner, and she is the beginner. I went out into the middle of it eventually because I had 2 new passives I had not tested. Soul Burning, then Holy Burning and Dark Extraction together, and then I flew straight into a cloud of them. They did not reach me. They came apart 5 meters out, in the air, in a widening cone, killed by a field I was not aiming, so I switched the Holy Fire off and left only the dark half running. Every creature within 30 meters started leaking thin red threads of energy toward me. Those threads wrapped around my arms and shoulders and set into dark red plate. Then I dropped 40 meters into the thickest part of the swarm and stood. I did not swing at anything for a while. There was no need. Things came at me and stopped being things. Somebody on the wall said, loud enough for the radio to pick it up, "Is that even a person anymore?" That is the second time somebody has asked that about me. I have started keeping count. Then the ground moved and the entire swarm scattered. Everything alive on that field went away from one point at once, which is not a behavior insects have. And out of the fog came something the size of a main battle tank. Drill worm larva. Larva. That word was on the label, and I want everybody to sit with it for a moment. That thing was the baby. Skills. Drilling, which softens the ground and lets it swim through soil like water. Basic mental burn. Primary infection. And 2 hints, one after the other. Drill worms never act alone. They prefer to appear in pairs. This one's weak point is on its back, at the join between the head plate and the body carapace. Of course, if you're feeling very confident, you're welcome to ignore this hint. The pair works like this. One comes at you from the front to hold your attention. The other one, underneath you, turns the ground you are standing on into porridge, so you cannot push off it, cannot jump, cannot dodge, and then it comes up and takes you from below. It is a genuinely excellent plan. It is a genuinely excellent plan against a man who is standing on the ground. The second larva erupted out of the earth under my feet with its mouth wide open and got a full load of soil because I was 9 meters up watching. A carefully coordinated ambush executed perfectly, 12 seconds in the making, and its total reward was a mouthful of dirt. I killed them both, and then then the world started talking to itself where I could hear it, restoring the world's architectural structures to match the level of the disaster, ecological structure adjusting, releasing high-level infected, raising maximum supply crate level, gravity parameters readjusted, I felt it, everybody felt it, the whole planet got heavier that night by an amount you could notice in your knees, and when I looked at those lines and asked for a hint, for the first time since the first morning of my life in this world, nothing appeared, blank, no box, nothing. Which is the moment I stopped thinking of this as a disaster. A real catastrophe does not do this. A real catastrophe kills whatever it kills and moves on, and species adapt or they do not. It does not release monsters in ascending order of difficulty. It does not raise the maximum quality of the loot to match the players. It does not suppress our appetites for 3 weeks, so we do not starve before we are strong enough to farm, and then switch that suppression off on a specific day. That is not weather. That is a curriculum. Somebody is running this, something is running this, and whatever it is the only thing in the world my hints refuse to talk about, so that is what I am going to find. Inside the drill worm, in a compartment the world labeled putrid stomach, there was an explanation of a different kind. Everything indigestible remains in the stomach of a giant mutated insect. You can obtain many items relating to this world's past life from here. Past life. 3 things came out of that stomach. A notebook bound in scales. A map carved into a piece of carapace marked in the corner, Year 7 of the New Era, and full-tech blueprint number 19. 3 of 27. The funerals were the next morning and they turned into something else. They laid the dead out in rows under sheets, and the families came, and Zhao Longchuan started to read the names, and the sheets moved. The abdomens of the bodies were distended, all of them, including the men, including the ones whose brains had already been destroyed, which is supposed to be the end of the argument. An incubator for mutated larvae, currently containing 500,000 mutated giant mosquito larvae. 500,000 in one man, 350,000 in the next, 300,000 in the next. The stronger the survivor had been, the more eggs they carried, and the faster those eggs were maturing. The bodies could not be collected because the energy in the eggs severs the link to a ring, and an energy attack would kill some of the larvae and accelerate the rest. Burn them. That was the only instruction the world gave me, and it gave it in capital letters. So I told 200 grieving people to step back from their own families, and I poured fuel over the rows, and I set fire to them while the mothers were still holding on to the sheets. The counter over the first body went from 300,000 down to 5,000, and then the hint changed. This is just a charred corpse, nothing to see here. A funeral became a cremation in about 90 seconds, and nobody, including me, has ever apologized for it because there was nothing to apologize for, and that is somehow worse. 200 kilometers north, a Japanese camp had the same problem and did not have the same information. One of them got impatient and took the head off a corpse that would not collect, and black smoke came out of the neck, except it was not smoke. He was dry before he hit the floor. That night, a minibus and 3 jeeps left that camp heading south in a hurry, carrying everything they had left. The map from the worm's stomach did something to my display that I did not expect. I loaded it in, and half of my own minimap went black. Everything I had personally explored, walked, fought over, and mapped turned to unknown territory. Not because the map was wrong, because the ground had changed. The world I had been living in for a month was no longer the shape of the world, and there was a date carved in the corner of it. Year 7 of the New Era. I sat down with the scaled notebook and a can of crisps, and I checked the best before date on the crisps, which was 3 years out instead of the 15 or 20 a factory-sealed snack should have. 3 years, not 1 month. Whatever had dropped 400 million people into this game, it had not dropped us into the day after the outbreak. It had dropped us 3 years downstream into a world that had already tried to save itself once. The notebook was called Chronicles of the New Era. It was compiled by a man named Shisong, and it was addressed in the first line to all carbon-based life forms capable of reading. Year 1. Humanity stops the swarm and immediately splits into 2 schools who hate each other. The geneticists, under a man called Mo Pai, argue that the only answer is to rebuild the human body into something that can win. The progressives, under Tang Huda, argue back in one sentence that I have not been able to put down since: strengthen the flesh and we become beasts, and only the mind ever gets our world back. Year 2. The geneticists' early results are opened up for inspection, and what is inside is bad enough that there are riots. The geneticists become pariahs overnight. The progressives take power and start building weapons out of bioenergy, steel, and monster bone. Year 3. Biomimetic aircraft, powered combat suits, and automatic defensive golems. I stopped reading at that line and looked out of the window at one of my own sentry towers. I had built it off a blueprint I found on a dead politician. It is very obviously the entry-level version of somebody else's finished technology. The city of Pingza is retaken that year. The geneticists, still in disgrace, find a way to tame mutated beasts, and pets become fashionable. Year 4. Mopai is exposed for running human trials on the humanoid beasts his people had been growing and is found dead a week later with a written confession beside him. What follows is a pogrom. Tamed beasts are abandoned in the street or worse. Signs go up on doors reading "No geneticists" and "No mutated beasts." A dozen researchers take their own lives. Year 5. A swarm arrives that is bigger than anything on record and takes back every city they had won. Generals write reports about a creature none of them can describe. The progressives announce a breakthrough using the bioenergy of the meteorite itself, and the December headline of a newspaper called The Prophet reads, "Research breakthrough, the dawn of humanity is near." Year 6, early April, one entry, and the handwriting is bad. My city has fallen. I missed the convoy. I saw an enormous shadow rise over the wall. What a terrible creature. People are running and screaming around me, but I know it makes no difference. It is only a matter of a few minutes. This may be the only place the history of the new era survives. Good luck to any human being still alive. Then 7 or 8 blank pages. They had 6 years. They had walls and aircraft and armor and factories. We have had 1 month. I said my goodbyes at the base the next morning, and I did not expect that to be difficult. Zhao Longchuan bought 50 towers off me for 400. Tons of steel and shook my hand like a man closing a treaty. Mei Ling gave me a drawing. It was done in pencil on the back of a requisition form, and it was my back, walking away, with the university buildings and the mech behind me. The moment we first saw each other in person, she had drawn the back very small and the empty space around it very large, and I do not think she did that on purpose. I gave her the nano suit and my old energy armor and told her they were surplus, which was a lie. Chen Guojun was going back to the farm, and on the way out, he explained why he was not staying under Zhao Longchuan's flag. He wants order. Everybody in a rank, everybody accounted for, nobody left outside the wall, and I think that's finished. He was not being cruel about it. What we need now is a camp where every single person is a soldier and every single one can act alone. Anyone who can't do that gets removed by nature, not by me. Fang Rui was leaving too, on her own, on foot. There's no such thing as a completely safe camp, she said. There's only being strong enough that where you're standing is safe. Yang Jiming stayed on as the base's doctor and promised to send the organization his dissection notes, which is the strangest correspondence I have ever agreed to receive. Then I went north and I found out what a city looks like after the world starts winning. An airliner had come down across a boulevard and been there long enough that trees were growing through it. A skyscraper had been cut in half by something, and both halves were still standing. And out of the buildings themselves, out through the windows and the roofs, trees 30 and 40 meters tall had grown, with leaves the size of manhole covers. In a supermarket, I found a red carpet that turned out to be alive. Red soil fungus. It had grown up through the packaged food. It had 4 zombies held down by the ankles with tendrils while it drained them. And deeper into the carpet, there were older shapes with mushrooms growing out of the eye sockets. It came toward me at a speed slightly below that of a snail. Weakness, fire and energy attacks. Physical attacks are ineffective. I burned the entire supermarket and stood outside and watched it, and I have never been so relieved that something was slow. 2 blocks on, there were survivors behind window grills, watching us go past. You could read the whole spectrum on their faces. Envy, mostly. A little hope. And on 1 or 2, the specific look of a person hoping something eats you. Xiaojia tugged my sleeve. "Those people are looking at us," she said. "Should I kill them?" "They're just looking. Why would we kill them for looking?" "Oh." Deep disappointment. "Okay." 2 streets later, a group on a 4th-floor balcony started whistling and shouting things down at us, and specifically at her, and I am not going to write down what they shouted. I lifted one hand and drew it across the front of the building. The energy wave went in through the first window and out through the last. Then it was quiet, and I turned around, and Xiaoxue's eyes were full of tears. "You lied!" Her voice went right up. "You said we don't kill people for looking at us, and then you killed them. You just wanted to play by yourself." So I sat down on the curb of a ruined street with a 14-year-old bioengineered weapon and explained the difference between people who look and people who say things. That is a conversation I never expected to have in my life. It ended with a formal promise that she gets to finish the next bad ones herself. She cheered up instantly. I have concerns. I did also notice something in that street. The energy wave took out the windows and scorched the balconies and did far less to the concrete than it would have done a week earlier. The matter of this world is soaking up bioenergy and getting tougher. Buildings are harder to break now. And Airpong's aura had shrunk from 100 meters to 50 because the things it is pushing away have gotten stronger too. Everything levels up here, including the scenery. The last building on that road was two collapsed skyscrapers leaning into each other, and the hint on it was a shopping list. The Ruiz Seng building. There is a Type 4 mutant infected inside, along with a Level 3 evolved red soil fungus. Also, there is a Level 4 supply crate on the 12th floor. Note: matter in the New World contains a great deal of bioenergy. Try not to get crushed under large pieces of masonry. Even you would not walk away from that. Level 4. I had never seen higher than 3. I left the wolf and the child outside, because Xiaozu's idea of assisting is enthusiastic and the building was already at 45 degrees, and went in through a 12th floor window, which is how neither of us was on the street when the convoy arrived. An armored personnel carrier, 3 vans and 2 SUVs coming down the boulevard from the north and stopping at the wall of rubble. Inside were the last of Yoshida's people, under a man called Sato, with Sun Kang still riding along as their translator, still convinced he was staff. After the onsen fell, they had gone south and made a living the direct way. They were now hauling everything they had stripped off 3 other camps toward Zhonggan City. Somebody there was selling passage to an island with hot springs and no insects on it. Their scout came back to the vehicles with a report. The road was blocked, and sitting in front of the rubble, waiting for somebody, there was a little girl and a very large dog. Sato did not notice her face first. He noticed her clothes. Every woman in this apocalypse blacks her face with soot, he said afterward, as if terrified that someone might see she is pretty. This child had not taken a single precaution. She was sitting on a chunk of concrete in a spotless school uniform, swinging her feet, with hair the color of nothing else in that street. Their scout put an eye of insight on her, which reads anything within 3 levels of the user. Unable to identify target's level. He said that out loud twice and nobody listened, which is a mistake I would like to thank them for. They sent a man named Asakura, Mid-Awakener Stage 2, full plate, tower shield, warhammer, their heaviest piece. My dad went inside to get something, Xiaozhu told him. I'm waiting for him here. Are you a good person or a bad person? Asakura crouched down and offered her a sweet, and told her that if she did not tell anyone, and he did not tell anyone, there was no possible way her father would ever find out. He wanted her in the van. They had worked out that whatever she was not ordinary infected, and a thing like that is worth a great deal to the right buyer, and there were already people in that van who had been valued the same way. He put his hand on her shoulder. Hey, said Xiaoshui. Are we starting to play? His breastplate came apart into fragments, and Asakura went 10 meters backward through the front of a shop. The next 2 took 1 strike each. Then she walked over to the van, opened the door with somebody else's blood on her face, and beamed in at the people inside. Hey, do you want to play with me? Their armored vehicle tried to reverse. She kicked it. It went about 40 meters through the air, and Airpong, who had been watching this whole time with his chin on his paws, got up and volleyed it back with both front feet. The second kick went into the underside, and the entire vehicle crumpled up like a soda can somebody had stepped on. Hojo was Mid-Awakener Stage 3, the strongest of them, and he did the sensible thing, which was to run. He ran a full kilometer without stopping, into the ruins, and hid, and got his breath back, and said out loud, all right, we're safe now. Are you trying to have a running race with me? She was sitting on the roof of a rusted car in front of him, ankles crossed. It looks like you lost. So Hojo spent everything he had, both of his life-saving items, in the same second. A rare mirror trap, which is a crystal ball that expands into a sphere 3 stories high, containing a mirror copy of whoever is inside it at exactly equal strength. It cannot be broken from the outside. It lasts 24 hours. And a phantom clone, which produced 30 or 40 copies of him that scattered in every direction. This time, I've used every life-saving item I own, he said, watching the sphere close over her. But at least I survived. Airpang found him about a second and a half later by smell, which was not an especially close race either. Inside the sphere, 2 identical girls looked at each other. Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? And who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? Did you come here to play with me? Did you come here to play with me? They both dropped into a stance. They both said, let's begin. And they went up into the air and hit each other so hard, the sphere rang. I was 12 floors up in a building lying on its side, and I did not hear any of it. That building had gone over sideways, so I was walking on a wall with a wall above my head and doorways at 10 meters like holes in a ceiling. Every electronic lock in it had failed open, which meant every single door in that structure was ajar, which is a trap laid by nobody. And then the level 4 crate on my minimap moved. From the 12th floor to the 14th, a supply crate does not move, which meant it was not in the building. It was on something in the building. I checked the wall first because I have learned to check, and the world told me it was not load-bearing, and only then did I put an energy strike through it. What came out of the stairwell had 7 or 8 tentacles and had once been a person, mutated type 4, infected, resurgent. You cannot kill it by damaging the body. It comes back. The only thing that stops it is destroying its energy core, and the core is in a different place in every individual. Every serious wound it takes gives it one more tentacle when it revives. Cut a tentacle off and 2 grow back to a maximum of 30, at which point it goes berserk. The spines it fires carry the virus, and a survivor who gets hit becomes a resurgent. Good heavens, I said. It's a Hydra. For anybody else on this planet, that thing is the end of a camp. For me, it was one line of text. Energy core located in the lower abdomen. Instant flash behind it. One stroke of the 1,000-bone blade through the wall and the body together, and then my fingers closed on something the size of a plum. 15 energy cores, 7 of the spine launchers. A rare item tracker, which finds the nearest large concentration of any item you can name, one single time, and then it is gone. A blueprint for energy beast armor. An intermediate eye of insight. A rare intermediate lucky card. A small weather modifier, version 3.0, and on one swollen finger, sunk into the flesh, a dark red ring. That ring was the level 4 supply crate, not a box. A ring, on a corpse, that the world had classified as treasure. I put it on. Nothing happened. No slots, no interface, no message. The design and craftsmanship of this ring are very similar to those of a storage ring. Similar to, not the same as. I was still looking at my own hand when the building turned red. The level 3 red soil fungus had been in the walls the entire time, and it threw thousands of threads at once, from the floor, the ceiling, and both walls, and closed them into a cocoon around me. It was not trying to cut me, it was trying to seal me in and wait, which is a stupid plan, and also the only plan on this planet that would actually work eventually, because everybody has to breathe. So I did not wait. Berserk execution, soul burning 7th gear, holy burning at full. The entire 12-story building ceased to exist. I walked out of a crater into a street that smelled overwhelmingly of roasted mushrooms, collected 1,800 crystals off the ashes, and found my daughter sealed in a sphere and my wolf whining at it. The hint was reassuring in its way. This trap causes no harm to those inside it. 23 hours, 27 minutes, 33 seconds remaining. Fine. 23 hours. So I set out the villa, made dinner, and had a proper evening for the first time in a week. I ran 300 pounds of meat potatoes through the synthesizer and got 100 pounds at triple energy density, which is an excellent trade. I did not synthesize the instant noodles or the canned stew because the entire point of those is that they taste good and compressing them would be a loss. Steak. A glass of something. Sunset over a ruined city. 6 hours in, the sphere cracked. Not 23. 6. Xiaojue stepped out through the pieces, and her eyes had no pupils in them at all. Pang ran to her, delighted, and she put him through the front of a collapsing building. They, she said, all have to die. Here is what had happened, and I worked it out while I was catching the first punch. The trap makes a copy at exactly equal strength, which is a stalemate unless one of you gets stronger in the middle of it. She had broken through a tier while she was in there fighting herself, and a 24-hour cage had lasted her 6, and the subjugation potion one had used a month ago had finished wearing off. Subjugation effect critically weakened. Use again within 3 days or face uncontrollable consequences. 71 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. The key ingredient of that potion is the ice coagulation flower, and I had 8 of the 10 I needed. But first I had to fight her, and I had to lose correctly. I have fought a Titan, 100,000 Horde, a laboratory built into a Hydra, and the leader of an international murder organization, and the hardest fight of my life was the one where I was not allowed to hurt a 14-year-old. First I put the villa away. That villa is the last comfortable thing in my life, and I refuse to have it damaged over a family argument. Then I switched off Dark Extraction and Holy Burning, because both of them do damage I could not control, and I set Soul Burning to 3rd gear and left it there. Open palm instead of fist every time because a palm spreads the force over a wider area and does less harm. 30% power. Catch the wrists, redirect the momentum, use her own speed to put her on the ground, and a light tap at the back of the skull. Yang Jiming taught me that last one, on a parade ground, the day before I left the military base. He said I would need it eventually and did not say why. I put her down 4 times. She got up 4 times. Pang lost a tooth. By the end of it my hands were shaking, and that was not exhaustion. She woke up on the edge of the bed the next morning and stretched. I had a really long nightmare, she said. I was fighting with myself the whole time. Hey, I knew it was Dad who saved Little White. Then I gave her the rule. 3 days. For 3 days you do not fight anything. Not zombies, not insects, not people. Her face fell all the way to the floor. But what if a giant monster wants to eat me? If neither of us is with you, you can run. You are allowed to run. You are not allowed to swing. I gave her a radio so she could call me, and then discovered she had nowhere to put it because a school uniform does not have pockets that survive a fight. She solved this by finding a handbag in a shop window. Amazing, I said. I thought only women liked handbags. I did not expect it of cyborgs. The item tracker said the nearest large concentration of ice coagulation flowers was 15 kilometers west. My car crumbled into rust while I was walking toward it, which was the New World's way of telling me that vehicles are over. 15 kilometers west, every road ran out, not blocked, ended. The asphalt simply stopped at a dune, because a district of a major city had become desert. Sand up to the second floor of the buildings on the edge of it, and nothing but sand for kilometers beyond. There was a convoy parked at the edge of it, 2 camper vans and an SUV, and a man in glasses waving at me with both arms like a tourist. Wang Ming, professor of biology, who I would come to like against my will. His assistant, a sharp young woman named Li Yan, and his head of security, Wu Bing, who had been a tour guide before all this and had turned out to be the most competent person in the group. "You're from the Dragon Kingdom, that's good," the professor said, shaking my hand with both of his. These days, a compatriot is a relatively reliable thing to run into. He invited me to travel with them. I declined. He warned me anyway. "Don't go into that desert. We've studied it. It's the work of drillworm larvae. They liquefy the soil to move through it, and there's a nest at the center. Go around." "Please." I thanked him sincerely and walked directly into the middle of it. The last thing I heard was Li Yan in the rearview mirror saying that the kid had just committed suicide. The hint on the nest read like a shopping list from a very strange supermarket. A drillworm swarm nest. Underground there is a patch of ice coagulation flowers, more than 50 drillworm larvae, and 1 adult drillworm mother. And once I was inside the tunnels, every junction was labeled: egg incubator, food store, quicksand trap, mother's nest. 50 larvae were waiting for me in a cavern the size of a stadium, clinging to the walls and the ceiling in the dark, perfectly still, in a formation that must have taken them an hour to set up. I flew, just floated up off the floor into the middle of the chamber, which I felt communicated my position on the matter without needing a speech. "All right, everyone, come out. Let's not waste each other's time." Then I spent 20 cores, 47 larvae, 470 energy cores, 94 carapaces, 90 sickle limbs, and 3 ice coagulation flowers. 11 of 10. Well, 11 of the 10 I needed, which meant I already had enough, and I still went deeper because the glow at the back of that cavern was a whole field of them. Somewhere above me, a scholar of insect behavior was drawing conclusions about a suicide. If he had been standing next to me, he would have said, correctly, that a hunting species does not leave its best food source lying unguarded in the open. The spikes started coming down out of the ceiling behind me at about that moment. Up on the surface, the professor turned his convoy around. Not for me, for the girl. He had driven past a child sitting on the ground with her arms around her knees at the edge of a desert full of monsters. It had reminded him of his daughter. He got 4 kilometers before he made everyone turn around. Xiaoshu, for the record, was fighting a genuine internal battle at the time. "Dad said we can't play games anymore," she told herself, and then broke a concrete slab in half out of boredom, and then broke both halves in half. Then the ground lifted, and the drillworm mother came out of the desert. Type 4, 10 meters across at the head. Long enough that people who watched it come out disagree about the number. "We've left the tutorial village," Li Yan said in a very small voice, and immediately met a raid boss. Xiaojue got in the camper van with her hands folded in her lap, on the grounds that out of sight is out of mind. In the van, the professor sat and sketched the thing in his field notebook to keep his hands from shaking. She watched him do it, once. Then she asked for paper and gave it back inside a minute, and what she handed over was his drawing, identical. Line for line, including the places where he had smudged the shading with the side of his hand. "It's nothing, I just watched you do it and copied it," she said. "Uncle, what exactly is drawing, and when will you teach me?" The deepest chamber of that nest was not a chamber, it was her mouth. The ice coagulation flowers only grow on the mother's saliva. The larvae bring food down and regurgitate it deeper to feed her. And the flowers grow where it pools, which means the treasure is inside the animal, which is the most efficiently horrible design I have encountered. I found this out by being swallowed. My energy barrier burned crystals at a rate I could hear against the acid, and the 1,000 bone blades skated off the lining of her without biting, and I came out of the way I had gone in. I would like to note that Sun Wukong, in the story, does this exact thing, and I now suspect he simply had a less sensitive nose. Then she looked me in the eye, and the world changed. Intermediate mental burn. I was on a basketball court at my university. Late afternoon. My roommate Huang Lei was shouting at me to pass, and I passed. Fang Rui walked by the fence and looked away and pretended to drink from her water bottle. Mei Ling was waving at me from the far side with a group of her friends. Song Xiaoru went past in heels with a folder under her arm on her way to give a lecture. Somewhere in the medical block, Yang Jiming was on duty. Everyone I know, in one place, in the sun, before any of it. And there was a deep ache in my chest and another one in my stomach, which is the sort of detail a dream does not usually bother with. I broke it with one sentence, and I said it to my roommate's face. I know you're a fake, because you're already dead. Reality came back with two segmented scythe limbs through me, one in the chest, one in the abdomen. My energy barrier was flickering. My armor had a crack across the front of it. Since you went and reminded me of Huang Lei, I said, you can stay. Soul burning, third gear, annihilation finger. She came apart lengthwise in the air, and the desert dropped about a meter as the tunnels under it collapsed. 100 energy cores, 200 intact wings, 50 portions of what the world insisted on calling delicious insect meat, and a recipe book for preparing it, and 32 ice coagulation flowers, plus 10 seeds. 10 seeds, which means I do not have a supply of the potion. I have a farm. Then the radio crackled. Daddy, there are so many strange big flowers growing here. They're really pretty. That is the entire report. That is her complete description of a situation. I went up out of the desert at a speed that took the windows out of everything within a kilometer. The convoy had stopped in a field of red flowers the size of wash basins, and everyone had gotten out to look at them because they were beautiful. A bee landed on one while I was watching. The center of the flower turned into a spike, and the petals closed. Honey-vine flower, and the thick roots everybody had been standing on and stepping over for 4 minutes were not roots. 10 people were off the ground in under a second. I came down out of the sky in the middle of that field like a dropped anvil, and I did not have to cut anything. Dark extraction was still running. The vines nearest me simply dried out, and then the withering ran away from me down the stems, out through the field, up into the flowers themselves, and 10 enormous plants curled up and turned brown, while a dozen people fell out of them into the grass. 33 jars of what the world called delicious honey, containing roughly 100 times the energy of sugar, and 22 lengths of dried vine. Then I turned around and looked at the convoy. So, I said, these are the people who kidnapped you. Erpang said, woof, in a tone that I can only describe as corroborating testimony. You have never seen a group of adults understand their own death so quickly and so quietly. I meant well, the professor said, holding both hands up. I thought something had happened to you. She was alone. She was sitting on the ground. Uncle Xiao taught me to draw, Xiaoxue said, stepping in front of him. And about biology. He's a good person. You're too young to know what a good person is. But I let it go, and we made a deal instead. Carry us as far as Zhonggan City, and we are square. Li Yan, who had spent the last 30 seconds visibly composing her own obituary, said afterward that she finally understood the phrase about good intentions. From his side, she said, we took his daughter, so it is entirely correct that we're the ones who owe him. The professor put the map on the table that night. Between this country and Tengxiang country, there is a gulf. Going around it by land is 7 or 8 times the distance, which means the sea, which means the nearest port, Zhonggan City. I gave Xiaoxue the new dose of subjugation potion in a cup of honey water, and she drank the whole thing and asked for more and fell asleep in about 40 seconds with her handbag still over her shoulder. Dinner in that convoy was 2 bowls of instant noodles per person, half a seasoning packet in each. Water measured out to exactly cover the brick, because any more is waste and any less does not soften it. 14 adults sitting on the ground around a camp stove doing that with total seriousness. The professor invited me to join them, and he meant it, and it was a genuinely generous offer of a thing he did not have enough of. Thanks, but I'm not used to sleeping in a camper van, I said. The beds are a bit small. Then I walked about 60 meters up the slope and took the villa out of my ring. Their lookout on the roof of the lead van started screaming. Contact! Something's appeared, something huge, it's… Long pause. No, it's not a monster, it's a villa. 2 floors, every window lit. 10 automatic turrets going up around the perimeter on their own. Erpang running laps on the deep pile carpet purely because he could. On the table, a steak, a plate of squid rings fried to exactly the right color, chips, and a 2-liter bottle of very cold cola. And about 20 minutes later, from the upstairs window, the unmistakable sound of running water because Xiaoxue had discovered showers and now takes 2 a day. Li Yan told me later that the entire convoy went, and I am quoting her, so sour their teeth hurt. The professor did not sleep at all that night. He told me so in the morning, cheerfully, in the voice of a man who has decided that if he does not make a joke of it, he will cry. I could have borne the darkness, he said, if I had never seen the light. He also discovered, at breakfast, that the reason he had not been bitten by anything in the night was not luck. Erpang's aura had been running the entire time, and it keeps small insects off the way a porch light does not. Ugh, he said, putting his head in his hands. If I had known that, I could have had a really good sleep. We rode the Wolf after that because the Wolf is now taller at the shoulder than the SUV and because a camper van on a ruined road throws you out of the seat at every pothole. Riding an adult Howling Moon Wolf King is, and I want to be precise here, a 5-star experience. The Black Gorilla Legion had a toll gate on the road into Jongan City. 500 energy cores per head, payable in advance. A slave counted as 500 because a survivor killed only pays about 200, so selling them on is simply better business, and they said that out loud to us like men explaining a loyalty program. The professor's convoy needed 18,500, they had 12,000, and that is when Guo Jun appeared. Former student of the professor's. Their convoy had saved his life 2 months earlier by drawing a horde off him with a car horn. He recognized Li Yan across a crowded checkpoint and came over with his arms out. Then, before anyone asked him for anything, he transferred her 6,500 cores. "Your eyes tell me you wouldn't lie to me," he said. "Besides, I'm giving it voluntarily. That means it can't be a scam." Then he walked her around the market with her hand on his arm, showed her the good stalls, explained the entry procedure, and volunteered to go and hold a place in the vehicle queue for them. She came back and hugged him. "I'm so glad we found you again." 10 minutes later, the guards on the gate informed the professor that he had paid for his boyfriend's group and had not yet paid for his own. That whole performance, the arm, the tour, the 6,500 cores, existed for one reason. 40 people had to witness Guo Jun and Li Yan being close. Close enough that his entire team could be waved through on her convoy's ticket. 10,000 cores, gone. "Never mind," the professor said with enormous effort. "Losing energy cores is better than losing our lives." Then I stepped up and put 1,000 down for 2. "That's 500 ahead, correct," the gate captain said. "But you haven't paid for the Wolf. The Wolf is 100,000. 100,000, I said. "And what if I don't pay it?" There were 2 crunching sounds, and 2 guards turned into mist. "Sorry, what was that? I didn't catch it." 40-odd guards came off the wall, and behind them, 4 gray energy beasts the size of small trucks, which is where the Legion got its name. And I still offered them 2,000 and a quiet afternoon because I genuinely wanted a quiet afternoon. Their answer was a beam into my shoulder, which my armor converted into 3 crystal cores. Beside me, Xiaojue puffed out her cheeks and looked up at me and did not say anything, which is worse than saying something. "Fine," I said. "Go and have fun." "Don't worry, Daddy." She was already bouncing. "I'll arrange their bodies very neatly." What the crowd saw was a pink blur. A gorilla the size of a bus threw a punch, and she caught it on one forearm without moving her feet. Then she took it by both wrists, spun it twice, and threw it into the guards who were running away. Li Yan stood there with her hand over her mouth, remembering that on the day they met, that child had crouched down in front of her, tipped her head, and asked whether she wanted to play. The swarm came the next morning, and I saw it as a business opportunity. Tens of thousands of 6-legged things led by a mutated Type 3 called a 6-legged queen. They raid for exactly 20 minutes, and then the queen leaves, and everybody who survives thanks whichever god they have. I had a plan inside 4 seconds. Turrets down both sides of the highway. Pang herding the strays back in, Xiaozhu and me in the middle. And at minute 19, the queen. Then I told 200 terrified people to put their weapons down. "These insects are mine," I said. "All of them. Is that understood?" Somebody at the back worked it out and said it out loud in a horrified whisper. "He's using the swarm to farm." Pang howled, and a dozen adult wolves walked out of the shadows between the buildings. At 15 minutes, the swarm gave up and tried to leave. Xiaoxue helped by pulling the queen's remaining legs off. Look, isn't Little White clever? Now it can't run away." I could not use the subjugation potion on her, because the hint was very clear that it only works on humanoids. So instead, I put a compressed crystal worth 10,000 cores on the ground in front of a starving insect the size of a house, held up a 5-liter bottle, and milked her. 10 liters of saliva. Ice coagulation flowers grow on it. I now had a renewable supply of the only thing keeping my daughter from turning into a weapon, and I got it by bribing an insect with money. 340,000 crystals. 172,000 more on collection, 110 energy cores, 2,500 carapaces, and 1,300 portions of meat that the world described, without enthusiasm, as smelly. I threw the junk on the ground, and 200 survivors fought over a crossbow. After that, I had a tail, not a threat, a following. 40 or 50 people walking a respectful 200 meters behind us, picking up whatever I discarded, sleeping where we slept, moving when we moved. It is exactly the relationship between a shark and a pilot fish, and the only correct response to acquiring a fan base is to monetize it. So I opened my messages and typed one line to Marcus. "We need to talk." Marcus, at that moment, was standing on the balcony of the presidential suite of the best hotel in Jongan City, having taken the city about 90 minutes earlier. He had gotten there on my towers. 1,500 units at a 200% margin had made him over 300,000 cores, which he had spent lifting his brother Titus to Advanced Awakener Stage 3 and buying a personal squad of Awakeners. Then he had made a gift of an elite fighter named Chloe to the leader of the local gang. Chloe had killed that leader in his own bedroom, and Marcus had walked in and offered the second in command, a man named Victor, a 70-30 split. "I'm a businessman," he told him with a hand on his throat. "Not a robber, but your boss really wasn't very good at business." Then my message arrived, and Marcus started doing arithmetic, and this is my favorite thing that has ever happened to another human being. 1,500 towers, he reasoned, at 110 cores of profit each is 165,000 cores, which is not even enough to buy one tier at Advanced Awakener level. Which means, he concluded, straightening his tie, that Li Ming's strength is no longer a serious threat. He was actually squaring his shoulders when he looked over the balcony rail and saw an enormous wolf coming up the boulevard with a man and a little girl on its back. The conversation continued while he watched. I asked whether he had a buyer for a captured energy beast. He asked what kind. "A chimpanzee," I typed. A gray one." Marcus looked down. Standing behind Victor in the hotel forecourt was a gray gorilla. Titus put his eye of insight on me and read, "Advanced Awakener, Stage 3, which is exactly what he was. "He's only as strong as me," he said, relieved. "Yes," Marcus said slowly, "except that Li Ming's Advanced Awakener has the word God in front of it." Several of Victor's men opened up from the shop fronts and turned into mist, and my combat mode came on properly, and feign weakness dropped, and the real reading came up on Titus's display. "Big brother," Titus said. "It says God level, beginner mutator, stage 1. Marcus grabbed his brother with one hand and Chloe with the other and jumped off a top-floor balcony because he had decided that the most important thing in his life was to be the first person kneeling when I reached the street. "Boss," he said from the pavement with his forehead down, "let's talk this out." The gang did not take it well. "This is the new leader you've given us?" one of them said, loud enough for the whole street. "Look at him, even the gang's dogs have more backbone." Victor said nothing at all. No objection implies consent, and by the time I reached the hotel lobby, Titus and Chloe had finished going through the Black Gorilla Legion from one end to the other. Then Marcus began to pay. First, he handed back everything the Legion owned, all of it, in one transfer. I smiled and said nothing. Then a third of his own stock. I smiled and said nothing. Then, one at a time, with visible pain, the blueprints. A beginner's lucky card blueprint, which means I can now print luck. A gene enhancement called Deathbite. A rare super pet elixir. Vajra gauntlets. A skill called Energy Beast Affinity, and a self-generated underground palace. 1,000 square meters, its own power grid, its own defensive perimeter, folds into a single ring slot. That one solved a problem I had been quietly dreading, which is that a bioenergy rainstorm eats my villa and everything in it, and there is no roof in this world I can park under. Marcus was watching my face the entire time, waiting for the first flicker of satisfaction so he could stop. There was no flicker. I have been playing cards with hint boxes for a month. Then he offered me Chloe as an asset, elite grade, fully upgraded, loyal. I looked at her for about a second and went back to looking at Marcus, because accepting a fighter who belongs to Marcus is accepting a leash that Marcus holds. "This," he said faintly. "You still don't think this is enough?" The strangest object in this entire story was put on that table by a girl I had barely noticed. Marcus travels with an elevator attendant. A quiet, plain, unremarkable young woman who is the only member of his staff he takes with him every single time he runs, and I have never worked out why. She put down a packet of instant noodles and a round tin of stewed pork and stepped back. The brands were Chilu and Meihua. Nobody has those. I have looked in 1,000 rings. Those brands do not exist in any supermarket in this world, and they did not come from a supermarket. Marcus's people had taken them off a high-level infected, and that infected had been wearing a dark red ring. Marcus's own theory was that the dark red rings are late-period technology of the indigenous people, and that we, the 400 million players, might in fact be those same indigenous people brought here from somewhere. I was still processing that when I turned the packet over and read the date. Manufactured March 15, 2013. The tin said April 2, 2013. Song Xiaoru's last video is dated the 7th of November, 2012. The Bloodstained Diary ends the same month. The calendar on a dead family's fridge stopped in December 2012, with a circle around the 24th and the word Mom. Civilization ended in the winter of 2012. So who was running a production line in the spring of 2013? Who was printing labels? Who was setting best before dates 4 months after the end of the world for a brand that has never existed in packaging good enough to survive to today? Too many clues, and every one of them opens 2 more. I did not put those 2 items in my ring, because in a ring, they become 2 entries in a list of 11,000. I put them in the fridge in my villa on the top shelf where I would see them. We left the next morning, and Marcus and his people came out to wave. At 100 meters, they were still waving. At 500 meters, there were more of them waving than there had been at 100. It looked like grief. It was verification. He wanted to be absolutely certain I was leaving and had no plans to return. There was one more piece of business before the coast, and it was not mine. They caught Guo Jun 2 days later, and he went down on his knees in front of the professor and knocked his forehead against the ground 7 or 8 times until it bled. "Please, for the sake of us being classmates, Professor, please." Wang Ming was very calm about it, and that was the frightening part. "I saved your life," he said, "and you still came back to take from me. I am killing you today because you left me nothing else to do." Wu Bing offered to handle it. He had done it before. He was used to it. There was no reason for anyone else to carry it. "No," the professor said. "This one has to be Li Yan." He looked at her while he said the rest. "If she can't get past this, she will die in this world sooner or later." She stood there with an arrow on the string and did not draw it, and Guo Jun read that hesitation off her face like a road sign and ran. "You have 5 seconds," the professor said, not raising his voice. "He is someone you know. Are the people in this camp not also people you know?" She hit him in the back of the head at 40 meters. Then she sat down in the road and was sick, and nobody said anything to her about it, and by evening she was checking the water rations because that is what this world does to people who are worth something. The port at Zhonggan City is where I met the woman who walks on water. There was already an argument in progress over a yacht between the professor's group and a party from Bear Country, and it was going badly until the professor produced a case of whiskey. Then he proved we were not Japanese by typing hello into the regional channel, which projects a small image of whoever is speaking. The big man opposite immediately produced 2 more cases of whiskey and 5 frozen sides of beef. "I knew it," he said, delighted. "I said to myself, a strong man like that would never be sitting in a Japanese camp." Then a yacht exploded 400 meters out to sea. It was the yacht the Japanese group had stolen 20 minutes earlier, and they had spent the whole of those 20 minutes leaning over the rail shouting about it, and standing on the open water on the waves themselves, not sinking, was a woman with red hair, rare skill, water walking. Irina, second in command of the Bear Country team, who came ashore, got handed a beer and sat down at a fire where somebody was already grilling meat. I stood there and watched an entire foreign expedition treat the apocalypse as a barbecue with paperwork. "I honestly do not know what these people are doing here," I said. "Did they come to Zhonggan City to drink?" The hints on that beach were less relaxed. The monsters in the ocean have not been fully suppressed. Mutated marine creatures are extremely sensitive to sound and vibration. And then the one that mattered. You should be more worried about the monsters on the shore than the ones in the deep sea. Meanwhile, the professor had found the camp, a dozen tents on the sand still standing, sleeping bags still rolled out, a camp stove, half a bowl of noodles gone cold, and footprints, all going the same way, but not together. The sand had blown into them at different depths, which meant people had left one at a time, over hours, walking one by one to the same point on the shoreline, which was a cliff edge. There was no way out of there except the sea. We found out why at dusk. There was a woman in the water about 30 meters out, splashing, calling for help. All anybody could see of her was a pair of legs kicking at the surface, pale in the last of the light. The big man from Bear Country was out of his jacket and into the water before anyone could say anything. "Just relax and don't struggle," he shouted, swimming hard. "I've got you." The legs wrapped around his neck and both of them went under. 2 seconds later, the same voice called for help again, 30 meters further along the beach. Then it came from everywhere at once. Women's voices, older voices, a child's voice. "Help, help me, please." And a white shell the size of a double bed heaved itself out of the surf onto the sand 20 meters from us. It buried most of itself. Then it extended 2 pale shapes up out of the top, and they moved exactly like legs. Those aren't legs. They're the tentacles and mouth parts of a mutated mollusk. It uses them to lure prey. Now I understood the footprints. That camp had not been attacked. They had gone into the water one at a time, over a whole night, each of them alone, each of them absolutely certain they had heard somebody drowning. Then the crabs came out of the sea, and I fell in love. Mutated giant crab, type 2, the size of a delivery truck. The shell converts 100% of any energy attack into food, which makes it functionally immune to everything a survivor has. Physical damage bounces, the only opening is the mouth, and the meat is lethally toxic. Hundreds of them came up the beach at once. 3 defensive lines went down in about 9 minutes. I cut one open on my way past, mostly out of curiosity, and the drop notification changed my entire evening. 20 energy cores, and 10 portions of delicious crab roe, top quality ingredient, non-toxic. 20 cores. A drillworm larva gives 10. This thing gives 20 and comes with dinner attached, and I happen to possess a rare skill called All-Round Chef that I have used precisely 4 times. Crab roe rice, I said, out loud, in the middle of a battle. Here I come. The Bear Country contingent, watching a man from the Dragon Kingdom set his jaw and start walking toward hundreds of monsters with a look of naked greed, arrived at a completely different interpretation. Brothers, are we going to let those Dragon Kingdom kids look down on us like this? We cannot tolerate it. Irina got to the crab in front of me first and blew it apart with her whip and turned around with her hand on her hip. You're welcome. I looked at the roe, distributed evenly across 9 meters of sand and completely unrecoverable, and I have never been so sad. She read that expression as an insult. She read it as, is that all you've got? Thanks for nothing, lady. That was my rice. So I put on everything. Soul burning 9th gear, which at mutator level burns 512 crystal cores every second. That is not a figure of speech about money. It is money, on fire, at a rate I could feel. Rage, berserk execution, holy burning, dark extraction, and then, at maximum output, with every buff I own running, I started swinging like a man clearing brush. Nobody understood it. Irina told me afterward that half her team assumed I had lost my mind, because you do not spend a fortune on buffs and then hack sloppily. I was not fighting, I was farming a trigger. The Thousand Bone Blade's 4th attribute is called Phantom Slash, and it activates on its own during heavy combat. It produces 2 duplicates of me at 30% of my strength. They last until the fight ends, and crucially, Soul Burning does not charge me for them. The moment the copies appeared, I dropped Soul Burning back to 3rd gear. If you use too much force, you spill the roe. 3 of me went in 3 directions along that beach with Deathstorm running, and Irina stood on a heap of 7 or 8 crab shells and watched all 3. Damn it, she said. I provoke you a little, and this is what comes out. Then quietly to herself, get stronger, I have to get stronger. The final tally on that beach, 235 crabs and 72 mollusks, 5,780 energy cores, 2,100 portions of crab roe, 4,800 shells, 6,125 portions of poisonous crab meat, 72 of hallucinogenic clam, 12 of premium clam meat, 3 radiant pearls, 10 evolution fragments, and a rare blueprint for a basic adaptability potion. I had 6,710 energy cores. The next tier costs 2,500 times 4 because a man with 2 divine trees pays quadruple for everything forever, 3,000 short. That is the price of being the only person in the world who took both, and I have never once regretted it, and I complain about it constantly. Wu Bing, who has no fear in him at all, elbowed me and observed that Bear Country women are famously direct and that I was in for a busy evening. Up on the roof of a cliffside building, a young woman was drawing my villa. She got the shape of it exactly right and then, of her own initiative, added a classical palace roof to it and wrote underneath, God's dwelling place, February 3rd, Year 1 of the Divine Advent Era, Zhonggan City, witnessed by the historical observer, Sun Li. The camp boss came up to tell her to stop on the grounds that the sect was tolerated for its usefulness and not encouraged. Only God himself has the right to write God's story, Sun Li said, without looking up. And a strong person can save your life. They cannot save your beliefs. I wanted on the record that I ate instant noodles in that villa. Twice. Dinner that night happened in 2 places, and they could not have been more different. The professor's people boiled premium clam meat, which comes out of the shell looking exactly like a human leg, which is a fact I am obliged to report because it is the reason Li Yan could not eat any of it. Wu Bing could. Wu Bing said that if it looked like a ghost out of a horror film, he would still pluck the hairs off it and cry his way through half a pot. It turned out to be extraordinary. The salt is already inside it. It needs nothing. Meanwhile, in my kitchen, I was cooking the poisonous crab and the hallucinogenic clam on purpose. Xiaozhou went first, with a piece the size of a coin. She swallowed it, considered the room, and then reached out very carefully to pick a flower that was not on the table. 1 minute later, neurotoxin resistance, level 1. 1 bite. 1. Hungry, she announced, entirely recovered. Little White is hungry. He wants more seafood. So I drank a basic adaptability potion, which puts a timer over your head, and ate a piece myself. I was in the university canteen. Huang Lei was across the table telling me to hurry up because we had Teacher Han's class next, and I went to that class. I sat in a lecture theater and listened to Song Xiaoru explain something about cellular energy transfer, and inside the hallucination it was interesting, and it was useful, and I took notes. 5 minutes to break out, plus 3 resistance. Second piece, 3 minutes, plus 5. After that, I stopped taking small bites and started eating it like a meal, which is how Irina found the plate. She came up to the villa at about 11 with a bottle from 1980 and did not knock because the door was open, and she is not a person who knocks. I was sitting on the sofa smiling at nothing, 4 minutes into a lecture that ended a year ago. She took my silence for the famous reserve of the Dragon Kingdom, poured 2 glasses, sat down, and helped herself from the plate on the table. She could not read the label. She does not have hints. The description only appears for her once an item has been inside her ring, and food on a plate is just food. She ate 2 pieces almost without chewing. She was reaching for a third when the glass coffee table became a round wooden one, and the carpet became a floor that creaked, and there was a mended cloth rabbit lying in the corner. Rodina? Her hands were small. There was a mirror on the wall, and in it was a girl of 4 or 5 with her hair in 2 braids. Through the doorway, her father was pulling on a dusty work jacket and a helmet with a lamp on it, and he was not sober, and he was talking to her mother without looking at her. Given our situation, you insisted on bringing this burden into the world, so now I have no choice but to take a second job to support you who are useless, and that, not her. He went out into the rain. There was a crack of thunder, and in the white flash that came with it, the girl in the doorway saw her mother's feet in the middle of the room, above the floor. The mine came down that night. They never recovered a body, which means there was never a payment. And a woman with no money and no husband made her decision in the space of about 4 hours, and the last thing she said to her daughter, out loud, in that room, was 4 words. It's all your fault. That is why Irina does not lose. At anything. Ever. Not to win, and not for pride. To prove she was never the burden. I do not remember the rest of that night, and neither does she, because we were both somewhere else entirely, and in the morning the living room looked like a small battle had happened in it. 1 glass broken, 1 glass with wine still in it. A chair through the coffee table. She sent me a friend request at 7 in the morning and 1 line of text. Let's pretend last night never happened. We were drinking and talking. That's all. Agreed. Except that I had been in a lecture theater, and she had been 4 years old in a room in Rodina, and only one of us knew what the other one had seen. We put to sea 2 days later, 13 vessels in a wedge, 3 yachts, and the rest fishing boats. Wu Bing ran the navigation because before all this, he had been a tour guide, and it turns out a tour guide is a survival expert with better people skills. He had the crossing at 14 hours. If we hold this pace, we should raise land around 2 in the afternoon, he said. But understand something. Nobody, not the most experienced sailor alive, can predict the approach of a storm. A bioenergy rainstorm eats a car down to a skeleton in under an hour. At sea, there is nowhere to put a roof. So the professor changed course toward a small island as an emergency exit and lost us 2 hours doing it, and everybody grumbled. 1 hour later, a wall of dark red cloud with red lightning inside it stood up out of the ocean, exactly on our old heading, and then the fog came down over the whole fleet. A wave lifted the entire fleet at once, and there was no wind. Then, under the hull of fishing boat number 5, a long scrape of metal. Then the captain of that boat started a sentence and did not finish it. Irina went straight up off the deck and cracked her whip through the fog, and the fog came apart in a corridor, and in the corridor there was a starfish larger than the boat it was standing on, 5 limbs. And down the underside of each limb, a slit lined with thousands of small barbed appendages, all of them moving. Mutated Type 5 marine creature, deep sea ripper, skills, energy beam, self-detachment, advanced regeneration, and then the part that made me put a hand on the rail. Any detached tissue above 1% of body mass will attach to living matter and grow into a small, complete organism. Above 10%, a juvenile. Above 30%, it divides into 2 full-sized adults. Unless 100% of this creature is destroyed in a single action, it will divide and regenerate indefinitely. I can take its limbs off from range, Irina shouted, whip already up. No, it splits. That is the whole horror of it. Every single instinct anybody has in a fight makes this thing stronger. We did it with fire, because fire is the one thing that does not leave pieces. Fuel over one limb, torches down. The burning fuel spread out across the water and up onto the deck of Boat 5, which meant every survivor on that boat had a straightforward choice. Jump into the water with the Ripper or stay where they were. I got up on the wheelhouse roof and went to soul-burning 7th gear. Everyone on the energy evolution path, form up. Target the upper section of the burning limb and hold your fire until I call it. The True God sect fell into formation instantly, in a fan, because I had asked. The others came in behind them for the simplest possible reason. Running in open ocean without a navigator is a slower version of the same death. And I waited. I let that limb burn until the tissue gave up, and the moment it detached and dropped onto the deck of Boat 5 before it could touch the water, I called it. Now! More than 100 beams went out at once and vaporized the limb and the fishing boat under it. The Ripper went down into the dark. We won? Somebody said. It is never that simple. It was not that simple. Hint boxes started appearing all over my field of vision, dozens of them, then hundreds, and every single one said the same thing. Fragmented tissue of a deep-sea ripper needs to absorb bioenergy to grow into a small, complete organism. Listen to me. I put it on every channel. There are pieces of that thing on every deck in this fleet. Burn them or cut them up immediately. Do not touch one with your bare hands, not for any reason. A Western survivor 2 boats over found a fragment the size of a coin on his sleeve and brushed at it. It did not brush off. His hands went numb. He went down. 60 seconds later, there was a full-sized Ripper standing on that deck where he had been, at human height, and it had gotten there by using him. Their captain cut it in half. Then there were 2. 3 vessels carried out my instructions exactly. The professors, Bear Countries, and the sex. Rubber gloves, a bucket, fuel, a match, no discussion. Everyone else debated it. I spent the next 11 minutes flashing from deck to deck at 9th gear killing things that had been human beings that morning. At the end of it, I had earned exactly 0 energy cores. A fragment that has just grown a body has spent everything it had on growing the body. Unbelievable, I said, standing in the middle of it. What a waste of my cores. On the sex boat, Sun Li personally brought her vessel alongside a burning wreck and put out a hand to the only Western survivor left alive on it. He thanked his own God for the rescue at length and then began working on her congregation. It is precisely because you saved me, he explained kindly, that I cannot allow you to continue down this path of corruption. She gave him a cup of coffee and asked him one more time. He smiled at her and said that the best repayment he could offer was to bring her to God. She took 2 steps back. This one's infected as well. Someone get over here, quickly. Fuel, torch, a spear, more fuel, over the side, not a flicker of anything on her face. Then she took out her notebook, opened a fresh page, and wrote at the top of it, Chapter 35, Failure to Reform. I will keep working at it. The island came up out of the fog at 4 in the afternoon, and the hint on it was almost friendly. No people, no supplies, no monsters. That's wrong, Irina said immediately. 2 Japanese groups came this way, one of them only a few hours ahead of us. Wu Bing put the binoculars on the shoreline and found their yacht beached and footprints going up the sand. The professor read the silence as evidence of an ambush predator that kills everything it sees, but it was Irina who got there. If the Japanese ran into the Ripper too, she said slowly, then there was a fight here, a big one, which meant the island was not the lair, the water around it was. All ships, 90 degrees, away from the island, now. Too late. Against the outgoing tide, a set of long swells came at us, and each one had a name floating over it. Deep Sea Ripper, Deep Sea Ripper, Deep Sea Ripper. 17 of them. Every face on that fleet turned to me. Sun Li came to the rail of her boat and bowed from the waist. Has the true God any guidance for us? Not many requirements, I said. Just don't get in the way. Her congregation joined hands and started praying. Then the other boats. Then, last, Bear Country. Because Irina made her people do it purely so they would stop shouting suggestions at me. And I kissed a card. Rare intermediate lucky card. 10 minutes, during which improbable but favorable events become certainties. And under that card, I put the one talent that only exists for somebody who took both divine trees. Soul Stealer, rank 3 of 3. 2% chance of instantly killing any monster, on any strike, regardless of its tier. 2% multiplied by a card that makes unlikely good things certain. 2% becomes 100%. I went in without soul burning, without rage, without a single buff, which is why everybody watching concluded I had finally cracked. 6 Rippers closed on me at once and put a dozen limbs over me at the same moment. I touched all 6. They evaporated together. 3,000 energy cores, 60 evolution fragments, 120 portions of meat, and 60 sheets of soft reticulated inner skin, each of which filters 10 liters of water. Then 10 more. Then I stopped and did arithmetic in the middle of the ocean, because 17 had come and 16 were gone, and not one of them had dropped a single ring fragment, which meant everyone I had killed was a division, a copy, and the original, the one that had eaten 2 Japanese expeditions and everything they were carrying, had never surfaced at all. I found the shadow under the water and put an energy strike through it. 500 energy cores, 2,315 ring fragments, 33 dark red rings. Full tech blueprint number 6, which gave me 1, 4, 6, 7, 19, and 23. Rare skills, extreme diving, underwater breathing, basic self-healing, a bioenergy defense grid, and 25 biopulse cannons. A mutant creature summoner, described with genuine cheer as, want to see a swarm of insects? Just press here. A unique item called Pioneer's Soul, which pairs with something called a Pioneer Body to form the epic Invincible Pioneer, and which the description says was the ultimate weapon of the Progressive faction. And a laminated card, Corrosion-Resistant Work Permit, Raven Laboratory, A003, name, Han Shueru. Killing that one animal paid better than sacking several camps. I had 7 minutes of luck left, so I used them properly. Extreme diving, underwater breathing, and self-healing all learned on the spot, and then I went straight down. The seabed was empty. sand, anemones, a sunken freighter on its side, and one slow gray shape moving between them. Mutated sea cucumber, non-aggressive, possesses exceptional evasion, non-aggressive. That is the first living thing in this world, on land or under it, that did not want to eat me. Well, I said into a rebreather, now that I've found something easy to bully, who else am I going to bully? It read the pressure waves off my blade and slid out of the way every single time, keeping itself exactly at the edge of the burn radius, which is genuinely clever. So I stopped swinging and used resonance, which does not travel through the water at all. It goes off inside the animal, in its own core. 400 cores and 80 portions of meat from the only creature down there that had never done anything to anyone. I am aware of how that sounds. Up on the surface, the sky had gone dark red and the swells were over a meter. Wu Bing wanted full speed away, immediately, because a bioenergy rain would take the hulls apart under us. The captain of the lead boat agreed and put his hand on the wheel, and a whip came out of the fog and wrapped around it. Are you planning, Irina said, to abandon your companions? There is one thing that woman cannot stand, and I now know exactly where she got it. I will say this once, I do not betray people who are with me. If anyone here thinks they can be clever about it, we can find out whether their brain is faster than my whip. Then she cracked it into the air over the console and cut a drinking glass in half without touching the panel it was standing on. The Sheep Kingdom boat peeled off from the formation anyway. Let's see if your true god saves you, their captain shouted across the water, or sends you to meet him. I came up out of the sea about 90 seconds later. I broke the surface at speed and went straight up into the cloud base, and the cloud opened. A clean circle of blue, a column of sunlight, the ocean going from black to green underneath it, and a man hanging in the middle of the light. Hundreds of people on 11 boats went down on their knees. What actually happened is that I spent 50 energy cores on a small weather modifier, version 3.0, 3-kilometer radius, 24 hours, still effective in extreme weather. 50 cores. That is what a miracle costs. Retail. I told Irina the truth about it, out loud, in plain language, because she deserved plain language. I'm an ordinary person, not a god. And every word of that was drowned out by 600 people chanting. Then, a kilometer to the south, a single cloud gathered over one boat. A blood-red bolt came down and split into as many branches as there were people on that deck, and every single one of them was gone before the thunder reached us. Bioenergy lightning preferentially strikes concentrations of bioenergy and resonates with the energy core inside a living body, causing detonation. The stronger you are, the bigger your bang. I stood there and did the arithmetic and got cold, because if I had not spent those 50 cores on a weather modifier at that exact moment, the strongest concentration of bioenergy in that entire ocean would have been me. Nobody noticed Sun Li at the rail of her boat, quietly putting away a used intermediate bad luck card. Angelport at 5 in the afternoon, dried blood on the concrete, red handprints on shipping containers, and nobody at all. Not survivors, not monsters. Bear Country went first and did it while shouting. Yelling attracts anything hiding in the shadows, their captain explained cheerfully, walking into a dead port bellowing his own name. Then we fight it in the open, otherwise we spend all night guarding against an ambush. I have come around to that philosophy. By nightfall, Sun Li had taken 60 of the 70 people belonging to the head of the Sealand group in one announcement, simply by calling out that the followers of the true god should choose their rooms. The non-Yu leader ended the evening with 2 deputies and no followers. The 2 of them looked at each other across the courtyard with the identical crooked smile of men who have just been robbed by a girl with a notebook. I spent the night upgrading. 2,375,000 crystals and 15,000 energy cores went into the fire. Out the other side came God-level beginner mutator, stage 2, which the world helpfully noted has roughly 6 times the attributes of an ordinary mutator at the same rank. The divine tree opened 4 doors. Blessing of light, a 10, 20, or 30% chance to double any energy core I collect. Divine shield, a barrier that absorbs everything and reflects 100% of the damage back at whatever touched it and leaves behind armor when it finally breaks. Dark vision, briefly take control of any creature I can see and look through its eyes. Life, siphon, steal a third, 2/3, or all of a target's life and pour it into myself, with the side effect that a target drained this way leaves no cores. Then I upgraded my dog. Deathbite cost 15 evolution fragments and 100 mutation units. The rare super pet elixir went in on top of it. He tested the new teeth by biting straight through his metal bowl. If you eat the bowl, I told him, you will be eating off the floor for the rest of your life. He slept through the change, and in the morning he was an adult. Multiplied battle, summon the king, healing devour, Wolf King's Majesty, and experience accumulation, which means he now levels while doing nothing at all, which makes 2 of us. Xiaoxue got Vajra gauntlets and a nanosuit delivered in a box and put them on over the pink tracksuit without asking what they were, and in the square outside, overnight, somebody had built a statue. 5 stories of carved stone, combat suit, cloak, 1,000 bone blade held point down, and several hundred people kneeling in front of it at sunrise. I stood on my own terrace, drinking coffee, watching them. The funny part is that I am standing right here. The plot to kill Sun Li was hatched that same night by the 2 men she had emptied out, Arthur of Sealand and Tran Min of Nanyue, with about 30 others, all of them people who had refused to join. Kill Sun Li and the rest of them fall apart on their own. There was one hesitation, and it was about me. Trading a card for a life is a good deal, Nguyen's deputy said, and assured them that this had already been arranged. 3 of them faked conversions in order to draw the guards away. The rest went in through the 3rd-floor windows and put blades through the beds. Wait, somebody said. Something's wrong. There's no blood. Pillows. The darts came in from every window at once, tipped with the hallucinogen off a clam that had eaten a fishing camp, and 30 men fought each other in a corridor for 11 minutes. Sun Li was waiting at the bottom of the stairs with 100 followers and both of Nguyen's most loyal deputies standing at her shoulder. Bishop Zhang saw your resentment a long time ago, one of them said to his own commander. Afterward, she wrote it up. Failure to reform, 72. I will keep trying. In the morning, there were young women in gold robes standing outside my villa. They wish to give everything to you, the true God, their spokeswoman announced. They will do anything you ask. Anything at all? Of course. Excellent. I haven't cleaned this place properly in weeks. There are 2 floors. Irina came to say goodbye at noon. Her team had found a route around Interface City, and she was taking it. I put out my hand. She ignored the hand entirely, kissed me on the cheek, and was gone over 3 rooftops before I had finished being surprised. Her navigator asked her, in the car, why she was not traveling with us, given everything. What do you know? She said. I have chosen the road of getting stronger. I have to be strong enough to stand beside that man. If I set out with him now, then the moment anything goes wrong, I hide under his wing. She put her boots up on the dash. I am not a little bird with pretty feathers. The road into Tengxiang country was too clean, and I noticed within 400 meters, classical buildings under a canopy of vines, green light through the leaves, more oxygen in the air than anywhere I have been in a month, and not one insect, not one zombie, not a single patch of red soil fungus. There were road signs to Pingxi City, freshly made, not yet rusted, put up within the last few days. Here is what that costs, and I did the sum while I walked. To make a road genuinely safe, you have to clear at least 4 city blocks either side of it, and then you have to clear them again, every day, because this world refills. I would not claim I could sterilize an entire city in 3 or 4 days, so either there is an alliance of organizations here on a scale that has never been reported anywhere, or there is one thing living here that eats everything else. There was a billboard at the city limits, professionally painted. Welcome to the Pingxi City Safe Zone. Everything you could want is here. Accommodation, food, clean water. A suitable companion. All you have to do is join the safe zone, contribute your share, and humanity will prevail. And in the corner, an octagonal logo with a gap in one side where the line does not quite close. The smog started about a kilometer out. Gray, low, and underfoot, there was a soft, flaky substance like cotton wadding, and the layer of it got deeper the further in we walked. Then it ended. Not thinned. Ended. One step in fog, the next step in clear afternoon air, with a straight edge behind us, as if somebody had drawn it. A young woman came out to meet us with 2 Western bodyguards and greeted us by our destination before I had said a word. Welcome. You're heading to Tengxiang country as well. Interface City, correct? Entry was free, no work quota, no food provided. The reason all these survivors are stuck here, she said brightly, is that the road ahead is blocked. Once we've gathered enough strength, we all push through together. The first joint assault was scheduled for the following morning. The market told me more than she did. A packet of instant noodles, 100 crystals, a bottle of water, 500, a can of stew, over 2,000, and the price had moved twice since lunch. There was a young man in a wheelchair near the water stall, about 20, staring straight up. He had been doing it for some time. Then his hand came up, shaking hard, pointing at nothing. It's here. He choked on the word and could not get past it. A young woman came and took the handles of his chair and apologized for him. He had broken during a fight, she said. He had not been right since. She was about 4 months along. A minute later, the stall's waitress came over to restock, and she was showing too. I bought the trader's entire opinion for 1,000 cores. Many teams had gone up the road to Interface City. A handful had come back, and every single one of them came back wrong. One would not be in a room with a woman. One stared at the sky. One had not left his bed in 9 days. A strong team went 2 days ago. One man came back at 3 in the morning and broke his own neck in front of that counter. And in the promotional recording out of Tengxiang country, the one with the wall and the guns, the reporter's last words before the screen goes black are not run, they are, he came. Meanwhile, Xiao Xue had found a stall selling a clarity mask, which keeps your head cool under mental attack, priced at 100,000. She talked him down to 3,000. I do not know how. I was 40 meters away. By the time I got there, the seller was saying sold in the voice of a man who has been in a small avalanche. She was not pleased with herself. She was disappointed. Oh, she said, turning the mask over. So that's what buying is. Then it's boring. It isn't fun at all. The registration desk for the assault used something I had never seen, an authorization verifier. It photographs you, checks the image against the World Bioenergy Network, and returns your organization's global ranking. We're only admitting leaders from the upper half of the world list, the receptionist said, in the tone you use for people who will not be admitted. Behind me somebody laughed and asked who brings a pet and a little girl to a war council. The shutter clicked. There was a pause that went on slightly too long. The first? She read it again. Li Ming, leader of Nightmare, the world's #1 organization by combat power. And at the same moment, my own display finally showed me my organization the way the world sees it. Chen Guojun, Mutator, Stage 1. Talents, Killing, Domination, Yang Jiming, Medical, Fang Rui, Charm, 4 people, 4, and a rating that put us above every alliance, army, and camp on this planet. The laughing stopped in that room like somebody had put a hand over a speaker. The city lord sat me directly opposite himself, in a chair that 2 of the largest camp leaders had nearly come to blows over 10 minutes earlier. A bearded man who had run oil rigs before all this played the recording. 5 elite scouts, fog lamps, a short-range locator that shows friendly positions within a kilometer. They reach the roadblock without incident, and the team leader sends the other 4 out in 4 directions. Within 1 minute, all 4 transmit the red alert. Then all 4 locator dots come back, precisely to the spot where the leader is standing. And then they move off again in 3 directions, quartering the area in a search pattern. He hides in a roadside restaurant and watches through the window, and the locator says a teammate is standing 5 meters away. There is no lamp out there, nothing in the street at all. The team channel is silent. Then a 5th dot moves on to his own, 1.5 meters, 2. He draws a curved knife and turns around, and there is nobody there, no breathing, no footsteps, no sound of anything at all. And then a face appears in the air, just to the left of him, dead white, grinning, the size of a wash basin, with the features slightly wrong. The recording ends there. Play the last part again, I said. I ran an intermediate eye of insight around that room while it played. Said, at the end of the table, Mutator Stage 1. The man from the Nile delegation. Advanced Awakener Stage 3. Every single person seated. Advanced Stage 1 or better. The guards along the walls. Intermediate 3. And the city lord of Pingza, the man who had supposedly cleared an entire region and built the safest road in the world, was an intermediate awakener stage 3. Weaker than Wu Bing, who had been a tour guide 5 weeks ago. There is something extremely wrong here. I gave them a plan anyway, because a plan costs me nothing, and stupidity out there costs everyone. No more single teams. Scouts go in units of 3-5s, staggered, so that support escalates instead of arriving all at once, and so the information gets out even if the lead 5 is wiped in a second. I put my name down for the second 5, and that was when my display lit up with a message from Professor Wang, and it was 3 words long. Danger, return immediately. I came out of the library to find the lawn had been redesigned. Craters, turned earth, a tree lying down, and a ring of aides and bodyguards from every camp in the city standing around the edge of it, with expressions ranging from horror to open delight. Erpeng fell out of the sky, hit the ground, and bounced. Then a very small fist arrived after him and left a crater that everybody standing there felt through their boots. All right, Xiao Xue, Erpeng, stop playing around, we have to go. She looked up at me, genuinely wounded. Playing? You call this playing? On the way out, she kicked the wolf, who had shrunk back down to house size, about 8 meters across the lawn. He rolled, got up, shook himself, and ran back to her overjoyed. The professor had 3 pieces of evidence, and he laid them out like a man defending a thesis. 1. Li Yan had met a woman in the market she had shared a dormitory with for 2 years. Wang Fang did not recognize her. She was not wearing the strong prescription glasses she had needed since she was 9. Her manner was completely different, and she was 3 or 4 months pregnant in a world that has existed for 5 weeks. 2. Wu Bing, tour guide, had been quietly checking sightlines all afternoon. The library should stand southwest of the television tower. It stands due west, not the library. Several city blocks together, rotated by a small angle. It's only a few degrees, he said, but a small error at the start becomes an enormous one at the end. and the road to Interface City now points into the park. 3. The professor put it together. The pregnancies are not pregnancies, they are carriers. Whatever is inside those people changes their behavior as well as their bodies, which is why an old friend does not know your face. The park is the nest, and tomorrow morning's grand assault takes every strong survivor in this city out along a road that has been quietly rotated to point at that nest, leaving 10 camps full of sleeping civilians completely undefended at the exact hour when several hundred carriers are due. So we leave, the professor said. Tonight, I have the corrected map. We drive around. We sleep in Interface City tomorrow. This is not our fight. You go ahead, I said. I'm staying to kill it. Xiao Xue started rubbing her hands together. Oh good, oh good. Something fun is going to happen. Li Yan looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. I don't understand. You know it's a trap. You've said so yourself. Why would you walk into it? And I gave her the only honest answer I have, which is not courage, and has never been courage. 10,000 strong survivors are going to be eaten in one night. All of that energy goes into one thing, and the more it eats, the bigger it gets, and the bigger it gets, the more it eats. I picked up my sword. I can kill it tonight. In a week, nobody can. Sun Li put one of her people beside every carrier in the city, quietly, in pairs, before midnight. She did not ask me what to do with them. She asked what time. At the edge of the fog, I caught a piece of the floating wadding out of the air and held a lighter under it. It was gone before I registered the flame. I could not even tell you what color it burned. That was the moment my stomach dropped, and not because of the spiders. Ignition inside a fog zone would be the same as detonating a bomb. At the council that afternoon, 4 separate people had proposed exactly that. Burn the fog. Clear the visibility with fire. It had gotten as far as a show of hands before somebody changed the subject. 10,000 survivors would have died at 8 in the morning before a single monster reached them because somebody wanted to see. We went in over the rooftops in single file, 3 meters apart. At the roadblock, Air Pong stopped dead. 3 or 4 meters in front of us, hanging motionless in the air, were 4 enormous pale human faces. According to the map, that space should have been the wall of the neighboring building. It is not. There is a 2-meter gap between those 2 buildings, and there is nothing in it. Then one of the faces dropped about a meter and rotated 90 degrees onto its side, the way a head does on a broken neck. Ghost-faced spider, mutated type 3. Skills, basic fog, which in sufficient numbers generates smog across an entire district and can alter local weather. Jump attack, paralyzing spider silk. The face is not a face, it is a marking on the abdomen, and the coloring of the body is an exact match for their own fog, so that in it they are nearly undetectable unless your back happens to be turned toward one. A Type 3 is not, on paper, a monster that beats an elite team, but nobody had ever fought them anywhere except inside their own weather, where humans are blind and slow and the ground itself is soft, and so nobody had ever come back to say so. They came off their threads in one motion and poured away down the street, and they were all going the same way, toward the park. Erpang put his nose down and led us through the fog by smell and stopped outside a blue camping tent. There were roughly 50 bodies inside it, cocooned upright and hung from the frame, with only the heads left out. Dried out, skin on bone. 5 of them had shoulder lamps still glowing faintly through the silk. That was the elite team from 2 days ago. A corpse fully drained of energy. Nothing can be collected from it. It will not reanimate. And underneath, the world added a note in the same cheerful font it uses for everything. Ghost-faced spiders enjoy stacking the empty shells of their prey to display their wealth. There were about 10 of those tents. 500 people. And now I knew exactly where everybody from Angelport had gone. Then I did something I had been saving. Dark vision. I took a spider that was standing with its back to me, and I looked out through its eyes. The fog vanished. They see straight through their own weather. Of course they do. Fog is not camouflage they hide in. It is a room they built, and only they have the lights. 200 meters away, the world showed me a solid mass of white with hard, clean edges. I turned the spider's head around to look at myself out of pure curiosity, and I have to say I was impressed. I was bright red. Xiao Xue was white and blazing. Red means high bioenergy, the same color the deep-sea ripper had shown. Then I walked my borrowed spider forward over the backs and heads of its brothers, because there was no gap in the crowd to walk through, and got to the front rank and saw the park, tens of thousands of them, in a ring around a small open square. At the edge of the square, several giant ghost-faced spiders, mutated type 4, each the size of a tank, bristles like steel needles, and a note on each one saying it possessed multi-sized battle. It is already the size of a tank, and this is its resting form. And in the middle of the square, there was a pit, and the pit had its own label. Perfectly evolved Oni-faced spider, mutant type 7. Heavenly net, fireproof webbing carrying a lethal toxin, death gaze, hold its eyes for more than 5 seconds and you are paralyzed and losing 10% of your maximum health every second. Summoning of the Spider Mother, calls thousands at once and every scrap of energy they consume flows back into her, currently in a suppressed state, unable to awaken or move, currently at 27% of the energy required to break the suppression. That pit is not a pit, it is her mouth. Her body is underneath Pingxi City, all of it. That is why several blocks of this city are rotated a few degrees out of true, because at some point before the suppression came down, she moved, and then a woman climbed out of the mouth, 30-ish in a cheongsam, with the city lord walking half a pace behind her like an aide, ghost-faced Spider Queen, mutant type 8, currently suppressed and severely weakened, with several abilities sealed. Possession. Parasite. Enter any creature, take its abilities, kill the host. The host's death does not harm the parasite. Mind control, at current strength, effective on Advanced Awakener Stage 1 and below. Flesh reproduction, from defeated prey, spiders are produced in proportion to the energy of the prey. Rebirth, upon death, lays an indestructible egg containing a new queen. Her legs, under the slit of that dress, were ruined to the bone, and she was not hiding it. I never expected that woman to still be alive, she said, to nobody, to the pit, and stronger than before. At my current strength, I cannot take revenge. Which is why I have had to wake up my proudest work. Then she stroked the edge of that mouth the way a collector touches a painting. This body is no longer suitable. I need another one. She turned and looked along the row of 10 camp leaders standing in a line, silent, eyes empty, and picked out the only woman among them, Sarah, head of a camp of 900 people. She had sent me a friend request across the council table that afternoon. It took about 10 seconds, a black fluid, from one mouth to the other. When it was finished, the cheongsam collapsed on the flagstones with nothing inside it but skin. Sarah rolled her shoulders and smiled with somebody else's face. This body is very young. I'm very satisfied. Then she gave the order. Not tomorrow. Tonight. Let the newly hatched erupt in their beds and eat everything that's in the room with them. And then she turned her head and looked directly at the spider I was riding. Hello, she said, a powerful member of the world's #1 organization. The ring of spiders around my borrowed body opened up into a clean circle. She had known from the first second. She had let me listen to the entire thing on purpose because as long as I was standing there watching, I was a man in combat mode, and in combat mode, the chat is disabled. I could not warn the city. That was the whole point of the speech. I came back into my own body with 3 meters of visibility and nothing but legs and mouth parts around me, and they did not attack. They flowed past us, tens of thousands of them, moving through and around 3 people standing in a street on their way to 10 sleeping camps. Every death in this city makes Sarah stronger. Xiaoxue pulled her mask down and put her gauntlets on. Daddy, can we play now? In a minute, Dad's going to set off a firework first. Then I'll say start. Then I dropped a plastic lighter on the ground and took out the first pistol I ever found in this world, off a security guard on a highway on the first day, which I have carried in a ring with 168 slots ever since for absolutely no practical reason. Divine Shield. The gold came up around the 3 of us and set itself tight against spider teeth on every side. I fired 1 round into the ground. Fog is not fog. Fog is dust. The ignition front went out from us in a ring somewhere between 1 and several kilometers wide and took Pingxi City with it. Every building on that boulevard lit at once. The park went from a green canopy to black sticks in under 2 seconds. The blast consumed the oxygen in its own radius and then pulled the air back in behind it, hard enough to feed a second detonation bigger than the first. Inside the shield, the grass stayed green in a perfect circle around 3 sets of feet. And in the gap between the first blast and the second, I saw something I did not expect at all. The spiders that had survived were killing each other, not fleeing, turning around and taking the heads off their own kind in the middle of a firestorm at speed. Sarah had worked out from the first wave alone that I collect automatically. So she used the mental link, which travels faster than a shockwave, and ordered every surviving spider to finish off every other surviving spider so that I would get nothing. She lost that race by about 750 cores each, and Blessing of Light doubled a fifth of them. 38,500 energy cores delivered in 1 second by an enemy who had been trying to deny me exactly that. This Spider Queen, I said out loud in a burning city with real admiration. She really is a serious opponent. God-level beginner mutator, stage 3, Blessing of Light to 20%, life siphon to 2/3. 2 type 4 spiders walked out of the firestorm side by side, and Sarah stepped out from between them. Not a scratch, not a smudge, not a single fleck of ash on a white dress, in a city that was on fire in every direction. So you're not simply a mutator, she said. You're also rather intelligent, I admit it. I underestimated you. She smoothed her sleeve. However, that was the last time. Erpong called 20 adult wolves. The first 6 that landed a bite on her swelled up and came apart, and out of each of them came a dozen spiders. Flesh reproduction works on summons. Every single thing I put in front of her becomes more of her. Pang, back, because if he took one bite of that woman, my wolf becomes a nest. So Xiaoxue went in instead, and I want to describe this properly because it is the fight I will be thinking about for the rest of my life. Sarah does not block. She listens. She finds the pauses inside a combination, the quarter second between the third strike and the fourth, and she puts something into that gap so that the fourth strike never arrives on time. Inside 40 seconds, she had Xiaoxue fighting at Sarah's tempo instead of her own, and Xiaoxue did not even know it was happening. Then she did. I watched a 14-year-old work out, in the middle of a fight, at full speed, what was being done to her. She stopped throwing combinations. She threw one strike, waited, and let the queen's answer come into an empty space. Then she took the rhythm back, and once she had it, she never gave it up again. The next thing that landed was a fist into the side of a jaw, and the jaw came out of its socket, and the ghost-faced spider queen went across the burning square on her back. "Oh ho," said Xiaoxue in a perfect imitation of a voice she had heard exactly once. "You overconfident little ant." I laughed. I actually laughed, standing in a burning city at the worst possible moment. Then 6 spider legs came out of Sarah's back, each one edged like a blade. The nanosuit went to ribbons in one pass, and Xiaoxue went up into the air, and the black fluid was already coming out of Sarah's mouth and going for hers. I put the 1,000-bone blade through the middle of it, and the blade went through nothing at all, like cutting a hanging sheet of silk. There is no body in there to meet a sword. That is what possession means. The queen went into my daughter, and about 4 seconds later, she came back out, spat into the dirt, and stood there breathing hard with her hair in her face. "You're not human," she said, and for the first time all night, there was something underneath her voice. "What are you?" I did not have an answer either. I still do not. But the fight had a clock on it now, and the clock was mine. "A swift decision then," she said, straightening up. "Dragging this out is very much to your disadvantage. That is a thing people say when it is to their disadvantage. Soul-burning ninth gear, rage, berserk execution. Loose stones came up off the ground and hung there, and the light went gold, and I lifted one finger. Annihilation finger. 1,500% on contact. If the target survives, another 100% every second for 10 seconds. 24-hour cooldown, and the fatigue does not wash off. She dodged it, and she dodged it by not thinking. As long as I move without any pattern, she called, delighted, already sliding sideways. A pinpoint attack like that can never. It isn't finished. I twitched the finger, and a second line came up out of the ground. Thin. Blinding. It went through a stand of trees and a stone footbridge and 2 buildings 400 meters behind her, and all of it came apart along one clean horizontal, and so did she, at the waist, along with 3 of the 6 legs. What came out of the wreckage of that body was black fluid, and it hit my divine shield and ran down it, and then it stood up and became something that had no interest in pretending anymore. 6 legs out of a spider's abdomen. A woman's body from the waist up. The skin above the chest white, and everything below it black, so that at a glance it looks like she is wearing a very strange dress. And dark red pupils. The annihilation kept eating pieces of her. The pieces kept growing back, and I could hear her breathing, and I could hear that the breathing was getting worse, and I noticed that she had begun to talk more and move less. "You should think carefully," she was saying. "There are things I know that you... Did you notice her left hand? She's missing a finger." That was the hint. That was all of it. I looked at her left hand, and she saw me look, and she did not stop it. "If I've guessed wrong," she said, and she was smiling now, "then I lose. But if I've guessed right, then you." I did not let her finish the sentence. I dropped the divine shield and put an energy-gathering strike straight through her. She did not dodge. She had never once failed to dodge all night, and she stood still for that one, and the last thing I saw on her face was triumph. The black went into my mouth and my nose before I could close either, and the rest of the body came apart and poured in after it. I went down on my knees. Then I stood up, and my legs did not walk the way my legs walk. "Oh," said my own mouth, in my own voice, in a tone that had never been in it. "Only beginner mutator, stage 3. What a shame. Just a little bit short." My head tilted, testing the neck. "If you had been an intermediate metamorph, even the first stage, I could not have taken this body at all." She flexed my hands and looked at them with my eyes. "This body is mine now. Now. I wonder how I go about gathering the rest of the world's #1 organization in one place. Eating all of them should wake my masterpiece considerably sooner." Then she turned and walked towards Xiaoxue, unconscious in the dirt, and Erpang, who was trying to get up and could not. Let's start with you two, she said, my adorable little fertilizers. And she stopped walking. You, my own voice went strange. How could you possibly have this? This is impossible. My skin moved. Something under it went from my stomach to my throat. In one long ripple, and my head went back on its own, and a black mass came out of my mouth wrapped in a colorless flame. 10 meters up, the ghost-faced Spider Queen came apart into white haze. The violent energy contained within the meteorite core can only be controlled by one who has merged with meteorite energy. Unauthorized contact results in backlash and total consumption. There it is. Not my strength. Not my sword. Not my talents. Not my finger. The rock I picked up in a crater in a nuclear forest that has been sitting inside me ever since, and that will kill anything in this world that tries to share a body with it. She was the only creature alive who could take any body she wanted, and she picked the one door on this planet that was locked. I sat down in the ashes and breathed for a while, and then, because my brain does not have an off switch, it produced the obvious follow-up question, and I have not slept properly since. If nothing in this world can touch the meteorite core, then how did I? Something fell out of the sky and landed in front of me, and it was the size of my palm, and it was dark red. Spider Queen's egg. Indestructible. Its shell absorbs all energy it comes into contact with. On hatching, the new Spider Queen will recognize the first powerful creature she sees as her master, and all memory of her previous life will be erased. Current charge level, 28%. I wrapped it in a jacket and put it in my ring, and I did not think especially hard about what I was doing at the time. While all of that was happening, the city got its miracle. The dying queen's last act before she went for my body had been to pull every scrap of energy out of her own army for one final healing. Every spider on the slopes around Pingza, all of them, at once, and so the entire mass of them evaporated in a single second, in full view of about 6,000 people. And in that exact second, standing on a rooftop soaked to the elbows in dark red with the sunrise coming up gold and red behind her, Sun Li threw both arms wide and shouted, "This was a test from the true God. Under his protection, these creatures are utterly powerless." 90 seconds earlier, a man in that same courtyard had laughed at her and said that if there was really a God, he would do a handstand and eat dirt. I want to be completely clear about this. It had nothing to do with Sun Li. It had nothing to do with me. A monster killed itself to try to survive, and a girl with a notebook happened to be standing in the right place, facing the right direction, with the right line ready. By noon, 10 camps whose leaders had been under the Queen's control had joined her outright. Pingze became the second city of the True God sect after Angelport, and because nothing mutated came within kilometers of the place for days afterward, on account of it having been set on fire, the area around it was formally declared a vacuum zone under the protection of the True God. There is a 5-story stone statue of me in Angelport and a second one going up in Pingza, and hundreds of people kneel in front of both of them every morning, asking for a miracle I did not perform. The tally, since I know you want it, 12,000 cores out of the dark red flood, 15,000 off the Queen, doubled to 30 by blessing of light. 330 evolution fragments, a skill called Absolute Vision, something called Lloyd's Contract, which I have not opened, a fragment of a diary written on spider silk, and a piece of a ragged cloth doll, which I have thought about more than any of the rest of it, because somebody down there in that hole loved something once. 65,623 against a requirement of 10,000 times 4. Ding. Congratulations on advancing to the first stage of God-level intermediate metamorph. Ding. The world's first intermediate metamorph has been created. Worldwide announcement. 5 weeks ago, I stood on a highway with 400 frozen zombies around me, and a countdown in the corner of my eye. And everything I owned was a fire axe, half a bottle of water, and 12 slots in a ring that I filled by lunchtime. Tonight, I am the one body in the universe that the oldest thing under this city could not stay inside. That is the arc. That is the whole distance. But here is the part I keep turning over, and I would like somebody else to carry it with me for a while. There is an egg in my ring. It is charging. When it hatches, whatever comes out of it will look around for the strongest living thing in sight and decide permanently that this is its master. And there is nothing stronger than me within 100 kilometers of where I am standing, 28%, and climbing. So I am walking north to Interface City with a wolf, a 14-year-old who copies anything she sees once, an entire religion I never asked for, and a monster's egg in my pocket that is, slowly and patiently, getting ready to call me dad. And I still do not know who is running this world, but whoever it is has never once let me see a hint about themselves. And that is the only thing on this planet that has ever bothered to hide from me.